All right, chat. We have the players shuffling up right now. We'll populate those names in a second. But we are about to get started with 144 players for some Comp REL Legacy action up for an Ancestral Recall. Really excited. You chose my name for player 2. Okay, we'll fix that.
Right. Well, his name really goes long, so we're gonna have to.
Okay. Maybe GL.
Gustavo.
Just, yeah.
Helm.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. All right. We should be squared away, chat. All right. No surprise. We're looking at a Dimir Mirror for round 1. Obviously, this is the Boogeyman. This is going to be a very competitive deck. And I know that we just recently, Caden, right? We came off of a ban announcement a few months ago that took down Troll of Khazad-dûm, right?
Right. Yeah.
But
yeah.
But that doesn't appear that took any wind out of the sails of Dimir, right? What are your thoughts? What did you see yesterday? He played in the team trios for everyone.
Well, so on the whenever it came to on the legacy side, there was a lot of Dimir Reanimator.
Okay.
And so there was a lot of lists that were registering like a copy of Reanimate, a copy of Animate Dead.
Yeah. Okay.
There wasn't as much of like the tempo side as what, at least from what I saw. There were some Dimir tempo decks.
Okay.
But there were more people trying to run decks that had really good game ones as opposed to being able to try to stretch for games 2 and 3.
Okay.
But this should definitely be an interesting matchup as we do have the Dimir Mirror. Tom, he has 2 Kaidos registered on his list.
Okay, Kaido, that's the planeswalker that does like a ninjutsu thing?
Yeah,
right? Okay.
yeah, it has the ninjutsu.
Okay.
And then we're going to see what Gustavo has, see if he has anything different in his list. But I'm a really big fan of the color Dimir. That's personally what I play in Standard myself.
Okay.
Even though Standard and Modern or Legacy are quite a bit different.
Yeah.
Seeing Kaido being able to be played in Legacy does have me really excited.
Yeah, that's. I was at SCG Atlanta, I believe, this past January, and that was not far after Kaito. Maybe it was a standard event, but like you couldn't find those around the floor. Everyone was searching for them. I was like, "What is this?" It's like some Dimir Planeswalker, but it's even holding its ground in Eternal formats, which is pretty cool. It's always fun to see a 4-mana Planeswalker put in some work. So
Exactly.
yeah, that's nice. Now, quick question, Kate. How many?
They both have 2 Kaidos in their list.
Both 2 Kaidos. How many Tamios are these guys running in each list?
So Gustavo's running 3, and I believe Tom is running 4 himself.
Wow, 4. I mean, that's I play Tamio in a Azorius tempo. It's not super great, super competitive, but it's a fun deck. But I play 3, and I think 3 is a good number. 4 is a lot, but man, Tamio turn 1 is such a house.
It is very difficult to stop if you don't answer.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And there's
I guess I wonder if they're waiting on this to tell them they can start.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, the players I think are waiting on us to tell them when to start, so we will get this kicked off.
Alright, we need to start a timer for 50 minutes.
Okay. I don't think I have an overlay for that. I'll just start it on my right here.
Yeah, if you'll just start it on your phone, that
Got
way
it
we
right
can
here.
tell.
Yep, I've got it right here.
Alright. So here we are. We got the Dimir Mirror. Looks like we already got a turn 1 Nethergoyf from Gustavo. Looks like he won the die roll. It looks like we have a little bit of shortcutting.
Okay.
We have a Thought Seize from Tom. So we'll get to see the contents of his hands.
Okay. Rocking those nice Lord of the Rings lands. I assume that's a basic swamp.
Yeah, it looks like a basic swamp.
Gotcha.
Looks like one of those map lands.
Yeah, okay, those are nice. Oh, days. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You're gonna see a lot of days today. Underground Sea comes back.
Because there's a sorcery and an instant, it's going to be a 2/3.
Okay.
Or there's a instant and a land. I think does Nethergoyf, it only counts your graveyard, right?
I'm not sure. I'm definitely going to look that up. Okay.
Nethergoyf, it's equal to the number of card types among cards in your graveyard, and its toughness is equal to that number +1. So it's currently a 2/3 because of his graveyard. We have another fetch from Tom for an Underground Sea.
Okay. Is that a fatal push? Yeah, the fatal push the Goyf.
Yeah, he pushed the opposing Goyf. Now he has his own, which is currently a 3/4.
Okay, nice. Appreciate the dice with the +1/+1s.
Almost really close to the Tarmo die.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Those were really popular back in the day when Tarmogoyfs were worth $1 zillion, right? So.
Exactly.
So, quick question for chat. Please drop it in, team. What is your favorite printing of Brainstorm? I assume that's a Mercadian Mask Brainstormer, I believe.
That's what it looks. Yeah.
Okay. I'm partial, as a Brainstorm enjoyer, of the Jace spellbook. I like the art on. I was a huge Jace fanboy back in the day. But there's a lot of good Brainstorms out there. What's everyone using?
Well, my teammate, he was in the Trios event. He was actually playing Brainstorm, Michael Steele.
Okay.
He was on Cephal at breakfast, and he was using the brand new Final Fantasy version.
So I like that one. The art is just really busy, and it doesn't
There's
really
a
look
lot
like
going,
there's a lot going on.
and it doesn't look like a Legacy card.
No. So some of those alt arts from Final Fantasy, some of them look good, and some of them just look like you screenshot something from a PlayStation 2. And I don't mean that in a good way, but yeah, it does look cool. I bet that card does look pretty neat in foil with all the graphics and stuff going on with the characters, so it's good. So that looks like some type of reprinted Brainstorm from Conspiracy.
Is that Conspiracy?
Conspiracy, that's what I was thinking, yeah.
So looking over their deck list, it looks like both of them are running 3 Cameo.
Okay.
One of them is running 15 creatures, as opposed to the other one running 14.
Okay.
Let's see what the difference is. Looks like Tom has opted for the 4th Orcish Bowmasters as opposed to 3.
Okay. Yeah.
And his cut for that is that he's only running 3 Thoughtseize as opposed to Gustavo running 4 Thoughtseize.
Okay. I assume they're both on, is it 3 or 4 Wastelands?
Let's see here. Looks like they are both on 4 Wastelands.
Okay, good. There's Tameo.
Notably, Gustavo does have 2 mainboard Nihil spell bombs.
Okay.
So that could come into play, especially with this Nethergoyf that's in play.
Okay. It looks like we're scooping it up, right? I guess it Gustavo.
Looks like it's already. He's had enough.
Yeah. Okay. He's had. Yeah.
So we're going to go to game 2 with Tom up by 1.
Okay. Awesome.
Let's see here. I'm going to try to see if I can figure out what options Tom has that Gustavo doesn't. So he does have a Bitter Triumph in the main board, and he's running the full 4 days as opposed to Gustavo's running 3 days for the option of those 2 Nihil spell bombs.
Okay.
Now let's see for sideboards. For Tom, he has some Dothy Voidwalkers. I can see those probably coming in. Those are really good against those Nethergoyfs. I could see maybe another Bitter Triumph to help deal with the Kaido on your turn at sorcery speed. Blue Elemental Blast, that one only stops red spells, right? Or does that one stop blue spells?
I think that only stops red.
So that wouldn't come into play here.
Yeah.
Maybe Force Negation, but that's usually only for like combo matchups.
Decks,
And maybe another Nihil, maybe his own Nihil spell bomb.
Okay.
And I can see even Shieldred's Edict.
Okay.
Funny enough, you do have to be really careful with what mode you choose with Children's Edict. Because I personally have played on Arena because I'm a Dimir standard fanatic.
Okay.
I have played against an opponent that has messed up their own Children's Edict and ended up getting no value out of it because I was attacking with a Kaido in play.
Okay.
And they named Planeswalker. Notably, Kaido says
it becomes a creature,
it's a creature on your turn, and it doesn't have the Planeswalker type whenever it's your turn.
That's
and it's just a creature. It doesn't say in addition to its other types.
That's a nice punt.
Okay. So whenever they named Planeswalker, they got no value for their Children's Edict. And Tom does have that in a sideboard.
Okay.
And let's look at Gustavo. He himself, he has a couple of engineered explosives.
Okay.
That's something that could definitely be interesting to bring in, especially on one. To deal with cameos and nether goyfs. Let's see, he also has a Bitter Triumph. They both have a copy of Harbinger of the Seas. I don't think those are going to be coming in here, but I could be wrong.
I did see 2 Harbinger of the Seas in some of the cards Tom was flicking through. I didn't notice if
he has 2, sideboard. And Gustavo has 1.
Okay, in main board.
The sideboard.
Gotcha.
They're in the sideboard.
Sideboard, okay.
And then Gustavo also has a Children's Edict, and then he has a Surgical Extraction. That card is always really interesting to bring in. But some matchups, I don't know if it's going to be coming in here, but it might. You never know.
Okay. So with Dimir being a top deck, I know we haven't seen, from me keeping up with Legacy, a lot of play with Chalice of the Void lately. Like Chalice used to be really, really omnipresent, like for years. Would Chalice do okay in this meta? Like if someone's playing, Mono Red Stompy or some type of painter list, or something that has like soul lands or something.
I can see a really good argument for Chalice of the Void on one.
Yeah. Chalice on
In this particular matchup, it would stop Nethergoyf, Cameo, Ponder, Thoughtseize, Brainstorm, Fatal Push, and the Nihil Spellbomb that's in Gustavo's sideboard or in main board, and then it would stop those same cards from Tom. So it would stop about half of the cards in their deck. So whenever you have a card that's on the field. That both of them do have 2 Brazen Borrowers in their list, so they can petty theft and then maybe counter it later. But if a Resolve Chalice of the Void happens and you don't have a petty theft, that could turn into a really one-sided match really quickly. Especially because most of the time you won't be able to play that petty theft on turn 1 if the Chalice of the Void is played on turn 1. I could see there being problems. But game 1 goes to Tom Nelson. As we go into game 2, Gustavo is going to have to play.
Right, chat, we're getting ready for game 2. I assume Gustavo's going to be on the play. I'm not sure how Mulligan's going to resolve it unless, or if they're keeping 7s for both.
Gustavo is on the play, and he doesn't seem like he's actually shuffling his deck again. So it looks like he may have kept 7. And I don't know if Tom is shuffling up from a Mulligan already, or if he's just shuffling up from sideboarding.
Now, one technique I've seen, I played in Japan a couple times, and I've certainly watched some Japanese streams. A lot of the really competitive players, when they go to sideboard, they put their entire sideboard in their deck.
And then take out 15
cards.
They
take out 15 cards, so you don't know if they're grabbing the 1 or 2. Like, that is really, like, top-tier competitiveness. I've never done that, but that's pretty neat. So, looks a little stretched. Yep, for the aspect ratio, I appreciate that. We had to stretch it to make the camera angle fit, because we have a primary camera, and we also have a backup just adjacent to these players, but maybe we can look at that in between games, but we're going to run with it right now. Thank you for that feedback.
So we have a classic turn 1 land into a wasteland.
Okay.
And then we have a turn 2 Tamio from Gustavo.
She's going to be the star of the show, I think, today with a lot. I mean, she's a house, man.
Especially coupled with the 4 copies of Brainstorm that you're allowed to have in Legacy.
Yeah, exactly. Boom, I'm flipping her to a Planeswalker. And I've done it only a few times, but getting Tamio to flip, getting her to flip and then ultimating her and drawing half your deck, it feels real good. Because you get that emblem, you have no maximum hand size.
Yeah, so you can always pitch every card to force a will.
Yes. It feels good. Like, it's worth playing her. She's a fun card.
She's really fun in Modern as well. She's really good in the decks that she's played in.
Okay.
Whenever Underworld Breach was allowed to roam the format between that card, and whenever you have Emery, makes it really easy to be able to have clue tokens and be able to have artifact count. Yeah. It's a really, really sweet deck. She pairs really well with Mox Opal as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So looks like we have a Thoughtseize on the stack. Okay. There's a possible chance that maybe Tom go grab an Underground Sea and maybe have a Daze. He might, if he's wanting to Daze, it would probably be better to grab an Undercity Sewers if he has another.
That way he at least gets to Surveil.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay.
It could lead to him having a tap land in hand, but if he has more lands in hand, that could be the option. He seems to not be wanting to grab the Underground Sea.
Okay.
As you can see, it does look like he did leave Kaido in his deck.
Yeah,
he has his deck face up for us to see.
The opponent can see that, so okay. So is that
grabbing a basic swamp? So that would lead me to believe that I don't know what that Brainstorm's still doing there.
Is he going to try to push Tamio?
I imagine that's what's going to happen here. Okay, the rest of the deck's getting shuffled in now. There we go. Looks like there probably is going to be a Fatal Push put on the stack, and he's not going to have Daze available because it doesn't have a blue source.
Okay.
He has protected himself from Wastelands.
I bet. Yeah, Fatal Push. Fatal Push into the chat. And then again, for folks that are in chat with us that are not super familiar with Legacy, Legacy is a lot of fighting on the stack. So we're seeing, all these different actions come back and forth. There's a lot of fighting on the stack. So.
Yeah, it looks like ever since the Thoughtseize has been put on the stack, there's been at least 5 different actions taken. There's been 2 Fetchling Cracks and 1 spell put on the stack. So so 3 actions in addition to, looks like another spell's probably going to happen here.
So I'm peeking at Tom's hand. I believe I saw a Daze and an Orcish Bowmaster. I'm pretty confident I saw those 2 cards, but assuming Thoughtseize gets revealed, we're going to see the hand, on plain display.
Correct. Yeah, so I do see a Daze and Orcish Bowmasters.
Okay.
Looks like that might be the Undercity Series I was talking about. A Sheldred's Edict, and I can't see what that last card is.
Okay.
There's a 5th card all the way in the very back. So Tamio gets the flip off of the Brainstorm, so Fatal Push therefore fizzles.
Okay.
And we do get to see hands, so it looks like a Flooded Strand at the back.
Okay.
So that's why he didn't search up an Undercity Service, because it was in his hand.
Okay.
Yeah, take the Sheldred's Edict, so that makes it to where you can't make him sacrifice the Tamio. This is going to be kind of an awkward turn for Tom. He's probably going to have to just cast his Orcish Bowmasters. But it's kind of like the monster being play draw. If he was on the play, this would have been a much better hand. He would have been able to have that turn 2 Orcish Bowmasters in response to the Tamio and the Brainstorm.
Flood Strand cracked.
Imagine it's immediately go grab Underground Sea.
Yep.
Sorcery Speed Orcish Bowmasters.
Okay.
Imagine this is so that the opponent doesn't have hard cast days. Okay, and then there's the Orc Army, puts it down to 3.
Okay.
any bonus cards that Gustavo opts to draw from now on will be punished by the Orcish Bowmasters.
Okay. Yeah.
So it looks like I see. Is that also a Daze in his hand and a Force of Will?
I thought,
and
yeah, I'm
Fatal
pretty sure
Push.
this. Okay, pushing the Bowmaster. Okay.
Unless I resolve. Looks like he drew another land.
Okay.
From Tom.
But Tamio's at 5.
She's only 1+ away from being able to ultimate.
Exactly, because her ultimate's -7, correct? So
Yes.
So, okay.
And there's one of those main board Nihil spell bombs that Gustavo keeps in his deck. I imagine it's probably because of the mirror match.
Okay.
Gets a Surveil. Looks like he's opting to keep that on top. It looked like a non-land, so. It's going to attack Tamio for 1, but because we're plus, it's going to get -1, -0.
So it does nothing?
Does nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, she does a really good job of protecting herself. I was a huge fan of Jace the Mind Sculptor, but she does a pretty good impression at 1 mana, so.
She's really good against those go wide strategies as well. Whatever they're trying to put a bunch of 1/1s into play is in modern.
Yeah, because it nerfs it. Yeah,
exactly. In order for us to be able to fit both playmats and the life pad, that's why I kind of like how the camera is angled in the way that it is. And we stretched it a little bit so it can fit the whole screen. Looks like we are going to have a crack of the spell bomb.
Okay.
Imagine he's going to pay the black with the trigger. Yeah, he opts to do so, draws a card, he draws another Daze. And a Polluted Delta. It has Force of Will, 2 Days, and a Polluted Delta.
Okay.
It feels like Gustavo probably has this game on lock. He's going to go up to 7 for Tam. Oh, he's going to -3.
Oh, what are we
Casting Brainstorm?
Okay. Let's see what we're doing. Maybe they draw some gas. So
Drew
I see
a Wasteland, Bowmaster.
Was that a Fatal Push? It was Wasteland for sure, the first card.
Yeah, it was Wasteland Bowmaster, 3rd mystery card.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to see.
Okay.
He does have to put 2 cards back. I imagine it's probably one of these extra lands and some. He might put back extra Days. And then play a fetch land to shuffle it away, unless he's interested in drawing a second Daze. It looks like Daze is one of the cards he's going to put back. He drew another Glyph.
Another Glyph, okay.
Does play fetch land.
Okay, Blue Delta.
And opts to not play the Wasteland to take Tom off of resources. But I guess he just really does not want to draw those other 2 cards you put back on top of his library.
Yeah, so
another fetch land that is new information for Gustavo. He's already seen the other cards in Tom's hand, so that's just another card that we know that he drew this turn.
Okay, hold on.
So we're in attacks, and he's going to flash it up.
Flashing a Bowmaster, okay.
Let's see what kind of responses we have here from Tom.
Okay.
He knows that Gustavo knows about his Daze. So even casting Daze here won't matter because he can just pay the 1 with his Polluted Delta and go fetch for a source.
Okay.
Alright. Dead Orc Army. I have my
an RK Post Orc Army.
I'm a huge fan of RK
Huge
Post.
RK Post fan. I've got a ton of his tokens.
I have that exact token.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
And my standard Dimir deck list.
Nice, okay.
It's even though it's not using that, I use it as a token holder or placement holder. Big fan. My longtime playmat is a Rick and Morty playmat that I've had since 2021, and it has a signature all across, and it is littered with the signatures. I'm a big Arcade Post fan. Yeah. Definitely puts Gustavo a little bit higher up by on my list.
Style points for sure. That's
style points, yes. Yeah. So I have 3 mana.
Oh, is that the Kaito?
That's 4 mana for Kaito. He has Daze. He's just going to let the Daze resolve.
Okay.
Okay, interesting. I'm guessing if that's the case, Kaido had to have been the bait spell for some other card that was in his hand.
Okay.
Tom playing this game really patiently with his days.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of board state that Gustavo has on his side. Bowmaster, an Orc Army, Tamio's going to start taking up again, still has access to a clue.
And they still have 30 minutes to go.
Yeah.
So it's not like Tom would be able to stretch this game out to be able to make it work because game one went so quickly. Personally, I'm a really big fan of fast concessions if I can see the writing on the wall. Yeah. It does feel like that the writing is on the wall for Tom here, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. I'll take us to a game 3, man. So we're looking at basic lands. Tom's got the Lord of the Rings lands, and Gustavo has like some pre-modern era lands. What is your choice of basic lands, Kate? What do you prefer?
So I have 2 different type of lands that I like to flock to.
Okay.
And they're both newer ones. One of them is the Phyrexian Oil Slick lands.
Okay.
That you can only get from the Step and Complete bundles.
Okay.
From Phyrexia All Will Be One Time, which would have been like a couple years ago, 3 years. It would have been like, because that set's rotating now.
Okay.
And then from Ether Drift, they have these yellow bordered lands.
Do you like the yellow lands?
Yeah,
oh,
sure do.
No.
So
I'm not hating, but oh man, the yellow.
I was definitely on the cringe train of
just to trigger your opponent.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's funny.
Just like my Kaidos, they are the yellow bordered Kaidos.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
They're the yellow. Yeah, they're yellow Kaidos. So they're the showcase art. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is it like the profile picture or whatever? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So those Phyrexian lands are referencing the oil slick. Do they have the little Phyrexian symbols all over them, or?
So no. So it's just like a harder style of foil.
Okay.
So
we can look it up, but okay. I think I've seen them. Is the language written in Phyrexian or is it in English?
I don't think there's any language written on it.
Oh, it's just like it's a swamp or an island. Okay, cool.
Okay, so the language on the bottom, so it is written in Phyrexian.
Okay, yeah, those are sweet. I like those.
So that's what an island would look like. I'm showing this to
that's
the
good.
person.
Yeah. Okay.
And the whole background is in a darker color.
Yeah, okay.
And then the color of the symbol is like this. It's and that's what I like to have my islands and swamps in.
Okay. Tapping.
Looks like we have a second Nethergore hitting the field.
Okay.
Looks like he has finally seen the writing on the wall.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go to a tie ball game of 1-1.
Okay, and then Tom, we assume, is going to be on the play. So, Caden, what are you doing sideboard-wise with either of these players? Are you going back to your sideboard? Is there something you feel like you're missing? Or just probably run it back? I don't know what Tom boarded in or boarded out, but...
So if I was to take a guess at what he brought in, he may not have brought in Dothy Voidwalkers on the draw, but I would certainly be interested in Dothy Voidwalker on the play. Okay. And especially with, I would probably be interested in my one-of copy of Bitter Triumph, my own Nihil Spellbomb, and Shieldred's Edict. That would probably be the only difference between like being on the play or the draw is if the Dothy Voidwalkers come in or not. Okay. It does look like Tom is making changes. I don't know if it's 1 or 2 cards. If it is 2 cards, I imagine that's what it would be. Okay. I'm not sure what would be coming out though. Possibly like extra copies of, I don't know. Maybe he's bringing back in. It looks like he is bringing in 2 cards and taking out 2 cards. It would be hard to know what he's taking out. I don't know the deck well enough of the legacy to know what you're okay with taking out. Maybe the Brazen Borrowers.
Okay. Does it show? Are these players playing Murktide?
Neither of them are.
Neither. Okay. So there's no like top end. It's very low to the ground. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So the most expensive card that's being played in either of their deck lists is Borrowgoyf, which I think is one of the cards they hit the field earlier. Okay. Which it has Tarmogoyf's text for power and toughness. Okay. Death Touch Lifelink, and when it deals combat damage to the player, you may mill that many cards, and if you do, you may put a creature card from among them into your hand.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And
So,
these are all those dwarves were those master sets. Well, like
that was a commander deck.
Commander. Okay, commander.
Let's see. It was in Modern Horizons 3 Commander.
Okay.
And it looks like both of them are playing 2 copies of Borrowed Wave. So that could be something that swaps between play draw in this format.
Okay.
Maybe the Brazen Borrowers for the petty thefts.
Okay.
I would definitely like to see Dothy Voidwalker come in here. Just because being able to cast your own copies of Resolved, either brainstorms or removal spells, or even a free Force of Will, those are always nice to have. So Tom's going to be on the play here for this match. As we're going into game 3, both games that were won by each side. We got 24 minutes left in the round. Both of them were pretty one-sided. There were like spells cast on both sides, but then basically it really does come down to play draw in this format, especially whenever you're in this mirror match. Had Tom been on the play in that game, he had the hand to be able to take advantage of it.
I'm peering out into the play space right now. Chat, you can't see it, but it looks like there's a lot of movement. I can only assume there's a lot of combo players that either won or lost, kind of at the midway point in the round. So
It's definitely going to be exciting to see what the rest of the field has going on.
Yeah.
If we get a chance to be able to go and look at the other match, if they haven't finished already, we have Jonathan Woody, or he goes like to go by JD, and Alan Bertrand. One of those on Salt Tide Beanstalk, and the other is on Mono Red Stompy. So that could be an interesting matchup to see once this match finishes. Looks like we have a Thoughtseize on the stack.
Okay.
He has 3 choices: a Bitter Triumph, a Thoughtseize, and Orcish Bowmasters. He's looking at his own hand. He has a Nethergoyf, or it might be Necro. It's Nethergoyf.
Okay.
He opts to choose. Was that the Nethergoyf that he chose? Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah.
Or no, Bitter Triumph. Bitter Triumph.
Okay. So Bowmasters, I'm sure there's a ton of Bowmasters out in the field today, punishing all those draw spells and cantrips.
Yeah, because Tomio is such a good card, she paired really well with spells like Brainstorm and Ponder.
Yeah.
And Orcish Bowmasters likes to prey on those cards.
Yeah.
So he gets to cast his own Thoughtseize, and he sees a hand that was really similar to his. He also has a Nethergoyf for Fatal Push and Orcish Bowmasters, and he does see the Wasteland in his hand. So Tom's next turn can very easily just go Wasteland your sea and play a Nethergoyf. It's going to be interesting to see what Gustavo decides to take here. He does have a single piece of removal spell, but he does opt to choose to take the removal spell, Fatal Push. So this does mean that Nethergoyf is going to be a 3/4 right now, if whenever it hits the field. It still dies to Fatal Push. In standard, the 1 mana removal spell that we have at the moment is Cut Down. And that wouldn't be able to kill Nethergoyf right now, but Fatal Push certainly can. He does opt to do the line that called earlier, the Wasteland of the Sea, and play the Nethergoyf. Drew a Tameo. That is a very nice draw. Life totals are 17-14 now. Got another fetch from Gustavo. Probably going to go grab his Undercity Sewers, unless he's wanting to Fatal Push something. Nope, he opts for the Surveil.
Okay. So these decks playing a one of the Surveillance is awesome. I'm still missing, I can't remember, what is the Azorius blue-white Surveillance?
Meticulous Archive.
I need one. I haven't been able to find one. I'd like to buy from LGSs when able and not buy online. I need one.
Surveillance are really hard to keep.
Well, I'm sure they are because they're good. They were $15-20. They're really, really good. So.
And unfortunately, there is nothing else in Murders of Karlov Manor
It's
that is
that's
really
it.
that valuable. It's Surveilland or bust. And for a long time, the Demir Surveilland, it just keeps climbing in price. I remember whenever I was opening them at $15-20, I was really excited.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, they're really good. So. What's crazy is they're worth more than a lot of fetches now. Which is kind of wild, right? Some of the fetches are...
They're going for under $20.
Yeah, so that's
just a TCG low on a Undercity Series is going for $18. If you're going on market price, it's $20.
Yeah.
So that's still the going rate for an Undercity Series. So that's definitely your best bang. Demir is going to be your most popular color because of legacy, and because of modern.
So Kate, quick question. We just saw a Dan Scott Ponder. What is your preferred Ponder? In chat, if you have a preferred art for Ponder, just throw it in the discussion.
So my preferred Ponder would probably be the Dan Scott.
Dan Scott, yeah. I just signed. Yep.
My teammate, he opted for the Secret Lair.
Okay.
It kind of looks a little...
The crazy art one?
Yeah,
is
the
that
crazy
Ponder
art,
and it looks like graffiti art? Okay, I've seen those. Those are cool.
So yeah, I'll see y'all asking you chat why does it look so weird. So we had to stretch it in order for it to be able to fit the whole screen. Otherwise, you could see some of the white on the far right side. That would be more of the screen. So the life totals right now are 1711. And we had to make it to where you get to see both the playmats and the life pad. So that it'd be easier to keep track of life totals.
I know a lot of folks, a lot of purists like the Mark Tadine art. Was that from Lorwyn, I believe, with the merfolk on it?
Yeah. That's
a popular one. I like the Dan Scott with the Jace, with the 3 planets or whatever. I have that
we got over at
Orcish
Bowmaster.
Okay.
We're in Brainstorm stack. We got a Daze.
Okay. Fighting on the stack.
He drew a Fatal Push, a Kaido. It looks like a land. Mm-hmm. And is that 2 or 3 more lands? It might be 2 lands and a Nihil Spellbomb.
Let's see. Gustavo certainly looks on the back foot here. Tom has got a nice board presence with Tamio, making clues, Goyf. Okay. Double crack of the Pluto Deltas. At 9. Wow, yeah, okay. We're assuming that he's going to put down that fatal push against the Goyf, right?
I imagine that's what's going to have to happen here because he's already at 9 live.
He's going to have to, right?
And he just got wastelanded off his 3rd land source. Both of them just having basic island and basic swamps in play. Mm-hmm. I imagine this has to be a fatal push on the Nether Goyf. Tamio being a play is annoying, but you have to preserve your life total.
Yeah, okay, so we got fatal push on the stack.
We got Orcish Bowmasters coming into play.
Oh, Bowmasters, I'm sorry, Bowmasters, yeah.
So he has blockers for later. That's kind of what Orcish Bowmaster is going to be at the moment.
Okay, so that's...
And this was on his turn as
okay.
Sorcerer Speed.
Good.
Attack with both, make a clue token.
Jump in.
It did not make the clue token immediately, so that's interesting to see. Okay, there it goes.
Making clues.
Kill the Bowmaster. Drew a Wasteland for a Bargoyf. And that is a chunky boy. We got instant, sorcery, land, creature in the graveyard, so it's at least a 4 or 5.
Okay.
I don't think there's any artifacts or planeswalkers, which would be the other 2 types available to these guys. He has another Nether Goyf, which is also, they're also 4 or 5s.
Attack with Tamia making a 3rd clue.
So if he draws the 4th land, he can maybe flip the Tamio just off the clue tokens later.
Yeah.
2 mana for Petty Theft.
Petty
down
Theft.
to
Oh.
Could be the writing on the wall if Gustavo doesn't have a response.
What is the response to the Petty Theft? Okay. Paying 3.
Alright, he just recast a Bargoyf.
Okay. On an adventure.
All right, he plays his own Bargoyf.
Okay, he's checking card types, I guess, in graveyard to see how.
Yeah, just to make sure, see if it's not bigger than a 4/5.
Okay.
I imagine that's what it is. I don't think there's any other card types in the graveyard. It is 4/5.
Okay. I don't know, man. Gustavo's he's got to make something happen. There's a lot on Tom's side of the battlefield, guys. Now, what newer players should really pay attention to in Legacy? Yes, a lot of Legacy decks require and demand duels, but certainly basics have their place too. There's a lot of wasteland play, so it really, really behooves a lot of players to have those basic lands in play just to preserve their mana base.
So it looks like we have another Fatal Push on a Bargoyf. And we have a Nihil Spell Bomb coming in. Bargoyf for the attack.
Yep.
And now he gets to return a creature card from his graveyard.
Okay.
Or amongst the cards that he mills, looks like it's going to be another Bargoyf.
And you said that has lifelink, right? Correct.
It does.
Okay, so that's pretty big.
Yeah, he'll getting to gain 4 life there definitely helps. It makes it to where he doesn't just get one shot by these Nethergoyfs.
Yeah.
And he has the Nihil Spellbomb to be able to shrink them.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Looks like Tom's opting to cycle some clue tokens so he can be able to try to find some resources.
Yeah.
Wastelands do help taking your opponent off resources, but they also take you off your resources. Alright, so he's going to just take the 8.
And Tamio is attacking, so make another clue, right? We're gonna go back up
Correct.
3 clues.
He didn't draw land.
Okay. Alright, let's see.
See if Gustavo can put something together. He does have this Nihil Spellbomb, so this is coming a bit down to the wire. Notably, Tom doesn't have any blockers. And he is going to go and crack this Nihil Spellbomb, so those Nethergoyfs are just going to be 0/1s.
That's a huge
His
nerf.
Bargoyf could be something. I think he also has the 4 types. It's going to be 5 types now because of the artifact.
Okay.
He draws a Wasteland.
So that life link is really
Does gain 5. He milled 5.
okay.
Didn't mill a creature.
Okay. Force.
Looks like a bunch of lands.
Okay.
Tom concedes. Interesting. Okay. Well, game 3 goes to Gustavo, so I guess we'll go ahead and check out the other game that's going on.
All right. Okay.
And it looks like they're also done. All right, well, audience, chat will be back after this round is over. We'll have you back with a couple more feature matches for round 2. But the match goes to Gustavo on Dimir, winning the Dimir Mirror. Thank y'all.
All right, chat. We are updating our overlays. We have Joe on Demir, and we're going to have Nate on Oops All Spells.
Blake.
Sorry, say again?
Blake.
Oh, sorry, Blake on Oops. Sorry. So I would imagine, Caleb, that this is going to be a pretty fast match, at least for the feature match, right?
I agree.
Oops is going to do its thing really fast or not, so we'll see.
All good.
Okay. Joe B on Demir.
I have to control this
Okay.
here.
Oops, all spells. Now, what are your thoughts, Caden, on Oops? Are you a fan of Oops? Do you think it should be?
I guess they're
format?
waiting on us.
Oh, okay. We're going to give them a thumbs up to let them. They're trying to make sure they know when to start, so we're going to really give them the thumbs up. Sorry, Caden. Are you a fan of Oops? I know there's. I would argue it seems like some witch hunting going on to try to get Oops out of the format.
I'm
What are your thoughts?
actually a fan of how the deck plays. I've always been kind of like a I really like games where it's like you either win fast or you lose fast.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Whenever I personally do play Legacy, I usually play Burn. So I'm
No,
kind
we
of,
played Burn. Yeah. Yeah.
So I like to know pretty quickly what my results are going to look like.
Okay.
Oops versus Demir is kind of a rough matchup for the Oops player because Demir does traditionally have a lot of counter magic.
Yeah.
But sometimes they can really get those lucky starts. And I believe Blake was on one of the teams that we played against yesterday for my trio team.
Okay.
Their entire team played Oops All Spells in all three slots in the Modern, Legacy, and Vintage
Okay,
slot.
so how do you play Oops in Modern? I don't follow Modern.
So you just play Chart Belcher, and you
it's a Belcher deck. Okay.
yeah. So you just play.
Gotcha.
So you play Belcher, or you play. You could also win through the Storm Dragon, Storm Scion. Which has Storm.
Okay.
And it's a 4/4 dragon with all dragons you control get +1/+1 for each other one that they control. And let's see, it's just other dragons get +1/+1, I think. But like the more you have, the stronger they get. And he also plays with like it's the Bitter Union, so that means that they get to pay one, sacrifice that enchantment, and all creatures they control gain haste. So you just attack with a bunch of hasty dragons.
That's cool. Okay. All right, so we're resolving a Thoughtseize. So I see Simian Spirit Guides, that Pact of Negation.
Pact of Negation.
Rebecca Gay, Dark Ritual, good art there. Is that one of the spies? I don't know which one.
Yeah, it looks like
Two
Informer
spies.
and Spy.
Oh, both of those. Okay,
and then Dread Return of Boggart Trawler.
Boggart Trawler. Okay, gotcha.
I would feel really comfortable taking the Boggart Trawler if I was a Joe seat.
Okay.
Because that would be their black source. But the
'cause
problem
it
is
got
if he
land on the backside. Yep.
if he just draws a black source, then he could probably just win on that turn. Because he has the 4 mana to be able to cast either Spy and activate or cast Balustrade Spy.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, because he's got the Simian Spirit Guide in the Dark Ritual.
So I can see the Dark Ritual being the take here, and that's what he agrees.
Okay.
So that tells me that Joe does not have 2 counter spells, because otherwise he could just fight the Pact of Negation. Just let the Pact resolve the counter in the next spell.
And then they lose.
And then they lose the Pact trigger.
Okay.
But yeah, it looks like Dark Rit was the pick.
Okay.
Now, looking at Blake's list, let's see how many. It's going to be really hard to tell which spells are lands. So he does play like 2 Chrome Mox, 4 Lotus Petal. He plays a Jack-o'-lantern for mana source out of the graveyard.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of that.
Looks like he plays some Fel the Profane, some Agadeem's Awakening, 4, 3, 11 real black sources. And we'll see if he's able to find some more mana sources. Looks like Joe has another Thoughtseize. Sees an Elvish Spirit Guide, though, he's drawing.
Okay.
And a Boggart Trawler.
I would take the Trawler, right?
I imagine. The Elvish Spirit Guide must have been in the hand, and I didn't see it because
Did he just draw into that? I don't think
he had to have drawn two cards here. I'm confused.
I certainly didn't see.
I didn't see a second trawler, and I didn't see the Elvish Spirit Guide. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and he was on the draw. I'm interested to know, did he draw an extra card somehow?
Did we miss a turn?
I think Joe is also trying to put together how he drew two cards. I think we might have a judge call here because it looked.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go get a judge for us.
We have Caleb right outside, and this is okay. Yep, we're certainly this is a judge call is coming into play. And again, for everyone in chat, for folks that are maybe not as familiar with Comp REL Magic, there's no takesies backsies for sure, and we have a really professional, solid judge staff here. We have 5 judges on hand that are going to keep the matches moving forward, and then pivot towards some of our side events later this afternoon. But it looks like we're getting a judge to help out. We got a swarm of judges over here right outside of the booth for the feature match. So these things happen, and we'll see what the verdict is. So. Caden is coming right back with some updates. What you got for us, Caden?
All right, so I explained the situation to the judges as we saw the issue.
Yep.
Looks like Joe also was pausing the situation to try to figure out the issue. Looks like we do have our judge John White in there trying to figure out the situation. And hopefully we get this issue resolved.
Okay.
Perhaps do we want to just watch and see how this resolves, or do we want to go over to the other match?
I think we can watch see how this resolves. I just let's see what's.
So the way that this ruling would work, Joe gets to pick 2 cards.
Yeah,
one of them will be
double
discarded,
process.
and one of them will be shuffled back into the deck.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know if that was a whoops, oops, pun intended, with maybe new card sleeves and stuff. I know that a lot of folks, before I ever played a Comp REL event, I usually try to have like really, really fresh new sleeves.
Right.
Like you sleeve up with a fresh set, you shuffle them a few times because you don't want any shenanigans with marked cards or any dents or dings. So perhaps that was just a function of just draw an extra card.
This is definitely a benefit of having a stream and being able to watch the cards live. And, we're able to catch these mistakes, especially with Thoughtseize of their cast, and we're able to keep track of what cards are in each other's hands. Especially whenever it was really easy to know that there's only one land source before and only two other land spells. It's definitely going to be nice to see how this resolves. Mm-hmm. Definitely some nice little action for us here in the streaming booth.
Yeah. I'm sure this will not be the last judge call we see today in this 144-player legacy event, for sure.
And we're going to be playing 8 rounds of Swiss today, in addition to the top 8. So it looks like we're shuffling the Dark Ritual back into the deck.
Okay.
So that is going to be the drawing extra card. Blake is certainly going to receive a warning for drawing too many cards, or it's going to be like card in the wrong area. I'm not exactly sure what the specific ruling on that is, but it's going to be a warning. And we're going to be discarding the Boggart Trawler, so it gets rid of both sources. And we still have an Elvis Spirit Guide and an Elvis Spirit Guide.
So I see a Simeon. And then the 2 spies.
There should be a Boggart Trawler.
We have John here.
We have John in the
one of our
booth.
lead judges. John, you want to give us some feedback on what was your ruling, or like what did you see from your lens?
So, based on the discussion with the 2 players,
okay,
when he laid out his hand previously, one of the cards was probably stuck underneath another one because he did keep a hand of 7 cards.
Okay.
But when Joe looked at it, he only saw 6 cards.
Oh, okay.
And so one of them was probably stuck underneath. Since the extra card, they decided that he should have had 7 cards, and he drew another card. And then this turn, there were 2 unknown cards. So
okay.
at this point, we do have an extra card that was drawn. That is a hidden card error. And so Joe was able to select 1 card to put back in to shuffle back into the library, which he chose the Elder Spirit Guide.
Okay.
Which he shuffled back in, and then we continued to resolve the Thoughtseize.
Okay.
On that, it's an unfortunate series of events, but that's how we have to resolve it to be consistent.
Yeah, and I don't see a boggart trawler in play for Blake. So it looks
I think
like
they hit the wastelanded. Yeah.
Okay, got wastelanded. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
All right, well, appreciate
it,
that,
John. Thank you.
Glad we were able to catch that, and Joe, I'm sure he was able to catch it really quickly, but we wanted to make sure that it was resolved quickly.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we're cracking a fetch over here on Joe's side. And again, hats off to the judge staff here at Game HQ hosting the Landrun, and judges all over that keep these tournaments running straight and narrow.
Double nine-heel spell bomb. So that's going to be really hard for Blake to be able to win through.
Okay, yeah, okay. You're saying there's a way.
It feels like that the only way that he's going to be able to really win here is going to be through, I imagine, Charbelcher?
Jeez.
Yeah.
So it's going to cut off a lot of the graveyard shenanigans we're trying to pop off in the graveyard with this.
So he did draw Black Source.
Okay.
He does have a lot of cards in hand, 7.
Thoughtseize again.
Third Thoughtseize. So you'll be able to see at least 5 cards that we should know about.
That's the Jack-o'-lantern.
So the new cards are Jack-o'-lantern and Lotus
Petal. Okay.
And okay. He's able to note because of the Jack-o'-lantern, he can pay for the Informer ability. Might have to just be take an Informer or take a Spy. Does opt to take the Informer. Joe taking his time to write down these cards to make sure that there's no confusion in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And opts to play a very, very big Murktide Regent.
Okay, yeah, that's going to be huge.
It's going to have 4 counters.
Okay.
That is a 7/7 Murktide Regent.
Yeah.
That's a 3-turn clock.
Yeah.
Joe himself is at 12 between his 2 fetches and 3 Thoughtseizes.
Yeah.
He draws another Spy.
Okay.
Let's see. Plays out the Jack-o'-lantern. Makes sense. And that's really all he can do. Goes ahead and plays out the Lotus Petals. Well, he thinks that the coast is clear. There is a world where maybe he can get there next turn. We're going to see what kind of draw he can make.
So hitting for 7.
Back to 13. Right down to 13.
Okay.
It's one of the 3-turn clocks. Passes back.
Now, Nihil Spellbomb, does that remove cards from target player's graveyard, or is it opponent's?
It's target player.
So he could Nihil Spellbomb himself
If
to
he
grow the
wanted.
Goyf.
To grow the Murktide Regent?
Yeah, sorry,
yes.
let's just grow the Murktide. Yeah. That's, I know a lot of folks missed that last line of text on Murktide. Where if any, it was, sorry,
Anytime,
instance or source,
anytime I leave.
is it instance or sorceries? I think it's not.
Instance or
Okay, yeah, sorry, not lands. Okay, yeah.
Alright, so he draws a Chrome Mox, so he does draw another colored source for next turn.
Oh, okay.
However, he's kind of facing the same. He's facing out 2 Nihil Spellbombs.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard to win through those unless he draws exactly Charbelcher.
Okay.
He does go ahead and concede. All right, so we have Joe winning game 1.
Okay. So we'll have oops on the play, which is probably where oops certainly want to be on the play. So let's think about some. Okay, so, Caden, what are we thinking about with sideboards? I'm not super familiar with Blake sideboard, but we've got the melee data, we've got the Oracle right here, but
so this was why Blake wasn't able to win with Charbelcher in the main deck, because he has 4 Goblin Charbelcher in the sideboard. And because Joe is playing these main board Nihil spell bombs, and probably there might be some Leela out of the Voids. We'll have to look here in a second.
Okay.
But I imagine these Goblin Charbelchers are going to be coming out of the sideboard.
Okay.
There's also 3 Duress, 4 Ley Line of the Void, and 4 Nature's Claims. If there were any cards to be brought, it would be either Duress or Goblin Charbelcher, I imagine.
Okay, from Blake. Okay.
From Blake. And then looking at Joe, let's go over to, they're at table 28, so we're going to get there. For Joe, he's got some force negations. I can see,
so I can see those coming in.
He has Null Rod, so if he expects Goblin Charbelcher, he could bring in Null Rod.
Shut down artifacts. Get good.
He also has Consigned to Memory, which could stop the triggered ability of Balustrade Spy and the Goblin Charbelcher. It wouldn't be able to stop the Informer or the Spies because
it counters a color spell or a triggered ability. Okay, gotcha. Yep. Okay, that's pretty cool.
He also has Harbinger of the Seas to be able to just turn off all the black sources of his opponent.
Yeah, that's probably not bad because all the NDFC lands, the black lands, etc. Okay.
And let's see, he has. I'm going to double check and make sure that this isn't something. And that's probably what he would be bringing in. Either Harbinger of the Seas, perhaps Consigned to Memory and Null Rods, and Force Negations. Those are the options that I see out of his sideboard. He also has some Hydro Blast, some Barrogoyf, Powder Keg, Hole Breacher, and Graph Digger's Cage. Graph Digger's Cage could be an option as well.
Yeah. Simple to cast, 1 mana. Right?
Yeah, so it stops half the combo. It stops the main deck combos.
Oh, they're cutting decks right now. We're going to flip screen back to the players. Give us 1 second, chat. All right. And we tried to straighten out that the round display up at the top of the screen to show that Blake is on 1 loss and Joe's on 1 win, 0-1. So Blake's certainly going first. I assume that he's looking for an explosive start to try to get back that loss.
Yeah, definitely look at maybe get a turn 1 win, hope maybe turn 2. Earlier the better.
Yeah. Now one thing for folks in chat that haven't played in a comp REL tournament with this high of stakes, with Ancestral Recall up for grabs again, is mental fatigue. So like trying to grind out in years of old when control was really viable in Legacy, we all know it's really not right now. Really, really tough on that mental cognitive load. Oops, I'm not saying it's an easy deck, but just you can kind of get in there, you're either going to win or not, and then have that time in between rounds for pacing yourself, getting a drink, going to the restroom, and really you're not going to be mentally taxed and running to turns, right?
Exactly.
That's a big issue.
So that's another reason why. So I've played in a lot of big tournaments, a lot of tournaments, a lot of rounds, especially a lot of RCs, and. That's why I'm always a really big fan of early concessions as well. Even though a lot of people say that you should play to outs, if you only have 1 out or 2 outs, and there's like a lot of writing on the wall, and if those 1 or 2 outs aren't even guaranteed victory, I'm a big fan of just go ahead and moving on to the next game because it does help with that mental fatigue. And it makes it to where you have plenty of time left in the round to be, like I said, go get a drink, go get a snack, go use the restroom. Because it is really difficult to try to be able to use a restroom in between these rounds if you're taking 40, 50-minute games every round.
And I know that we have a handful of restrooms here at Game HQ, wonderful LGS, a really premier very large LGS here in Oklahoma, but like if you go to like a Grand Prix or like a Magic Con or any of those larger events, like there's usually a line to the restrooms. So unless you have a quick win or loss in a round to hit the restroom, could be a factor, you know. So.
Yeah, especially like because if you're because as Funky Make EVX suggests that you could ask a judge for a bathroom break. You do end up putting your opponent, you're having to like delay their time. You're going to end up getting a time extension. It ends up making both your and your opponent's time longer, especially if you're playing a longer match. And it can stretch out the rounds, and it's a tough time. Looks like we do have a mulligan for Blake. Looks like Joe has opted to keep 7.
So a question for you, Kate. How well does Oops mulligan? Do you lose a lot of velocity if you're going to 6, going to 5? Like, I don't know how well.
For the Oops all spells?
Yeah.
I imagine 5 cards probably were like 4 is going to be really tough to win.
Okay.
You would have to have probably the exact perfect 4, and the chances of that are really difficult.
Okay.
Imagine 5 is as low as you can probably go at a profitable amount, especially against a mirror. The lower amount of cards that you have, the harder it is to win, especially whenever you know that Joe is going to have Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
And you also you're going to have to fight through counter magic. You're not gonna, if you're trying to win on turn 1, you're not going to be able to have to fight through a daze. You'll certainly have to fight through some force wills and the force negations that are going to be coming out of Joe's sideboard.
So we're looking at his hand.
So I do see.
I see a petal.
2 petals. It looks like. Is that a
Thoughtseize? Yeah, it's a Thoughtseize.
Looks like a spy. Not seeing any other colored sources outside of those petals unless there's a magic one in there. It looks like he is opting to go ahead and mulligan to 5.
We're going to 5, Chad. Wow. Okay.
This is going to have to be a really good 5. Otherwise, I can already maybe hear the fat lady singing.
Yeah, Joe just could come with just an avalanche. You know, getting a good early board presence. You know, sticking a Tameo, Bowmasters, just some really impactful 1 mana and 2 mana spells, and really just start.
This is the tempo version, Bender. There's not even a copy of Reanimate in the list, I don't think.
Okay.
We're going to double check.
We're taking a look right now there, Bender. We'll tell you.
Yeah, there's no Reanimate spells at all. He's playing 2 Kaidos. He is playing 4 Tameo.
Yeah.
And he's playing 2 Belfast and he's playing the 2 Murtai Regents that the other Dimir players weren't playing.
Okay, yeah, we'll add that to the label. That's a good put. Get us 1 second, okay? Dimir tempo. Okay, you guys should see that in on chat. Good. Okay. Okay. So Blake has a mighty hand of 5. I can't really tell what he has. Joe is playing land, crack thought.
All right, so we do get to see. We get to see the Charm Belcher out of the sideboard. Dark Ritual, Nature's Claim for Ley Line to the Void, Thoughtseize, and Dark Ritual. I imagine Nature's Claim is probably also for the Nihil Spellbomb.
Okay.
It is a 0-lander. I imagine it's just take the Dark Ritual and.
Okay, yeah, and then really just put Blake in a series of turns, like it's.
Because like I was saying, bold to 5, like going below 5 in this deck is really difficult. So you kind of have to just pray that you hit one of your 11 land sources. But the Dimir deck already does a really good job of playing against somebody with even cards in their hand.
Okay.
If you have even less cards, it's really difficult to fight through those Thoughtseizes. So we do take the Thoughtseize. Joe's take some notes, write down these cards, and hopefully no extra cards are drawn. Alright, let's see what Blake draws. He draws a Duress. It's not able to be cast.
No.
He does bring in the Null Rod that I had talked about out of his sideboard.
Ooh,
so
that's an expensive sideboard card there, Chad. Woo. Because that shuts on all activated abilities of artifacts, correct?
Yeah, so that Goblin Charm Belter is no longer going to be good unless He could go ahead and burn his green source out of his Elvish Spirit Guide, and Nature's claim this.
Oh, okay.
But this is going to be tough. Wow. I almost wouldn't be. So this is where I'm still a fan of the early concessions.
Yeah.
Sense of where I can almost feel like I would concede if I was in Blake's seat. Just go take a break.
Go get a snack, clear your mind for 30, 45 minutes. Yeah.
If you're a fan of nicotine, go take a smoke break or go get you a Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
As that's the more popular drink here in Oklahoma.
Okay, so we have a nice. I'm going to make comments on this. A nice foil Mercadian masks. Brainstorm, beautiful, nice card, pricey card.
And then a showcase foil Tamio that's going to flip off the
quite a bling deck. Oh, and I just now noticing that his Wasteland that's a gorgeous deck Joe has. That's really nice looking. So
it's always a pleasure to see Joe play. It's definitely exciting. And I will say for the audience that we are randomizing these table numbers. I'm taking a random number generator. So this time there were, I want to say, 47 tables that I had to do it between. I did it between 1 and 41 tables, and I had to choose 2 random numbers, and this was table 28. And so even though Joe probably sees a lot of coverage just because of his name, it's definitely cool that we randomly got to have Joe on here anyway. He may not think it was random, but it certainly was. We're randomizing the table numbers before the pairings are even drawn, and then we have the judges on standby to just grab them up as soon as they sit down.
Look at that board state, Joe.
The Tamio is ready to ultimate. He's got a Nihil spell upon Dole Rod. You got Beta dual lands.
Yeah, good looking Black Hole duels. Yeah.
Blake really should be seeing the writing on the wall here.
So when he ultimates Tamio, her ultimate's a -7. You get the emblem, no max hand size. If you haven't pulled that off, Chad, I strongly encourage you to throw Tamio in your deck and try to tick her up and ultimate her. It's a lot of fun. So she's
getting to have half the deck in your hand, and you don't have to worry about having to discard the hand size anymore.
Yeah.
Makes those Force of Wills feel really nice.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having 25 or 30 cards in your hand, which is a lot of fun.
There we go.
Here we go. Ultimate. And I can't remember if it's round up or round down. It kind of doesn't matter. He's going to have 25 or 30 cards in his hands.
So Joe does get the victory.
Okay.
So we're going to see if we can find our backup match and see what we have going on here.
All right, chat. So backup matches coming up. These players are playing right adjacent to us. We do need to see if they can start using the light pad. I'll do that.
Yeah, go ahead and name that to them.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and get these names and deck lists updated. So right now we have John Wynn versus Nate Perigo. Give us a moment while we try and go ahead and get these names and deck lists updated.
Okay, hey chat, we just went to our backup match. We will update, or did you already? Yeah, we've got
getting one of them.
Oh, yeah, we're getting one of the name updates, but we are on our backup match, which I know you mentioned it was Nadu. I assume the Nadu player's on the right.
Yeah, and it is not the traditional cephalic breakfast.
Okay.
It is just Nadu. Just Nadu.
Oh, okay. Okay. So is that like a Bant Nadu?
Yeah, it is
Okay,
Bant
Bant
Nadu.
Nadu. Okay.
Unfortunately, we don't know what the win-loss ratio is here, so we'll have to just be satisfied with what it looks like at the moment.
Yeah, and we're just now getting the camera put on screen, so the players are adjusting, or the life totals rather, get put on screen so that way you guys can see that. So. Okay, so what is that a proxy of? Is that Volcanic Island or Tropical Island?
Yeah, so it is a tropical island that is on Nate's side. A really nice pleasure of the Landrun is that any card that's on the reserve list, you are allowed to proxy. We don't do any like the paper in the sleeves that adds to the thickness. It needs to be a wrote-in card or a printed card that's like of the same list.
So Noxious Survival, Brainstorm, and is that the Bristly Bill or something like that?
That is a Bristly Bill.
Bristly Bill, okay, yeah.
So it's really similar to what the modern version was running, but instead he's getting to run Nomads and Core. He's running Keen-Eyed Curator, which the modern list wasn't running before.
Okay.
He gets Green Says Zenith now. You get that in modern now, but we didn't have it back then when Nadu was legal. Because it wasn't legal when Nadu was legal. It is legal now.
Okay.
And he also has Ponder and Preordained, which Preordained was not in the format when Nadu was. And then Force of Will, Swords to Plowshares, and then he has a main board Soul Guide Lantern. And it's definitely which we do see in play right now.
All right, we're cracking a Misty. Don't know what Nate's going to grab. What would you grab here? You already have one dual land in play. Would you grab a basic in fear of a waste? Okay, we grab a Tundra.
Tundra is probably.
Tundra, okay.
Whenever you're a 3-color deck, it's really hard to play basics.
Okay, you've got to really fix that mana base. Okay.
Looks like they're only opting to play one of each basic in this deck.
Okay.
For the Bant Nadu, for his sideboard, he has 2 mainboard endurance, and then he has 2 more sideboard endurance. He also has a couple of more Swords to Plowshares. He has a Force Negation for the Reanimate spells, and he has a Fairy Time Rattler.
Okay.
And we're going to go look and see what the sideboard list on the Reanimator deck has.
While he's doing that, I'm going to make some comments on John's. Got some really beautiful cards, a lot of signatures. I see that Therese Nielsen signed original Force of Wills. His original Thought Seizes, I believe, are also signed in, I think that's, I don't know if it's a Polluted Delta, but it's a fetch land, I believe, on the bottom, also signed. So big fan of signed cards, which is pretty neat.
So it looks like the targets that we have for the Reanimate spells are Attraction and Arconic Cruelty. We have one of each of those in the main.
Okay.
And then out of the sideboard, for whenever it comes to being able to play against this Nadu deck, he does have 3 Fatal Push. He has a couple of Assigned Memories if he's wanting to counter any like the colorless spells, but I imagine he's not going to want to do that. Maybe a Bitter Triumph, and we do have a Null Rod, but I would have to look and see if he's on the Shuko. So he does have 1 Shuko to be able to grab in the Nadu list, so if he wanted to bring a Null Rod for that, I doubt it. Maybe even Surgical Extraction to be able to take out all the Nadus if he's able to get one in the graveyard. Does look like he's a little flooded for the Reanimator player. He does have a Murktide in hand. He has a Wastelands.
Nice.
And plays out the Wasteland. Doesn't use it immediately, so that should be a tell that he needs that mana source.
Okay.
Looks like we do have an Endurance inside the Nadu's hand player, and he has a Nadu for the deck's namesake. Opts to play the Nadu, and it can't be countered because it's Delighted Halfling.
Oh, okay. That's, yeah, okay.
Because it's a legendary spell, Delighted Halfling makes it uncounterable. And this could get ugly once this Nadu resolves.
Okay.
Looks like he has a Prismatic Ending in hand.
Okay.
Didn't even realize he was playing Prismatic Ending. He has 2 Prismatic Endings in the sideboard. I didn't think that was a card he would bring in. So I'm unclear on what cards. So maybe by playing the land, he'd be able to trigger the Bristly Bill to be able to target something to trigger Nadu.
Okay.
I'm unclear if John's just wanting to just kill the Bristly Bill now. If he has a removal spell. If he does have a removal spell, he should be killing the Bristly Bill.
Because is Bristly Bill going to be the enabler to start triggering, getting all the
it would be a single enabler.
Okay.
It would help Nate be able to dig more.
Okay.
But it's only every time a land enters. So if he doesn't have a land on top, it would essentially just be draw a card.
Okay, we're tapping to...
He does opt to go ahead and petty theft the Bristly Bill back to hand.
Hey guys, chat, one of the judges gave us some feedback. There was a rules question that popped up about Bristly Bill and the interaction with Nadu. To what we were just talking about with Caden right here. So, Kraken Wasteland hitting that tundra, beautiful tundra. Another wasteland. Murktide, okay.
I imagine he should be go ahead and just using this wasteland immediately.
Yeah, really knock Nate off of a lot of that mana. Okay.
He does.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's pretty crippling.
And
So
it
Nate
doesn't look
is
like he drew a land.
Yeah, Nate is in a tough spot for sure. And that Murktide has 3+1/+1 counters, so she's a 6/6.
That's correct.
That's pretty nice. Okay, that's clock, right?
Yeah, so that for based off this board state, it would be a 3-turn clock.
Yeah.
He does have a blocker with Nadu, but it's just a 3/4 at the moment.
Okay.
He's probably just going to go and take the 6, so he'll be going to 12. There we go. I'm getting the iPad updated for us. Thank you, Nate.
Right.
Looks like he drew another non-land. Looking really tough for the Nadu player. Oh, he did draw land. Okay, it's a Beseiju. Okay.
I love that land.
Cast an uncounterable Bristly Bill.
Okay.
But he can't play another land this turn because he's already played 8 land. So he won't be able to trigger the Nadu. So it's looking like he's going to have to hope to set up for next turn. He's going to read both of these cards.
Checking some interaction.
I really do love that he has every card signed. Like you said,
Yeah.
I'm a really big fan of signed cards too.
Yeah.
Anytime I come across an artist that has signatures of cards that I want, it always looks great.
Yeah, I really like signed cards. I've got a handful of cards in my old school deck signs, some of my commander decks. My legacy decks don't have a ton of signatures, but I'm working on it. So.
All right. So looks like we did draw a land for the Bristly Bill, and it's a fetch land on top of that. So
So it's gonna boom boom.
yeah, he's gonna be able to trigger at least twice. It looks like he's targeting the Delighted Halfling first.
Okay.
And it looks like that's going to be able to resolve, and there doesn't seem to be anything from John. All right, so he gets to reveal a Dryad Arbor, gets put into play, which triggers the Bristly Bill.
Oh,
Targets
okay.
the Light Halfling and put it inside a Caracas.
Okay.
Another Dryad Arbor.
Okay.
And a Forest, targeting the Dryad Arbor for the second time. Shuko.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
This is looking really good for the Nadu player.
Do
What
the
a turn
thing.
of events.
Do the thing.
From just a Beseiju and had no lands in play to a Beseiju to being able to rip a land off the top.
Okay.
Cast a Shuko.
And then now we can go infinite right with Nadu, like attach, retach, and all that.
Hard
Yeah,
cast, harsh negation.
Ooh.
Okay, so he does have a fetch lane to be able to
Okay.
go ahead and get this generator back up and going again. He does have an endurance in his hand to be able to kind of.
Misty gets cracked.
Imagine this has got to be for a tropical island. It's got to be for a green source.
Okay.
Unless both tropical islands have already been played. Because he grabs a tundra. So he wants a second white source. I know he has a prismatic ending in hand. So that could be to use to get
He's
rid
still
of.
at 6. I mean, Nate's doing some really neat stuff, but he's still at 6, you know.
And he's going to have to use his Nadu to block if he doesn't hard cast this endurance.
Okay.
Does find a fetch land. Oh, that's
Oh.
huge. Finds another land. Oh.
Here we go. Green
Finds
sun.
a Green Sun Zenith.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So now he has another fetch land to be able to do the process one last time. So as you can tell, he's moving his cards from left to right to be able to show that he's how many times each Nadu each card has been targeted.
Okay.
So usually the tradition is everything on the far right, it hasn't been targeted yet. Everything in the middle, it has been targeted once. Everything on the left has been targeted twice.
Okay, gotcha.
This Nadu player has definitely done a very good job. It feels like he should have the game under lock, especially if this Green Sun Zenith.
What are we grabbing with Green Sun?
Sylvan Safekeeper easily. Yeah.
Okay, so that protects. Sack of land, right?
Yeah, sack of land, target creature control gains shrouded until its turn, which the target on its own is able to trigger the Nadu.
Okay, so he can sack lands, target Nadu. Okay.
Yeah, so you can target Nadu a second time.
Super cool.
And then you'll be able to do Sylvan Safekeeper twice.
This is super G. That is Bender spot on, man. At 4 life, but Nadu's just running amok, man.
So you'll be able to target the Sylvan Safekeeper, let the Nadu trigger resolve, and then with the trigger on the stack still from Sylvan Safekeeper, it looks like we might be getting a hard cast endurance here.
Okay.
I imagine that's what it's going to be, or it could be a prismatic ending on the Brazen Borrower.
Now here's the thing, though: when Endurance tucks all those cards from the graveyard to the bottom of John's library, did John have any instants or sorceries to
He had one. He had a Force Negation.
He missed that with Murktide.
He missed that trigger for Murktide.
He missed that trigger with Murktide.
Yeah, it should be a 4/4, or it should be a 7/7.
I think Murktide should be.
Well, it's a miss.
It's a miss trigger on John's part. So.
Murktide region was supposed to have gotten the counter from that.
So it's not detrimental.
Yeah, it's not detrimental. I mean, it's pretty. Yeah, we're chat where we had a judge. We just wanted to relay something. We think it's not.
It's a non-detrimental.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just a miss trigger.
Yeah, miss trigger. But something, for folks at home, if you're playing with Murktide, remember, keep an eye on anything, instants or sorceries, even your graveyard, even like an Endurance.
Yeah, especially because of Endurance.
Yeah.
Endurance is a really popular card that gets brought in against Murktide decks. It's really important to be able to try to keep those triggers in mind. So he has an Orcish Bowmasters on top, which that's not really going to help here, especially with the Sylvan Safekeeper in play. Once the Sylvan Safekeeper got into play, it makes it to work, especially with as many lands as he has. All of his creatures are going to have protection now, and he's going to have a really large attack on this next coming turn. Really big swing for the Bant Nadu player from going from 0 lands in play to only having a Seiju to having all lands. Looks like he's starting the process again while he's currently on John's turn. Does find a land, so he triggers the Bristly build. He's going to target the Nadu to put a counter on it. Puts an Endurance in his hand.
Okay.
Does he go ahead and fetch now to be able to trigger the Bristly build? Oh, so he grew the Nadu large enough to be able to block and kill the Murktide region. And him not putting the counter him not putting the counter on that Murktide region made it to where he didn't die, and he does see the writing on the wall. Okay, that's it.
So that missed trigger could wow. Okay.
Reanimator does go ahead and concede, and we're gonna see if they're going to game 3 or if that's just it. Maybe it looks like he's going ahead and grabbing out sideboard cards.
Really good gameplay.
All right,
though.
so that's it.
Interesting gameplay, at least for sure, right?
So that match goes to Bant Nadu. Congratulations to them. And that was Nate. So we got Joe on Demir beating out Oops All Spells. We had Bant Nadu beating out Blue Black Demir. Yeah, these playmats are the playmats of the Oklahoma Landrun for this year, and they're really awesome. We appreciate y'all listening in. We'll get back to y'all whenever round 3 is getting ready to start. Well, folks,
5 seconds. Yeah.
Well, folks, we're just kidding. Looks like we are shuffling up to go to Game 3. But there's only a couple of minutes.
5 minutes, yes.
There's only 5 minutes left on the clock, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see how much time they have before they go to turn.
We're going to hit turns, but this has been an interesting match for sure.
Yeah. So just to clear, the non-detrimental triggers, we do not step in on the match.
Okay.
Because it's not something that's done intentional.
Yep.
And we don't do it intentionally for coverage because that's like outside systems reminding a player.
Yeah, exactly,
It gives
yes.
them a benefit that other players don't have.
Because we're
and that's why
watching
we
them.
don't address
Okay.
non-detrimental triggers.
Hey, chat, that is one of our judges, Caleb, who's just giving us the rundown on the way they're handling these missed triggers. And because we have that extra fidelity between Kate and I watching, that we're not going to give that nudge to the player who missed that trigger for non-detrimental. So just good feedback and iteration with our judge staff, and props to them all across the world, keeping events running straight. So, okay, so we got a hand of 7.
Looks like they both kept 7.
Okay.
We got turn 1, Polluted Delta, turn
Sweet.
1, Tropical Island into Delighted Halfway. So I imagine we're going to have a much better looking land come into play. We got an Undercity Sewers, and looks like it is not signed.
Okay. And players are shuffling with haste because I think they know how quick,
How much time?
how
How
limited
little time?
Little
they
time
have.
is left, you know. So.
Fun fact that the person that did Polluted Delta, he was just now in Las Vegas this year. So
Oh, really?
I actually managed to get my Polluted Delta signed by this gentleman this year.
Okay.
He doesn't get out very often.
Okay.
He was even saying that he had stopped being invited to events.
What?
And it was only this year whenever he finally got to come back.
I'd love to get those signed.
So we do have a brainstorm with the fetch land in play, pretty classic legacy play.
Yep. Go draw 3, put 2 back, crack the fetch, get some
Shuffle those
Yep.
cards away.
Crack that fetch. John has not updated the life pad yet. Maybe they're playing in haste, but we know that John annotated on his notepad that he lost that life or grabbed an underground seed. So, okay, we're doing it. Is it in a turn, Green Sun? Or is that a main
Looks.
phase?
It would have to be main phase
Main
because
phase
that's a
to play land,
sorcery
yeah.
spell.
Oh, it is. Yeah, the play mats, Tyler, they do look good. This is the for the land run. I like this year's better than the one last year. Last year it had kind of like a bison or buffalo on it. It looked neat, but this one looks a little bit more looks a little bit cooler to me. So more fantasy art. Okay, so we just caught a force.
Looks like we have a wasteland on the table. Still just a tropical island in play. It looks like that was a savannah that got wastelanded. We got a fetch for nomads and core.
So nomads on core, that is one of the enablers with Nadu, right? They can just
Correct.
pop off. Oh, okay.
Josh Haps is in the house today. He is signing things. I believe he is the artist of the T-shirt of the
Playmat.
playmat. You are able to get your playmat signed by him if you were to buy it. He's also signing any cards. He has proofs in here. Also, the winner of today's event will get either a sketch or a painting done by Josh Haas.
Yeah.
So we have a Nadu in play. We have an Orcish Bowmasters in play on one side. We got already lower life totals, 14 to 12.
Okay, they caught that up. That's good.
Could be interesting to see how this plays out for the Dimir player. Nadu player already has 5 lands to play, while he himself only has 2.
Okay, I'm looking at the time. We are at 8 seconds left. We're about to go to turns, chat. I can see the time right here. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. 18 seconds left.
Oh no, that's we're already in turn.
Oh,
so
sorry,
so they're going to be on turn 0.
Gotcha. Yeah, turn 0.
This may have been the match where there was a restroom situation and they had to be excused away, so they might have a time extension. And I believe one of the players had to use the restroom at the beginning of the round, just like one of the things that we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So even though they're already one of the last matches to still be playing, they're going to have a little bit of a time extension. We do have an endurance, but it doesn't look like it resolved because of a force.
I think force pitch cameo right there at the very edge of the screen.
Yeah, he has 2 different exile zones, it appears.
Oh, that's kind of okay.
A little funky, but they're trying to play in haste.
Yeah.
As you can see that there's a lot of quick actions happening here. They're trying to play as fast as possible. Does look like an endurance finally got the resolve. But it was he stole the endurance?
Okay.
I wonder what spell resolved to make that happen. We happened to look away from the table and didn't get to quite see it.
We're talking with one of our tech guys. Sorry, we missed how that endurance landed on John's side of the table.
He cast a reanimate.
Oh, okay. He reanimated Nate's endurance. Gotcha.
They just started turns.
Okay, they're just in turns. Okay.
Just started turns. Okay.
So that means that we're on turn 0. We do have Nomads in core with Nadu, so he's going to be able to do this a couple of times.
Okay.
Land. And that's the last time that Nadu could be targeted.
Ooh,
Draws a swords.
Okay.
It's a nice draw. Probably just go ahead and hard cast the endurance now. I imagine they just go ahead and shuffle.
Tuck away that.
Maybe that
graveyard.
Force of Will. Just go ahead and put that and the rest of the graveyard back in play.
Okay, yep. So John's getting his graveyard shuffled up, bottom of his library.
And then we're going to be able to have, we have 2 targets in endurance that put in a land and grab to a Shuko.
Okay.
Goes in and makes the endurance a 4/4, so it's going to beat that endurance in combat.
Okay, yeah.
Life totals are both at 7, so the Swords of Plowshare does have the benefit. Oh, so he's doing this on.
Okay, boom. We're going, Chad. We're going.
So he's doing all of the Nomad and core triggers at John's upkeep so that he could be able to hurry up and draw a bunch of cards and maybe put a bunch of lands in play. Notably, looks like he drew some Veil of Summers. He has a Teferi. He has a Swords to be able to clear some blockers.
Size, jeez. Yeah, the Veil Summers.
So imagine this could be like Teferi, bounce the tokens, swords, the Orcish Bowmasters, and then he'll have a 4/4.
Yeah, Nate is a really adept knotted player, like really keeping track of everything. To your point about knowing what's been targeted how many times, that's a lot to keep up with. Wow.
Prismatic endings for
Just
the
go.
endurance. So he has a removal spell for all 3 blockers.
Yeah,
He
can
has
just
lethal
push.
on board,
He can
and he
just
has a
put-
Teferi. He
can
should
just
just go
push
ahead and
through.
end it now.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, this is GG's, right, chat?
Yeah, he should just go ahead and end it. He can bounce the token with
Yeah.
the Teferi, swords the Orcish Bowmasters, put his opponent to 8, prismatic ending the endurance.
Could be just burning time, and they could be getting a drink of water or chatting with a friend. You know, this is the inevitable.
Both players should see the writing on the wall from the cards that are in Nate's hand. All he has to do is just cast these spells, and John can't respond to him because he can't cast any spells. So he casts. Okay, he's spinning the wheel
We're
some
just
more,
going now.
wasting
We're just going.
wasting time. Unclear. So he only attacks with Nausea.
GG's. Okay, I saw the
So-
handshake. Is that a handshake?
I think it was trying to
Handing the
hand
call.
him the endurance and
Okay, I didn't know if it
acting
was a
like robbed
handshake
it.
or just the hand in the
Maybe he
endurance
just
back.
doesn't see the win in his hands, and that's what happened here. Maybe he didn't want to like sword something and risk him gaining life.
Okay. Okay, delighted halfling, right? Another swords. Interesting mismatch. 4 different arts for swords, I assume. He's got at least 3 different arts displayed. He has their original swords. Yeah. Okay. GG, man. Isn't this just game?
It was game before he went to
like
combat.
minutes ago. Yeah, like it's. I mean, look at that hand size. Look at the board state, the lands.
Maybe he doesn't have enough fetchables in his deck to be able to cast all the spells that I was seeing. But
Oh,
he's tapped
okay,
enough.
yeah.
He's tapped the source for Delighted Halfling.
Okay.
Tapped the source for the second Encore. That's
Okay.
a green and a white source. And I see another untapped white source. Unless my eyes are just incredible. I don't know why he's
So it's,
discarding all of his removal spells.
what?
I am utterly confused.
Okay, yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know. This is this is. I thought this would have been wrapped up a few minutes ago, and we'd be tidying up the play area. But, like, what does John have in his hand? Okay, we're just going. Ponder.
So we're doing the thing
Green
again.
Sun. Sylvan Safekeeper, right? Bristly Bill.
I've certainly heard the term playing with your food.
Yeah. Like a spider. Okay. And then we're just gonna just. Okay, so we're dropping.
Bristly Bill, so now he's going to be looking to put lands into play to be able to put counters on stuff.
It's a lot of triggers and stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay, Sylvan
Cast the
Safekeeper.
Silver. Opts to go to 3. Good. Luckily, this isn't vintage for John to just have Ancestral Recall and target him. Could be a play that we see tomorrow.
Yeah. Now, did you say, are you playing tomorrow, Kate? Are you playing?
No, I will be
vintage?
commentating here as well.
Oh, you okay? Yeah, we've got a handful of players just outside of our booth watching because we have a display that shows what you guys are seeing in
All right,
chat.
looks like we
so.
do finally have a concession from John.
Oh, little fist bump. There we go. All right.
All right, so now we can.
I'm gonna switch to us for a second. All right, that was round 2, chat. We had some feature match, and the backup match was pretty exciting.
Yeah,
So-
that was a very great 2 games to watch. It wasn't unlike last time where we had the Demir Mirror, and then the other matches already finished before the Demir Mirror was done. So we got to watch 2 very exciting matches. Snuffle at Breakfast taking that win, and then we had Joe on Demir Tempo being able to take his match.
Okay.
So we'll be back for round 3, and hopefully we'll be able to provide some good games for you folks.
All right.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, Chad. Justin is on the right, Mike on the left. Okay. Cool. Those are interesting sleeves. Now it is a little bit more rare, correct me if I'm wrong, Caden, to see art sleeves in a competitive REL match, right? Like you don't see that a lot, right?
Well, so one would think that that's what. But for me personally, I actually like using art sleeves.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, normally, especially whenever you go to the higher up big events, or even an event like this, some people do like to just use opaque sleeves.
Yeah.
But I'm a really big fan of using art sleeves, and I really like the feel of the newer ones that are coming out. It's going to be really awesome.
It looks like Mike S might have his deck triple sleeve. Looks like he has the outer sleeves like from Dragon Shield. I just picked up a set of those for one of my commander decks. And I like triple sleeve in decks. It's just carrying them is super bulky and shuffling is kind of bulky, but your cards feel like a tank. But it's just to the point of really protecting those nice art sleeves. So.
Looks like we have a mold of 5 for the reanimator player.
Oh wow, mold of, okay, yes, I found that. Okay, wow, that's tough, man. Because Justin could just drop like, boom, turn 1, I'm doing stuff.
So the reanimator player, he's playing pretty stock. He's playing 4 Tameo, 2 Brazen Borrow, Petty Theft, 1 Archonic Cruelty, 1 Atraxa. He's got 4 Reanimate. He's got 4 Entomb. 1 single copy of Animate Dead. And he's also got a single Tainted Indulgence and the Clean to Dust for his main deck. And then let's take a look and see what Justin's got going on.
Okay, we got a Thoughtseize turn 1. Looks like it's in Japanese, I assume. Okay, so I see.
It's Japanese or Chinese.
Yeah.
It's an Asian language.
Yeah, I see a Sneak Attack, Show and Tell, Ponder. I don't know what that newer alt art card is next to Ponder, in between the Ponder and the Ancient Tomb.
Is that a Brainstorm?
I don't know. And then there's obviously we have some glare next to the 2 cards underneath Ancient Tomb. So it looks like a Volcanic is the one of them. I don't know what the bottom card is.
It is harder to tell. Maybe a Fetchland, maybe a Mist Rainforest.
Put my mark on eyeball up to the TV. I think it's a land. Yeah, I think it's also a volcanic. I think there's 2 volcanics on the bottom, chat.
Thank you, Bender. Appreciate that feedback. So Sneak and Show, he does have like 4 Traxa, 3 Emrakul for what he's going to be putting into play with his Show and Tell. He has a single copy of Omniscience and 4 Sneak Attacks. And the rest of his deck is try to protect the combo, or it also running a very one of the newer cards. It's running 4 stock ups in his list.
Those are a cool card. I have not picked up stock up. I know it's like a $9 or $10.
It is an expensive uncommon.
It's expensive uncommon, which is part of the reason why I haven't picked it up. But now, folks, you play Vintage. Now, folks are playing stock up in Vintage, right?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially the Luris players, because it gives them it's a more expensive way to be able to dig deeper in their deck and find the 2 cards that they would like in a situation. Being able to spend 3 mana and maybe being able to pick up Ancestral Time Walk out of your top 5.
Okay.
Stock up. It feels like it's really expensive because probably just because nobody's really wanting to open Aether Drift.
I had 0 desire, chat, to open any Aether. And I like cars. I'm a big race cars, all that stuff. But it's not that I don't want my food touching like race cars and Magic, but just nothing in that set excited me. And I'm not just completely dunking on it, but that is a good card. I do need to pick it up. So.
It has the same things going for it for price wise, for it to stay a higher price. Just similar to the Surveil Lands. It's an uncommon, so theoretically it's easier to find. But for whatever reason, stock up feels like it's the rare of the uncommon.
Yeah, that's the way Fatal Push was back when Aether Revolt dropped.
It was a $5 uncommon.
I remember opening one of the random Planeswalkers everyone forgot, and I remember feeling bad, like, hey, I really need Fatal Pushes. I'm trading one of the new Mythic Planeswalkers for Fatal Push. I don't look back on it.
Saheeli Rai and Chandra.
Yeah, it was one of those because I needed the Fatal Push, and it was still a good trade. So. Those are good-looking undergrounds. Holy cow! That Mike has, and I signed one by Rob Alexander. He has Grace's signature on a lot of dual lands. Pretty common to see, but that's good looking. I think they're foreign black border, maybe. They look nice.
It looks like we do have a sneak attack that got to resolve in play.
Yeah. Brainstorm. Okay. I've seen a lot of Mercanian Mass brainstorms today.
Seems to be the more
Yeah,
popular.
yeah, okay, yeah.
Nobody wants to use the Final Fantasy brainstorm.
Yeah. The busy art. I mean, yeah, like, or the J Spellbook one. I'm the only guy that I know that likes that one, so like I'm happy with keeping it.
Most folks that are casting brainstorms have probably been casting brainstorm for a lot longer than I have.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty notorious like popular for like standard and modern, not really for any format older than that. I do have good knowledge on these formats because I've dabbled in them. But I'm a really big fan of standard. We have rotation coming up here soon, and that's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, that's nice. But standard, the card pool now is it lasts 3 years?
Last 3 years.
God, it's almost like extended, right? It's almost like mini extended. Like
yeah, we had children in standard format for 3 years, just like we had ley line binding.
Yeah, that's
that card very much overstayed its welcome, and thankfully it is gone.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a huge standard player, but it's nice to see folks playing 60-card competitive Magic. So always props to that. If it's on a pro tour or anything, I'll tune in and see what's going on. Okay.
Looks like we have a Ponder on the stack. He shows his opponent 3 lands. He says, no thank you.
I don't know why you do that, but okay, sure.
Maybe he was just showing us, but it was definitely up enough that I imagine if I was, maybe he's friends with Justin.
Yeah.
You
got a blind one off the top from that Ponder, the retro framed Dan Scott. So
see if Justin's able to sneak a creature into play. Mike is tapped out, and as far as I know, he doesn't have any instant speed or removal spells. I don't think he's running any snuff outs. And even if he was, he has Atraxa and he has Emrakul, so those have protection for those spells.
So you mentioned it earlier, Caden, that I did not realize Reanimator only plays 2 fatties now. They're playing 1 Atraxa and 1 Arcana Cruelty. That is wild. My little brother still has like Rakdos, like kind of boomer Reanimator, if you will, but he's playing still like, was it 3 or 4 Bristlebrands? Like, and I actually, our last Magic thing, I was like, dude, you need to play Atraxa. I'm going to go buy you at least one. And it was like 20 some odd. So I bought an Atraxa, put this in your deck. Next time we play, resolve this and go to buy more. So, but yeah, I did not realize that they were that lean on resources. So, or like impactful spells. So, okay, the deck's that efficient. I guess I get away with it. So,
yeah, it almost feels like it's almost like a Dimir tempo deck splashy reanimate spells.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like the difference between them, whether they're running reanimate or if they're running like the Nethergoyf Borrowgoyf package. So it looks like we have a City of Traders and an Ancient Tomb in play for Justin. So he only has 2 blue sources and 1 red source. Makes me wonder if he... Looks like he hasn't drawn any of his creatures yet. Okay, he's going to activate Sneak Attack now. Does put in an Atraxa in play.
okay.
Let's see what he's able to find off the top.
There we go. Big Atraxa. She's
finds a show and tell.
Reveal the top 10. Correct. You get 1 of each card type. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So. Okay. Yeah.
Plenty of Lotus Petals to grab for an artifact.
Okay.
Look, I see a Force of Will, and it appears Mike said no thank you, I'm full.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Mike values his time, wants to hit the sideboard and run it back. Beautiful Emrakul, Big Mama Emrakul signed by Mark Tadine. I have one of those I run in my Legacy post list. I run a 1 of, but you said that Justin's running 3. Emrakul is just such a fun card to resolve. So.
Yeah, I myself have. I was running a collector cage deck of sorts, and I want to say modern, right around when MH3 came out.
Yeah.
And I managed to get my Emrakul signed.
Nice, yeah.
Just kind of keep them on standby for. You never know when. Sometimes you need them as a 1-of in the sideboard if Mill becomes really popular modern.
Yep. he'll bring it in. So if they mill out, then
Yeah,
yeah, that's good.
And if they hit it with Tasha's Hideous Laughter, it counts as 15 of the 20.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's cool.
So, in either way, it feels nice. So let's take a look at what the sideboard options that these guys have. So for Justin, he has 3 Graph Digger's Cage. He has a couple of Consign the Memories. I don't really see that coming in. Maybe Magus of the Moon. I can see that. He does have a couple of Pyroblast. He has a Disruptor Flute. I don't really see that being that popular, wanting to bring in. Mm-hmm. And he does have a Mistrise Village if he's concerned about his spells resolving.
I love that card. That's such a cool
for
card.
folks at home that don't know what Mistrise Village is, it's a land at a Dragonstorm, Tarkir Dragonstorm, and it enters tapped unless you control a mountain or a forest. You can attach for blue, or you can pay a blue and tap it. The next spell you cast this turn can't be countered. So if he's worried about his spells resolving, which it might certainly be, he can bring this land in and just go ahead and push his spells through.
I picked one of those up for my Commander VV deck in foil. It's a good looking card, and it's a lot of fun. So.
All right, let's see here, and then for Mike. In his sideboard, he's got a few Bargoys. He also has Dothy Voidwalkers, Force Negations. I can see those coming in.
For sure, get Sneak and Show, absolutely.
I can see Pithing Needle to name Sneak Attack.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
And Children's Edict, which would get around Emrakul's protection and would also kill an Atraxa.
Okay.
It doesn't stop the Atraxa trigger, but I can see these cards coming in just to at least protect himself from some spells.
Okay.
So Dimir Reanimator be on play for game 1. Now, notably, if Mike was able to somehow Thoughtseize an Atraxa to the graveyard, he could then reanimate that.
Reanimate Justin.
Atraxa.
Yeah, that's a little trick the Reanimator players pull, right? Like, I'm going to make you discard your best thing, and I'm going to reanimate and put it on my side of the board, which is pretty sick.
And I imagine if I was in Mike's shoes, that would be something that I would be really interested in trying. He doesn't have as many card types to be able to grab because he's not playing Kaido, so he doesn't have like the Planeswalker type or anything like that.
Okay.
And we do have that turn 1 Thoughtseize, like I said, and he has Sneak Attack and Show and Tell and Graph Digger's Cage.
God,
man.
Right for the picking, chat.
Wasteland, Lotus Petal. Is that a
chat?
Chalice
What
of the Void?
would you be picking if you were Mike? If you looked
also
at
see
Justin's,
Chalice of the Void.
yeah, if you see Mike's, if he's looking at Justin's hand, which is just pretty awesome. What are you taking?
If I was in Mike's shoes, oh man, that would be tough.
Is it the Graph Diggers? I mean,
you're almost forced to.
But hold on, it's got to be Show and Tell, right? Because he's got a Petal and he's got an Ancient Tomb, so he can unlock. But I mean, Mike could also have like a.
He does take the show. He does take the Show and Tell.
Okay, yeah.
So certainly means that we're gonna have a turn 1 Ancient Tomb, unless he drew another land. Maybe cast Lotus Petal to go ahead and just resolve this Graph Digger's Cage, and then play Chalice of the Void. Goes in, plays out Graph Digger's Cage, 1 mana floating. Does not play out the Chalice. Okay, so Mike gets another opportunity to play out some 1 mana spells. Looks like another Thoughtseize.
We've seen a ton of Thoughtseize today, chat. Holy cow.
Justin does let it resolve. And he drew an Emrakul. So he could take the payoff, or he could take the Sneak Attack. Because a Sneak Attack would certainly come into play if he draws a land. It's definitely one of those two. I don't see it being any other card.
Okay.
He opts to take... What is that card?
Thoughtseize.
What did Thoughtseize take?
I didn't
Is that
see
a
it.
Show and Tell that he took? It's hard to tell because of it
Let
being
me
a foreign
see.
language spell.
Oh yeah, I can't tell.
The glare is a little hard.
Yeah.
So the pane that we have between the two tables, one of them has better look at the cards and has a closer view, but then we also have to. Oh, it looks like we're just going to go ahead and have a concession here. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, okay.
So we cast a sneak attack.
Surveil land.
Is this like is this a shortcut of a daze? Feels like it's a shortcut daze. I'm guessing that's what happened. It plays out in engineered explosives for the anticipated Grafter's Cage.
Okay.
Notably, Justin does still have a Chalice of Avoidance gun and opts to not play it.
Just played a new land. I don't know what that is.
Goes ahead and cracks.
Oh, another ancient tomb. Is it 2 tombs? He has.
Yeah, it looks
just
like two tombs.
Okay.
He has it right there, perfect where the glare is.
Yeah.
It's a volcanic island.
Yeah.
So he has plenty of mana sources. He's not short on that. Just like Mike's not short on it.
I'm really surprised Justin's not going to stick the chalice.
Unless it had to have been Thoughtseize.
Okay, I don't know the new art of that card. Chat.
I'm pretty sure that is Brainstorm.
Brainstorm. Okay. Well, he grabbed a whole handful of cards. That makes sense. Cool.
He grabbed 3 cards. If he just kept them there, then we would know it was Ponder. If he puts them into his hand, it's got to be Brainstorm.
I don't know. There's probably chat, 15 or 20 different types of art for Brainstorm nowadays. It's been reprinted and Secret Layers and all these other, specialty products and stuff. There's a million of them. So it's certainly a staple of format here in Legacy.
Feels like it's a lot of draw, a lot of cantrips, and a lot of pass go because they're both worried about trying to run into each other.
Third Thoughtseize? Jeez. Okay, Emrakul, she's gone, so that means shuffle everything back, right?
Yep.
Okay. That was the only legal target. What's that land below Ancient Tomb? Or is that City Traders?
It's a City of Traders on top.
Gotcha.
It's hard to tell. Maybe a fetch land on the bottom.
Oh, it's the, is it Surveil land? I think.
Oh, Thundering Falls.
Or is that a Steam Vent?
It's a Thundering Falls, I think.
Thundering Falls,
I think you're right to be on one.
Okay. I didn't know if that deck is so greedy on mana. I think you're right, Thundering Falls, yeah. Thundering Falls. Okay, thanks, Funky.
And he does put the Surveil land, he mills over Force of Will. Draws another land.
We need some action, guys. Is that a fetch land that Justin just drew?
Yeah, and he just opts to pass, which is interesting.
Mike is cracking, grabbing a underground. that a really nice art force negation, full art force negation, I think?
That's what it looked like.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good looking. This is a much slower match, or this
Than
game
what
at
we-
least.
than what
oh
we
yeah,
see.
I mean, Sneaky
Lot
Show, I'm
less
like,
action
we're
going
gonna
on.
we're gonna do the thing. It's gonna go fast, right? And reanimator, like, come on. But it's just like
Bunch
brinksmanship,
of thought
I guess,
seizes and a lot of counter magic.
Yeah. Everyone's trying not to win. They're trying not to lose. My impression, like they're playing it really tight magic. You know, trying to make sure that they sequence their plays right. So, what are we at? Another volcanic.
Yeah, he's definitely flooding. Which the shirts that they're selling this year for the Landrun, it has kind of like the old Oregon Trail style on it.
Oh yeah.
And you can see on it where it says.
You can flip the camera. Yeah, chat. We're gonna hop on the screen for a second.
While
the shirt.
while the game is going a little slow.
Yeah.
I'll show you the shirt that they have right now. It's the Oklahoma Landrun for the 2025. You can kind of see the Oregon Trail. And instead of "you have died of dysentery," it says "you have died of mana flood."
Yeah,
it's yeah. They have all kind of different sizes. So even someone with a little bit bigger size, I was able to get a shirt for me.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a good looking shirt. And a lot. I don't know how many folks in chat grew up on playing the Oregon Trail back in elementary school, back in the late '80s, early '90s. But it was a cool game. You go hunting and stuff, and it was a lot of fun. Okay, so reanimate.
So I do finally have a reanimate dead and animate dead, and he does get an attraction, just like I was talking about earlier.
Ooh, that hurt. Oh my gosh.
Looks like it's going to get 3 card types.
Okay, we're screwed.
And Justin does
we're
go
done.
and
Yeah, we're
concede.
done. He doesn't want anything about that life. So we're going to game 3, right?
That's correct.
Wow. Okay. Getting your own Atraxa reanimated. Wow. Okay. So, Caden, what is your impression of the Legacy format right now? I know online there's a lot of rhetoric. There's a lot of folks in the commentator space and stuff. But there's a lot of friction and challenges, and X, Y, Z should be banned. And from my perspective, it seems like a lot of witch hunting. I don't have an issue with it. Like there's good cards. People are playing powerful decks, but and obviously this is a pretty high stakes tournament, so you're going to see a disproportional amount of Dimir, Reanimator, and other top end decks. But I don't feel like the format is completely oppressed. I know that Control's lost a lot of favor, right? But
I don't think there's enough to warrant any kind of bans. I don't think.
Okay.
I think you're right in saying that it feels like the format's healthy enough that you probably don't need any changes. I will say that I'm not versed enough in Legacy. I don't have nearly as much games involved to be able to give a completely 100% opinion on it. But from my viewing, from the outside looking in, and it feels very similar to like what Standard's going through as of right now, where we just don't have a change.
Yeah.
Dimir mid-range has kind of flooded the format. That's taken over 20%. Even though Dimir is also taking over in Legacy. And for a short time, it felt like Drupal Spells is also doing its thing online, at least.
Yeah.
I don't feel like any changes are needed, and I feel like that there's enough fight in the format that you could play pretty much whatever you want to, if you actually wanted to. I feel like the format's fine.
Yeah, and I do understand that the metas are differently between what folks are grinding online with what people are showing up to events at in paper, and what people are grinding in paper. But as a guy who plays exclusively in paper, whether it's webcam or at a local weekly, thankfully we have a bunch of good LGSs around here in Oklahoma that have events and stuff. I don't have a problem with it. So format's fine. Yep. Blue black Demir UB Dennis. Yeah. I concur. I concur.
All right, shuffle it up for game 3. See Justin and Mike, Demir versus Sneak and Show.
And we got 21 minutes left in this round, chat, for round 3. Now, while they're shuffling up, were you a fan, Caden, of the new Final Fantasy cards? If it was different arts or actual new cards, like what did you like? Or
I was definitely a fan. I'm still a fan of the draft format of Final Fantasy.
I've heard it's great. Yeah,
it is
Landrun,
really,
awesome.
really
okay.
fun.
Yeah.
There is a lot of great plays, a lot of different ways that you can build.
Yeah.
You're not. It's not like certain formats where there's like just one particular combination that if you're not playing the color combination, you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
Like in Lord of the Rings, Rakdos was like the color combination you had to play. If you weren't playing Rakdos, you were already going to be behind.
Okay.
It doesn't feel that way in Final Fantasy. Now there are certain bomb cards like Dion. There's also Summon Bahamut. That's also a really good card to stick. That one's a mythic, so it's a little bit harder to get.
That's the colorless summon card.
It's a 9-mana colorless spell. Dion's
cool.
a white rare. And that card, if that thing lands and it doesn't die immediately, it will take over game.
I didn't know that.
But there are some really, really cool cards like simple, uncommon Saz's Chocobo, 1 green, 0/1,
Landfall,
whatever.
Right?
Landfall, put
cool,
a counter on it.
That's cool.
It's a cool card. There's a lot of cool plays in the format. It's really fun. I've enjoyed it.
Okay.
Now, whenever it comes to cards out of the format, like there are certain cards that I've been a big fan of. One of them that is one of my personal favorites is Ibit Selch. It's a 3-mana, it's blue, black, and 1, 2/4 with vigilance.
Okay.
When it enters the battlefield or attacks, draw a card, discard a card.
Okay.
And its backside, and then it says at the beginning of your upkeep, you have 14 or more cards in your graveyard, transforms into a Yogwill.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's a Yogwill on your turn, and it's a big fat dude too. It's like a 6/6 or an 8/8. It's
okay. I gotta look into that. Okay.
And then so I'm looking to play a copy of that in my Demir list. Looking to play a couple of Sephiroths. That card's really good too.
I love that card. I picked up one for my commander deck.
The art for Sephiroth is awesome. The art for Cloud is awesome. There's a lot of really cool arts. And then, like I said, Brainstorm art is really awesome. So it looks like we did have a thought cease from the Demir player. We get to see that Justin had a really harsh mulligan, and he has a handful of lands.
It's not where Sneak and Show wants to be right now, right?
No, so he kind of has to hit like runner. It's kind of like one of those poker sayings that like his chances of winning aren't going to be too high because of how many cards he's going to have to hit in a row to be able to succeed. He does get a lot more draws than you do in poker, but it does feel like that Demir is going to have him on the back foot, although he has no lands in play. So there is that.
Okay, yeah, he just used a daze. Okay, so now we've got Show and Tell mana, but
draws a Grafdigger's Cage. Okay,
that's good. It's a fine magic card. What did he just flip?
He flipped over a Thought Seize. Knowing that Justin has only lands, that pretty much anything he draws, if it's not a land, he's going to
smash
it.
Yeah, he's going to smash it. Okay. Let's see if Justin can pull this off.
He is thinking like as if he's drawn some number of non-lands.
One thing I like to call attention, I know that we've watched some other Demir tempo lists, and this is true Demir and Animir. Have we seen Entomb this match? I don't think I've seen.
I have not seen.
I have not seen Entomb. To be clear, chat, isn't Entomb the boogeyman that everyone's claiming? Oh, woe is me. This needs to be banned in the format. Like we're on game 3. Mike is playing a really solid competitor that is Justin Gennari with Sneak and Show. That's interesting.
So it looks like we have a hard cast sneak attack. We have a Brainstorm on the stack in response to it.
Okay.
And he does have mana to pay for Daze, so Daze is not really going to be an option here. It has to be Force of Will or Force Negation.
Okay. Now that is scary with a sneak attack in play. Justin's got the mana to activate it, right? It's 3 in a red. Force of Will. Ah, shoot. Okay. That was on the stat.
Does find the Force of Will pitches is one of Atraxa.
Shoot. Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's one of Atraxa. I'm going to double check that. Make sure I'm not fibbing.
Yeah, that's what you said earlier. I think it was one of Atraxa.
It says one of Atraxa. So he only has Archon Cruelty as a target anymore in his own deck.
That's kind of okay.
Now, notably, he could counter. He could find a way to get an Atraxa in Justin's graveyard to be able to reanimate, but it's going to be really tough for you to be able to find another target.
I'm just surprised at the threat density, but then again, I'm not, in round 3 of the Landrun right now running Reanimator, so Mike must know. But I'm just surprised that there's only 2 big hits. So.
And notably, we're only showing. We've only been showing undefeated, so both of these players are 2-0.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Off to the races. Yeah. Plenty of manas from both players.
So it looks like we do have a Petty Theft on an adventure, so we have Brazabarra that can be flashed in later.
Okay.
Bins and Archon Cruelty.
Okay. Good magic card.
So this is Entomb that sent that Archon into the graveyard. We'll see if he has a Reanimate. He has 2 cards left in hand. He does have the Reanimate. So this is the last target that he was able to find because of Entomb. He's going to lose 8 life.
Wow. Down
to 7, but then he's going to immediately draw a card, gain 3, and Justin's going to lose 3 down to 15. He's going to discard one of his mini lands.
Archon is such a painful card to have in play for more than a couple turns because it just starts to snowball.
It does.
Right?
It does. Yeah, it is very much a snowball card. And if you're a single creature deck, it's very much like how Justin is. It's really tough to come back from.
Yeah, exactly. Just because it's going to start an avalanche, right? It's got the ETB trigger. It's got the attack trigger. It's going to start swinging the life totals.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now there is a world where Justin, if he was able to resolve the sneak attack, or looks like he's that is a stock up.
Okay.
He's going to look at the top 5, put 2 of those cards in his hand, and see if he can find a way out of this.
Justin's certainly on the back foot here, right? He's got to be.
Yeah. At this moment, Justin's definitely in the hot seat. Sure, he has a land to play here. He has a Lotus Petal. Maybe we'll be going for a show and tell here.
It's a lot of life.
Going down to 13. This is another stock up. Okay.
Really digging.
Finds a sneak attack, Force of Will. Don't know if he has a creature in play. It's a little harder to tell. He's going to evaluate, see what's going on, see if he's able to find a way out of this hole. Because whatever that Archon attacks, it's going to be for 9. Both from 3 from the attack, from the trigger,
yeah, it's a big
and
swing.
6 from his attack.
A huge swing.
So he would go down to 4, while Mike would be going up to 13.
And that's going to really put a pinch on all that Ancient Tomb mana, right? Tapping the tomb to taking 2 damage.
Yeah, he could only really afford 1 more Ancient Tomb activation.
Okay, let's see. Mike's turn. He's drawing. There's that swing.
Go and get in that swing. Go from 7 He's going to go from 13. He's going to go to 10. They're going to swap life totals. You have 6 more coming at you. He's going to take it down to 4.
Jeez.
See, Justin was able to find an answer with both of those stock
This is the turn. This is the pivotal turn, Chad.
It has to be pretty much exactly sneak attack into Emrakul that you owns Torn. I don't see any other way out of this.
He's shuffling.
So he is going to go down to 2.
Okay.
He's leaving a red source with Lotus Petal in play. It is sneak attack. There's a force negation hard cast.
Whoa.
Here's force blue card.
Here we go. Fight.
Force blue card.
Force.
Force blue card.
Force
Force
the
blue
force.
card.
Oh man. Okay, I'm trying to keep it straight. Holy cow.
Alright, so force will counter the force. Force negation will counter sneak attack.
Okay, yes, we're clearing up the stack. Sneak attack.
Sneak attack does not resolve.
Is that GG's?
That's got to be GG.
That's got to be it, right?
1/2 goes to 1, plays a show and tell, puts in an Emrakul, but it's going to die to the Archon.
Oh, because he has. Is it sacrifice a creature?
It's sacrifice
That's it.
a
We're
creature.
shaking hands.
That's it.
That's game, Chad.
Mike
wow.
takes it.
That was that's a battle. That was a fun match.
And there you have it, folks.
Wow.
Mike takes it down with Demir Reanimator. And Justin Gennari, he goes down. I am actually level 1. You can go check out his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
We'll give him that shout out. I know he gave us a shout out for his Twitch stream, for our Twitch stream.
I saw that, yeah, on his video the other day. Yep.
Definitely go check him out. He showcases different vintage decks all the time. I've watched him a bit myself.
Yep.
Very good vintage player. Very sound to listen to and very nice to watch, or at least have in the background if you're a background listener on YouTube.
Yeah.
We'll be back for round 4. We still got a little bit to go. We'll have another matchup for you. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Chad.
Match. We'll go ahead and get these names and deck list updated. And they're going to game 3. And it looks like it's going to be Steven versus Joel.
That was a really cool match.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch.
Good match, some really tight magic, by some really top tier players playing some really top meta decks, so a lot of fun. So we have Joel on Breakfast, and Caden's updating the other players, Steven on Vant Nadu. So, but Breakfast plays Nadu as well, right? It's just a different.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just basically Nadu v Nadu deck. They're both Nadu decks. Okay.
Yeah. So for the Bant Nadu list for Steven, he's on Nomads and Court. Very similar list to what we saw earlier. He's also running a Scythe Cat Cub. Which that's a 2-mana 2/2. Whenever a land enters, put a counter on a target creature you control. But the second time this resolved, double the number of counters. Instead, it itself has trample, so it's similar to a Bristly Bill trigger. Instead, it's not legendary, so it doesn't die until legend roll. And then he also has an Uro in his main deck. And then we'll see if we can see if Joel's list is pretty standard for a Cephalid breakfast list. He's running 4 Cephalids, 4 Nadus, 4 Nomads, 2 Narcomoebas, so only 2 Narcomoebas instead of 3, so it doesn't.
Okay.
2 Tamias, 1 Thassid Oracle, and he is running that Dread Return to be able to bring back that Thassid Oracle.
Okay.
And he also has a Memories Journey and 2 Shukos. Out of his sideboard, he has a couple Fairy Macabres, a couple of Force Negations, Ghost Vacuum, maybe even a pithing needle to bring in for the encountering like Encore.
Okay.
And a Swords to Plowshare, probably even to Fairy Time Raveler. And then let's see here for Steven. He has a couple of Carpet of Flowers. It could be something that he would be interested in bringing in.
Okay.
And then he has a couple of Ella Summers, and that looks like about all that he has. He doesn't have very much for the mirror match or for breakfast.
Okay. Is that Delighted Halfling on Steven's side?
That is a Delighted Halfling.
You know, we've seen a handful of cards from Lord of the Rings. Delighted Halfling, seen that on the battle space a couple times today. We've seen a lot of Orcish Bowmasters. Haven't seen a One Ring at all. Again, another card that has been, woe is me, the sky's falling, ban the One Ring. I'm a One Ring enjoyer myself. I've got 4 of in my Eldrazi post list, but I just want to call that to attention. We haven't seen One Ring running amok here today. I'm sure that there's plenty out there.
We have looked at 5 different matches, and that's 10 different players.
Yeah,
so
we haven't seen any One Rings. So okay, trying to maybe talk people off the ledge on all the pitchforks and stuff for all the legacy cards we're seeing. So. Put my hands up. Because the cord is just too short and it won't reach out. So I can leave my battery pack and it'll just charge it for the power.
He did flood really heavily, MJ. No, you did it. We feel like you did a fairly good job of playing. The pitching attractions to the Force of Will made it to where like you're 1 out to be able to reanimate something with either reanimating his Atraxis or putting in your Archon, and you're able to find your Archon. So that won you the game.
Yeah. Congrats.
And having the double force to being able to fight off it. His 1 out and being able to sneak attack and Emrakul into play. That was nice.
Yeah, stepping into round 4 of the Landrun, 3-0, and you just wrapped up a really tough match with Justin Gennari. That'd be pretty solid. That's where I'd want to be, right?
That's where I'd
want to be. I don't want to be on that side of the ledger. Yeah, good games. Congrats. Lots of good-looking OG duels out here. Obviously, these are the Bant duels for both players with Savannah, Tundra, and Tropical Island. But those look good. Oh, that's the first, I think, Urza Saga we've seen today. Is that correct there, Caden?
That is the first one that we've seen him play today.
Yeah, awesome card. So, and that's one of the cephalids, right?
Yeah, that's with the cephalid breakfast player.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, because they're traditionally trying to they're trying to search for like either Shukos or things of that
you got a
nature.
handshake. Was that Joel taking the match?
I don't think so.
Or is that Steven? I saw a handshake. I don't know who initiated it though.
Maybe he's talking about. Maybe this is the things I could have done to prevent this. Okay, so it is over. So it looks like Breakfast took it down.
Okay.
Against Nadu player. So we're going to go ahead and call that for this round, and we'll be back for round 4. Thank you, guys.
I'm going to go put this on the charger. want to play the good deck when they're coming to a high stakes tournament. But yeah, let's see what Painter puts up, huh?
Oh, it needs to be this one, right?
Okay, we're cutting.
There we are.
Okay, oh, round 4.
Yep.
Yep. Sweet. Sweet. Okay.
Oh, I put it on the wrong one again, didn't I? All right. Yes. It needs to be this one. Silly.
There you go. Okay, sweet. Rakdos Painter. So, what do we think? We'll certainly get into the deck list in a second, Chad. I'm just wondering why someone would want to play Rakdos Painter as opposed to Mono Red.
Well, I guess we can
We'll
take a look
see.
at his
Yeah,
deck
okay,
list and
yeah.
see why that is. See
I
what
can-
black spells he's playing.
Yeah.
Chaos Defiler. I already see a black card in here.
Okay, that's one of the Wormer 40k cards, I believe, right?
Yeah, so Chaos Defiler. It's a 5-mana, 3 black and a red demon construct with trample. When it enters battlefield or dies, for each opponent choose an online permanent that they control.
Yeah.
Destroy one of them random.
That's a cool card.
In this format, destroy permanent.
Yep.
And it's an artifact. I'm guessing that might be the only black card. And
Oh.
it looks like there are no actual black sources. So it is just mono red painter.
Splashing the Chaos Defiler.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Chaos Defiler, which most of the time you're just going to Goblin Engineer that into play or Goblin Weld it into
Oh,
play.
okay, because it's artifact creature. Okay, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Both these players are 3-0, which is a feat this early in the tournament, you know, to be 3 rounds in and they're undefeated, which is pretty awesome. So good on them.
Yeah, we're going to look and see exactly how many people are undefeated right now.
Okay.
Let's see, standings as of round 3. There are 19 people currently undefeated.
Okay, wait a second. The Reanimator is technically 5 4-color, white, blue, black, green. So it's 4-color Reanimator. 4-color Reanimator? Gotcha, okay. Yeah,
Well, so
see.
it says 4-color Reanimator.
Is that just because of
but
Atraxa?
it's because of Atraxa.
It's Atraxa. Yeah, yeah. We're talking with one of the judges. It's because of Atraxa.
It's because of Atraxa.
So it's still Dimir Reanimator. It's just playing a 4-color
Okay.
Atraxa target. So, yeah.
Yeah, so on Melee, anytime that you have a card that's a different color, it'll include that in the name of the title.
Okay.
It does a really good. You're able to pick the archetype. You're not really able to pick the color scheme.
Ah,
So you
okay.
could choose Reanimator, but then it's automatically going to do white, blue, black, green,
Which is why
because
you're
it
just
has the
calling
Atraxa.
it Dimir, because that's what it is. It's-
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's naturally Dimir with an Atraxa in the deck.
Okay.
Just like this is Mono Red Painter with a Chaos Defiler in it. So we're just going to call this
Mono Red Painter.
This is actually just Mono Red Painter. So it looks like we've already had, looks like either a Pyroblast or Red Elemental Blast cast. We got a Lantern in play? Chromatic? It's hard to tell what that artifact is. We do have Mountain of the Saga, and that is an underground sea and an island.
Okay.
And it looks like we have a Tammy in the graveyard, and I imagine that was either destroyed or countered.
Cameo has entered the chat.
Yeah, we do have a result Tameo, and if we can find a brainstorm, we could be able to flip that Tameo.
They were making a clue.
Feels like it's a lot of just shuffle up and go. It feels maybe Clyde's just trying to figure out what his win cons are, trying to figure out what he needs to do.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for a card with Urza Saga. Looks like he's considering Lobus Birds. Currently has a Fable in his hand.
Okay. And props to those mountains. Those look like, I think, Mark Tedin signed in red ink.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, pretty nice. I've got a couple of Mark Tedin signed lands myself. One of my favorite artists for sure. Okay, is he grabbing? Is that a LED? No.
Looks like he's wanting. Is he? Oh, he's grabbing a pithy needle.
Is
Maybe
he
named
on
the backside.
Yeah, okay. The backside of Tania, right? I think that's Pete Venter's pithy needle. There's some really nice pithy needle art. That's
Notably, he can't name Clue Token because that's not a card name.
Yep, you're right. Yeah, that was something I learned that the hard way once. The tokens aren't card names. So note to self, chat. Okay, this is Fable the Mirrorbreaker, right?
Yep.
I love that card. Man, that's such a fun card. It's so cool. I'm running one in my Goblins deck, I believe. My Commander Goblins deck, my Krinko deck is fun.
Yeah, and I've also got a really cool Goblin Shaman token from Arcade Post.
Okay, yeah. I might have an Arcade. I think I have an Arcade Post token for that. So, yeah. And is that I get Goblin Tinker
Engineer?
or Engineer? Okay. There's Tinker, there's Welder, there's Engineer. I get them all confused. So, I don't play Painter, but I know it's a good Goblin that does artifact shenanigans, right?
Yeah, this one searches your library for an artifact, throw it in the graveyard, and then you can swap an artifact that you have in play and one in your graveyard.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Now, the thing that's neat about the Shaman token, isn't it when it attacks, you make a treasure or something?
When you attack, make a treasure.
That is nuts. Especially in a very format, it's very mana greedy, like Legacy. It's just really, really cool. So. Okay, we got Painter in the graveyard. I see that Painter Servant.
So yeah, so all that's needed now is either Grindstone effect.
Okay. To go infinite, make all the card types a certain color, and just go.
Right.
Yeah. Painter's a niche deck. It's really it's cool.
And we are already down to just 65 tables. We started off with 144 players, so there were 72 tables at the beginning. So we've already had a number of players drop for
some
the event.
O2 drops and stuff like that.
About 14 people have dropped so far.
Okay. We'll see how that shakes out as the day goes on.
That's a Phyrexian Dragon engine that just got put in the graveyard. But you can unearth that for 5 mana, or you can obviously swap it out with a Walder.
That's cool. Okay. Is that a Urza Brothers War card, I believe?
That is a Brothers War card.
Okay, yeah.
Now, what I would be interested to see if the Reanimator player, if he's also playing the Nihil Spellbomb in the main deck, and he is playing one copy of Nihil Spellbomb in his deck. Okay. So he does have some main board like gameplay against this. Against the onboard shenanigans.
Is that a grindstone? I don't know what that dark artifact is that just landed.
That looks like it could be a grindstone.
Okay. It's an interesting looking print.
It is a really interesting art.
Yeah. Is that a proxy? Is that why it looks so unique?
All right, and then it might be a proxy.
Okay.
And then we got a pyroblast on the.
Wow. I mean, just look at the
on the
board
Tamio.
state that Clyde has. Holy schmoly, guys. He's got like 6 permanents.
Definitely feels like he brought this deck so he could be able to prey on the Dimir list.
Yeah, good on him. Okay. Is that a new Urge Saga? Okay.
It is a new saga, in which that means he has to sacrifice that city of traders.
Oh, okay, because he played land. Yep. Okay, yep, that checks. Okay, we're
Looks like he's going to engineer Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Boom. All right, chat. Let's see what happens. So when this thing gets reanimated, for lack of a better term, what does it do? Does it have an ETD, or is it just a big fatty? Or
So it does have an enters a battlefield effect. I'm going to go ahead and take a look.
okay, we're taking a peek.
Alright, so Phyrexian Dragon Engine. It has double strike, and when it enters the battlefield from your graveyard, discard your hand, draw 3 cards.
Wow. Okay. It's kind of like that Bedlam Reveler. I don't know. I played that in Burn, like a 1-of or 2-of from time to time. It's a fun card, so I like that. Go big, go broke, red. It's kind of fun.
And it's a 2/2 with double strike.
Oh, that's cool.
So even if you can't win through the customary Painter Serpent win.
I don't know how the Dimir Reanimator fans are feeling in chat right now. Looks like Clyde's got a pretty solid board state, so.
Looks like we have a petty theft here.
Okay, we bouncing something?
I'm going to guess it was on this Painter Serpent.
Okay. He's scared of the combo, I guess.
Well, if that's...
I assume that's Grindstone.
If he has Grindstone, I think he has it.
Oh, he just dropped Blast.
It's going to counter the Blast.
Oh, he
That may have been a Lotus Petal.
Oh, okay.
Really weird copy of Lotus Petal. Unless that was a treasure token. That could have been a treasure token.
Interesting. I don't know what that drawing is, and is that what type of land?
That's an
it is?
Underground Sea.
Okay. I guess it is like a duty of the underground. Sea. Okay.
We do have the joy of trying to figure out what these proxies are for you guys.
Yeah. Where Dimir Reanimator goes from here.
Does feel like that the Dimir Reanimator player is on the back foot. He has a Murtai Region in hand.
Pretty full grip.
And a Daze.
I've seen Entomb in hand too. Right.
And the Archon in his hand. So that means only Atraxas is able to be searched out of his deck. I'm guessing he's playing 1-1. I'm going to look at his list and see if that's true. He has 1 Archon and 1 Atraxa.
I guess that's the refined list, but that still seems like so sparse
few.
on threats. Yeah, but I mean, that's interesting. All right, here comes Murktide. Delving away a whole bunch of spells, instants and sorceries, I imagine, make it real big.
C3 is going to be a 6/6.
Okay.
So it'll be able to effectively block that Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Okay. Let's see. Days in hand.
Oh, we have a reanimate.
Okay.
I'm guessing that's on Cameo. And that was a Soul Guide laner that was in play.
Okay. So I guess that's Kiki Jiki, whatever the backside of Fabled Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, so it's non-legendary Kiki Jiki.
Yeah, okay. Which is still pretty sick. Because he can make another Dragon Engine token, right? And then he's going to do the draw 3 shenanigans, and you got to.
Well, he wouldn't be able to do it that way because Phyrexian Dragon Engine says if it's put into the play from the graveyard.
Oh, okay. So that won't work. Okay. What would he?
He could get another copy of Welder and then use the Welder activation immediately to grab Grindstone.
Okay. Yeah.
Looks like he has a natural copy of Welder anyway.
Yeah. So we still haven't used the Kiki Jiki backside yet.
We have
so.
not, but it has summoning sickness because it exiles and come back. It doesn't naturally transform like.
Oh, does it still have summoning sickness if it flips like that?
Yeah, if you exile it and put it into play on the backside, it does.
I
It
didn't
does
know
have
that.
summoning
Okay.
sickness.
Okay.
So it looks like we're getting a. Is that an ensnaring bridge? I'm gonna guess it's probably Phyrexian Dragon Ninja for Ensnaring Bridge.
E-Bridge.
Yep.
Yeah, I see the Stronghold watermark, right? It's a gate.
Yeah, and then next turn he'll have enough mana to be able to activate the Kiki for a Goblin Engineer, put a Grindstone in the graveyard, put the Grindstone into play,
Swap it.
and then activate the Grindstone.
Mill out.
Alright, let's see what he does with his Earthsong. I imagine it's just float of mana. Probably doesn't care about a construct. He gets to search for a one mana spell.
And he,
Or
an
zero.
artifact, 1 or 0.
He just grabs Grindstone.
Yep. That's a nice expedition one, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty
Those look beautiful. I had an Expo Soul Ring I've traded out of years ago. Kind of regret it because it was such a killer looking Magic card. I traded it for dual lane, so I wasn't too upset.
Alright, let's see if the Dimir player has an out this.
Okay. We are. Is that shield? What is that shield?
That's a bitter triumph on targeting Painter Servant.
Okay, and then we're just copying.
So now you just copy Painter Servant.
And then
Alright, that's it. Alright,
that's
Painter.
enough. So Ryan saw enough, guys. We are Clyde is 1-0 on this round 4. We're going to update some of the text to capture that Clyde just took down that first game, and then we'll take a peek at the sideboards and see what we're doing. I don't know how well Dimir Reanimator, like a stock list, is prepared for Painter Servant.
So out of the sideboard, so he has a couple of Fatal Push. He has 2 Null Rods.
The Null Rods are huge. Okay, yeah, that's.
He also has Engineered Explosives.
Okay.
An Inquisition of Kozilek, although taking cards out of hands isn't necessarily going to be the way that you win against them. But he has another Petty Theft and a Bitter Triumph. So you might bring in just more removal and not care about the counter spells, because counter spells aren't really going to help you in this match.
Yeah, because they're just going to take it back out of the graveyard. He's going to use one of his engineers to get it. But I guess the Null Rod's a pretty big deal, right?
Right. And then let's take a look and see what the Painter person, what Clyde has in his sideboard.
He's already main decking some Blast because he's already playing Painter.
Yeah, he already has 4
so-
main board Power Blast.
Yeah.
In the sideboard, he has 4 Leyline of the Void, 3 Magus of the Moon. He has a couple Lightning Bolts. I don't think that's going to be here. I don't think he's bringing in his Pyrokinesis. Let's see, what is this? So he has untimely malfunction. So this is an interesting card out of Dustmorn. So you can either destroy an artifact, change the target of target spell or ability with another target. So you can redirect a destroy effect.
Okay.
Or 1 or 2 target creatures can't block the turn. I imagine it could be used for the redirect effect. But that's if he wants to bring that in.
Okay.
He also has a Grafdigger's Cage and a Helm of Obedience. Which Helm of Obedience also works if with the Painter Servant. Which, if you have Leyline of the Void and Helm of Obedience, which he's bringing in Leyline of the Voids, I imagine, you can see that he already has 6 cards put to the side. If I was to guess what those 6 cards would be, it would be 4 Leyline of the Void, Grafdigger's Cage, and Helm of Obedience.
Okay, so question you about that. I play ley lines in sideboards, a couple of my decks. I have a play set of ley lines in my Goblins, Rakdos Goblin sideboard. Cheers to all the Goblins fans out there. How aggressively should Clyde mulligan to find a ley line? You know, like,
so it
how low is
depends
he
on
going?
what cards he has in hand. So
Okay.
if he still has like just natural kill with like Painter Servant in his hand,
Then just keep it. Yeah,
just keep
yeah,
that.
Okay.
But I would probably guess at least 6. I don't know if you're supposed to go as low as 5 against a Dimir player.
Yeah.
But I would guess probably 6,
Maybe
unless
like-
your Steven is just really, really good.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, here we go to sideboard, try to resolve these mulligans. Ryan's going to be on the play here, and we're going to see if Clyde, if he mulligans aggressively for a Leyline of the Void, or if he's just going to be satisfied with any hand that he sees. Looks like they both kept 7, and Clyde did not keep a Leyline hand. So he did not mulligan aggressively. So this must be a really, really solid 7 for him to keep that.
Okay. He's already got a win, so I mean.
Was that a turn with Painter Servant? That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a brainstorm. Flip this Tomeo. Now there could be the possibility that Clyde didn't bring in Leyline of the Void and Helm of Obedience at all.
Okay.
because Ryan is playing petty theft.
It would just bounce back to his hands a dead card.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
So there's a chance that he may not have brought that in, and I would be interested to see what other cards he brings in if he didn't bring in Leyline. Well, I can definitely see why he kept the hand. He had double welder, it was like triple painter servant.
Is that a welder? Yep. Those are some good looking foils Clyde has.
Yeah, deck looks great.
Yeah. Daisy. So how do you feel about days in the format? Are you a fan? You think it's a good check and balance? It's a fair Magic card. There's a lot of, you know.
I think it's fine. I'm okay with days being in the format because it makes it to where you get set back a turn, quote unquote, in the early game.
It does, yeah.
And I think it's fine.
I think it's also a very skill-intensive card because, like, you
Because
need
it
to know
forces
when.
you to, it forces you to play
think.
around it. Yeah.
It forces you to think.
Yeah,
you know?
it forces you to accept that you're okay with your spell being
Yes.
dazed.
Yeah. Am I going to pay for this, you know, loss in tempo to stop this spell or possibly? Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fine. I like the play patterns of it, and I think that what it demands of the player, I think is really neat. So.
I agree. So we have Painter number 3 on the stack.
Wow.
It looks like it resolves.
Okay.
We do have a Tameo that's on 6 right now, going up to 8.
Oh, so she's about ready to ultimate. If she's able to stick around and not get knocked down a peg or two. Okay, Thought Seize. Ooh. Okay. So Clyde has just one mountain in hand. Now we're sticking, I don't know what that is. I guess, I don't know what that was. Brainstorm, I guess? I think that was a Mark Poole brainstorm that resolved. I don't know what, yeah.
Alright, well, we have another Tameo ultimate on camera going off.
Just counting all the cards that you see to know how many cards he has in his deck, and
That way he knows how many he gets
yeah,
to draw.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is a good feeling. Everyone likes drawing cards, especially when it's 25 to 30.
Exactly. All right, looks like we're going to game 3 here.
Okay. So Demir did bring it home. Okay.
Cameo Ultimate was enough.
Yeah.
One would hope that drawing half your deck would be enough. I have heard a story already today that a different painter player, was able to win through a Cameo Ultimate. It would have been interesting to see Clyde be able to do that himself, but we'll see what he's able to do for game 3. He gets to be on the play.
Embarrassingly, once I ultimated Cameo and I died a turn or 2 later. So I'm being full disclosure. We're in the trust tree chat. I did not feel good, so I felt really stupid, but it's all good. I still love the card, and it's a lot of fun. So.
It looks like the other match is already over, so we will just be watching this match.
Okay. Yeah, let me see how deep in the round we are. I got to turn around and chat. Give me a second. We have 15 minutes left in the round.
And they have a few minutes of time extension, so this match will be about 18 minutes.
Oh yeah, because I guess the additional time for them to relocate and get set up. So while players are shuffling, Caden, are there any specific secret layer cards that you like that are new cards or custom treatments or anything that you're really a fan of?
One card in particular that I wouldn't mind having a play set of myself that I have yet to do so would be the SpongeBob Counterspell.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, the meme one.
Yeah,
that's fun. Yeah.
Especially the one with the actual words.
Because like some of them spell, like it's
they spell out counter.
They spell it out like with uppercase, lowercase, and apparently that is like one of the unknown cards you get. So not every secret layer gets that one, right? That's the harder to find.
It's a harder to find one.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, that one is slick. I want Gary. I'm not a huge SpongeBob fan, but my name is Gary, so I want the Gary the Snail. That's
the
Toxrill, whatever, which is kind of cool. I wanted to pick one of those up. What's funny about secret layer cards is some of them are not super expensive. Like I picked up in trade a Deadly Rollick. It's one of the Deadpool ones in foil. It's really great.
Yeah.
So like when I know they're hard to get initially, but sometimes there's just so many of them. You know, like you can find someone for a decent deal. You know, so. Yeah.
Yeah, some of the secret layers definitely are on the cheaper side, especially like if you're looking to just buy the singles out of the cards.
Yes.
Which I'm always a fan of just buying singles. I never really ever buy sealed product.
Okay.
I think Final Fantasy was the first time I bought a collector booster pack in a long time.
What'd you crack?
And that's just because I wanted to find the store that I was at.
Okay.
They were very generous with selling at MSRP.
Wow.
So they were still selling at the $40 price tag, while
That's-
everybody else was selling at a minimum $70, $80 at opening. And this was on pre-release weekend.
Okay, yeah.
And then, of course, prices are now $100 plus.
Yeah.
I pulled like a Kafka, I think. I think that was the most expensive card that I got out of it. So I didn't get anything exciting, but it was still really cool. I really don't usually buy packs. Any sealed product I do get is either through like drafts or packs that I win from events.
Yeah. Okay. I'm the same way. I'd buy probably the equivalent of like maybe 2 boxes a year, like a box a year, and then packs are here or there. You know, I usually buy singles. I try to buy singles from LGSs. So shout out to all those LGS fans out there. Again, support your local game store. You're not playing, Magic at Target or Walmart. So I try to buy from LGSs. Game HQ we're at right now, really good suite of cards. They usually have a lot of different cards, really good displays. So I try to buy local when I can. Certainly Game HQ when able. So.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of always supporting local stores. I almost try to avoid buying online in general. If I could buy from a local store, I will. And I'm not shy about like buying from a particular store. I'll go to Game HQ first, usually because they have a very large inventory. And usually I can call them or just email them a list or just give them a list in person. And they're really good about even having random commons and uncommons that a lot of stores don't bother to store their inventory because they do have a large store and they can afford the storage space. And then whenever they don't have it, I'll venture off to other stores and try and see what else everyone else has. But I always love giving Game HQ a try first. And then there's a couple other local stores. There's a store down in Sulphur. It's called Decks and Dice. I'm a really big fan of it. They just have new owners takeover. So we're going to see how those new owners turn out. But Oklahoma, there's such a nice Magic scene, such a nice. There's a nice amount of stores, and there's always somewhere to go and check out.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, to my knowledge, this is the largest Magic event a year in Oklahoma. Like steady
in Oklahoma,
like
absolutely.
This is, the Landrun is where it's at. We have folks that literally fly in from all over the U.S. to participate in this event again because the high stakes. Again, you're going to see good players, really beautiful decks.
Probably since the 2010s was the last time that we had a really, really large event outside of the Landrun. Like 15, 16, 17 time, whenever Oklahoma was still getting GPs.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
And we were getting those in the Cox Center. But ever since then, we haven't had like very many big events. And ever since 2020, we've had this Oklahoma Landrun, and then this year we really busted the numbers. 144 players for Legacy.
That's awesome.
So it does look like we have another
Grindstone, and what is that?
It's a lantern. It's the Soul Guide lantern.
Soul Guide lantern. Okay. I really like those like old-looking retro treatments on those Brothers War cards.
Yeah, that's a Brothers War
Some of those look sick. Oh my gosh, they're really, really cool. Huge fan of old cards. So when people do throwbacks, and it's good custom art, not always just digital art. But it's just
looks like we already have a transformed Tameo.
Golly, this is okay.
And that's from
Clyde's got to do something about Tameo, otherwise he's gonna
lose to it.
He's gonna lose to it. He's gonna. Ryan's gonna draw 30 cards.
Looks like we have 3 mana.
Okay. What is? I don't know.
That I don't. Magus the Moon.
Oh. There we go. Proxies allowed. Yeah, that is correct. Yep, proxies are allowed. Not counterfeits, but proxies.
For reserved list.
Reserved list cards are allowed. So you can see a lot of the dual lands are being proxied. You can see people doodling in some art, writing down Underground Sea.
Yeah. If it's not reserved list, you do have to have the real card. But if it's proxied, you're allowed to have. It can't do like any papers or anything like that. You can't make the size of the card or size of the sleeve any bigger. You can't like make the thickness anymore. It has to be like a write-on card or a card that was printed with the same amount of thickness that Magic cards are done with.
Again, we were playing at Comp REL, folks, so it's competitive rules enforcement level. So again, we want to make sure that we have that top level of assurance and professionalism from the players. So.
Yeah, so deck lists were obviously required for this event, and that's how we've been able to access the players' deck list and be able to see what they have in sideboards, discuss what options they have available to them. And it's usually sometimes like there'll be 1-off or 2-off cards that we'll miss, and the players will surprise us with it. But at least we're able to see what's coming, so to speak. We do have a Tameo that's an 8 loyalty. Unless Clyde's able to piece something together here, he does have a Painter Servant in the graveyard now.
Okay. But can he attack Tameo with the Shaman?
He can.
But he could?
Is
that past tense? Is that it?
Clyde said he's done with it, so Demir gets the win.
So Demir gets it. Okay. Tameo is a house. She's a powerhouse.
And that's back-to-back Tameo Ultimates for the win. And that just means Clyde Painter goes down to Demir Reanimator. And I think that's the first time seeing Reanimator take a win here. We've seen Tempo win,
some Tempo,
but Reanimator has lost on camera. But we'll be back for round 5 right now. We have We had like 19 players undefeated going into this round, so they should be about 10 or 9 players undefeated next round. And we'll keep it in the undefeated bracket. And then probably after the round after that, we'll start extending out to the X1s to give more people a chance for a feature for coverage.
Awesome.
But we'll see y'all at round 5.
Appreciate it, Chad. See you soon. ladies and gentlemen, these are the top tables. Like, this is where we're at. We're showing you feature matches for players that are on 4-0 right now. And obviously, Demir is really delivering, whether that's tempo, whether that is reanimate, and then oops. What other decks? I know that we just saw Painter last round, Kate.
All right, so we currently have 9 undefeateds.
9 undefeateds.
And I'm going to list all of those undefeated deck lists. So we have colorless Mystic Forge, which we have not seen on stream.
I want to see that.
There's Demir Reanimator, Oops All Spells, Cephalid Breakfast, Demir Reanimator, Demir Tempo. We have Is It Delver.
There we go.
And then we have Mono Red Stompy. And then we have, it says just Wooberg. I'm guessing he didn't select. He's also on Demir Reanimator. So out of the 9 undefeateds, we have 1, 2, 3 Demir Reanimators, 1 Demir Tempo, 1 Mystic Forge, 1 Cephalid Breakfast, 1 Oops All Spells, and then a Mono Red Stompy.
Okay. I mean, that's certainly what we would expect par for the course, right? Like, with what is hot in Legacy right now, with the meta, post-bans, where we're at, like, that's, none of that's surprising, you know? Like, that's
Exactly.
where we're at, so, okay.
Yeah, and there's a bunch more Reanimator in the X1 bracket, which it was going to be the most popular deck.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of what we expected. And hopefully we can get a good game out of here, out of this Oops All Spells versus Demir Tempo matchup.
Okay. Holy cow, is Oops already just... He just sorted
Looks
through
like
his
they're
deck?
going off on turn 1.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, is he going on? Like,
Yeah, it looks like Oops All Spells already won game
Okay,
one while
woo!
we were looking at statistics.
Yeah, okay. Again, we're just trying to do the rigor and the homework, you know. We look down for a minute, and Oops pops off. It does its thing. You got some Narcomoebas that come into play. Yeah. So that was that. And again, like we mentioned earlier, and not to beat a dead horse, but just the mental rigor it takes to slug it out in one of these long tournaments, especially for those players who are going to make it to the top tables, and they're going to make it through the Swiss to the top 8. Like, you want to play a good fast deck, like to your point where Caden was mentioning, like whether it's...
You know if you're winning or losing.
Yeah, exactly, because you want to be able to take a break, you know, chat with your friends, get a bite to eat and stuff like that. Like, it's a slugfest if you're trying to do that with some type of very grindy mid-range deck or a control deck, which is not currently viable in Legacy right now. So, okay. So Demir just, wow, that was probably the first time Jake saw that today. Obviously, if he's 4-0, like, he probably wasn't pushed like that in any of his previous rounds. So,
Right.
yeah, Oops goes Bird. Now I know that
There are 20 out of the 144 players that showed up. At least 23 players were on Reanimator.
Okay, and these are all probably not all, but a lot of them are top tables, right? So yeah.
Yeah, we have 2 of them that are undefeated.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Is there any spice in Melee right now? Like, I mean, maybe like not in the top.
Maybe not in the top.
Yeah,
list.
not in the tops, but just like down in there, someone, you know, trying to kick butt, doing the Lord's work with goblins. I know that we mentioned there's an
So
Elves player.
I do see a Cloud Post. I see
Okay,
a couple of
there
Lance
we go.
players.
Yeah.
I see a Necro Dominance combo deck.
Okay.
I'm guessing that's probably a different.
Is that a Demir kind of variant?
It says mono black.
Okay, mono black necro. Okay. Like a Leyline Helm, maybe? Like, I don't know, like, what mono black. Yeah. Okay.
There's this is Abzan Cradle Control. I'm guessing it's probably
This is like a cradle deck, right?
yeah, Cradle.
Cradle deck,
There were a couple Stifle Knots today.
Okay.
There was Boros Initiative.
Okay, initiative. Okay.
Let's see here. There was an Esper Stoneblade, and there was an Esper Control deck.
Esper Control.
There was a bit of Visit Delver.
Okay.
And several Oops All Spells. There was a Sultai Elves deck, like I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
There was a Teamer Delver deck.
Okay. Shout out to all the Teamer Delver players. My little brother still has Boomer Teamer Delver sleeved up at home, so
There were
Pretty cool.
3 Orzhov Death and Taxes decks, and there was a single Mardu list. I'll take a look at that later. There were a couple store players. Let's see here. A bit of Show and Tell, a bunch of Reanimator.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can find the Wheat and the Chaff. And there was quite a few like Mystic Forge combo decks. So Sultael seems like to be a one-off. I haven't seen any like burn players,
Yeah.
which makes me a little sad.
I have burn sleeved up at home too. Now your burn deck, Hayden, correct if I'm wrong, don't you have like different arts for every burn spell or something like that?
Yeah, so a lot of the burn spells are different arts. A lot
Okay.
of the lands are different burn spells.
Okay.
I had some beta mountains, but
Okay.
any mountain that wasn't beta was a different art.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
And then a lot of the burn spells were different arts, like all the lightning bolts,
Yeah.
all of the skewer the critics. They were all different arts. It was like to add to the extra amount of cringe that my opponent had to face.
Yeah. I think that psychological warfare, I think, is pretty cool.
Even
That's
price
pretty
of
awesome, right?
even Price of Progress that doesn't have that many printings. I managed to have a different printing for every single
Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
because there was a secret layer of Price of Progress. And
That's
I
cool.
managed to get one of those copies, and
Okay.
that wasn't a cheaper copy compared to the rest of them. Which, hear me now, Wizards. I would love to have Price of Progress printed into Modern.
That's a good. It's a fair Magic card. It's a fair Magic card.
It just ask everybody be on the same playing field. Let's play some basics and not be
Yeah,
greedy
exactly.
at
I think
everything.
it's an awesome check and balance. I wish we saw more of it. I know that when Is It Delver was really top tier, people were playing a couple of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, because it would really punish. I'm a Goblins player, so I notoriously have very few basics. I've got like my Caverns, I've got Badlands, I've got tons of fetches and stuff. So I've been blown out many a game by back to basics, and it's painful. So. So let's see. Jake, I assume, is going to be on the play. Let's see if he's going to resolve like a turn 1 Tameo, or maybe like a Thoughtseize. We've seen
Or any spell.
Yeah, or does it do anything? We've seen a ton of Thoughtseize today too. Holy cow, that card is really still a card, you know. Just I think the value. Yes, it's great. You make your opponent discard a non-land card of your choice, but the information value. A turn 1, being able to, in a competitive environment, write those cards down and kind of have some awareness of where your opponent's at. You know, it's a big deal. That information's huge.
It looks like we have a mulligan from the Demir player, and
Okay.
it appears Oops All Spells is content with the hand that they have.
Yeah, that's
Which
not
is
where I wanna be.
terrifying whenever you're on the
Exactly.
play.
Yeah.
Whenever you're having to go down in cards, and whenever you're the Demir
Yeah.
player, the
That's-
Oops All Spells player says, I'm fine.
Yeah, that's got to make that Demir player with the Force of Will or Negation or Daze losing that much tempo. Ooh, that's got to be tough. So.
Now, I guess let's go. I'm gonna see if I can try to figure out what kind of sideboard options these players had. So, Oops All Spells player, so he's playing against Demir Tempo. He does have Goblin Charbelchers in his sideboard. He has Duresses. Leyline of the Void is unneeded, but he may not know if his opponent's on Demir Tempo or on the Reanimator, so he may have brought in Leylines anyway. And then he also has some Nature's Claims and LEDs in his sideboard. Let's take a look and see what our Demir Tempo player has access to.
It's a nice full.
Looks like we don't have any opening ley lines. So out of the sideboard, he has a couple of consigned memories to help stop those triggered abilities. Not necessarily the activated ability of Spy, but he could stop colorless spells like the rant spells. He has a couple of Force Negation, which I imagine those definitely had to have come in. He also has a Craft Digger's Cage, and that could help here as well. We'll see.
So we see a Christopher Rush brainstorm getting resolved right now. Christopher Rush, again, one of the greats from Magic art from the years. Again, he was the original artist. He was the artist for Black Lotus and stuff. He's no longer with us. Christopher Rush, huge fan. If you ever see his signature on a card, you know it's really special, and he meant a lot to the Magic community. So. But that card, Brainstorm, is so powerful. It is actually restricted in Vintage, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
You only get one copy.
Yeah.
We just now saw Wasteland on that black source for Daniel. I imagine since he kept 7, he's got to have multiple black sources.
Mm-hmm.
He does. It looks like that's a Bogger Trawler. He's going to shock himself down to 17. See if he's going. He's going to play Cabal Therapy. Okay. And Jake said, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Does set him back a little bit.
Yeah.
He has to replay his land, so they're both stuck on one. They're both on one land. See, Daniel has a 3rd mana source. He only plays most of these lists are only playing 11. We're going to see if he's playing more.
Oh, he's dropping.
All right, he's going for it, and it looks like Jake might be
force pitching. Is that Kaito? Or
that's Pitch Kaido.
Kaido. Okay, yep.
That is the borderless version of Kaido.
Okay. Some of those look really sharp. I do like those cards. They look good.
And then we have another Wasteland for Daniel's last black source. See if he's able to draw out of it. Looks like it's going to be a pass-go situation.
Okay. All right. There's a lot of draw go. Okay.
Fortunately, this is what we saw last time whenever we saw Noob Saw Spells versus...
Yeah, and then it just out of nowhere just exploded, right?
So he's playing 4 Barger Trawlers, 4 Agadeem's Awakening, and 4 Fell the Profane. So he's playing 12 mana sources that are not Lotus Petal effects. He's already had 2 of them gone, so he only has 10 left. And then Jake, he has an Orcish Bowmaster in play, so yeah, he has a clock. He's got an 8-turn clock, but it's still a clock. We have a Ponder. To not shuffle and then cast a Thoughtseize. Dano does let it resolve.
Okay.
Doesn't look like he had a way to be able to respond to it
It's
anyway.
Full grip, huh? 7.
Yeah, full 7 cards.
But like Narcomoeba is completely dead in hand, you know.
Yeah,
like,
he has a Char Belcher. He has
the Jack-o'-lantern can help make mana, right?
Right. Yeah, if he was able to go to discard, he could have discarded the Jack-o'-lantern. Looks like we are going to go ahead and discard a Char Belcher.
Okay.
See if he draws a mana source. So no. So if he goes to discard next turn, he could discard the Jack-o'-lantern for a mana source, but may not be enough. Finds a Lotus Petal. Imagine this will get a response out of Jake. Hard cast days.
Jake's in a good spot.
Yeah, I feel like Jake probably has this wrapped up with him being able to wasteland both black sources that Daniel had.
Yeah. He's either going to win or Daniel's going to sweep in a few turns, I think, unless some miracle happens.
Alright, so he does discard the Jack-o'-lantern to hand size. We have 4 turns left on this clock.
Yeah.
Looks like we get another Goyf that speeds up the clock a lot. He's got land, sorcery, instant in the graveyard, so that's 3 types at least that I can see. And discards a creature to hand size. Alright, 4-turn clock turns into a 2-turn clock. He goes to 3. Can he draw out of it? He can't even shock a land in anymore. He can if he wants to, but he'll die. And then that'll be the game.
Going to round 3.
Going to game 3. Oops, all spells gets to be on the play this time. Should be interesting. Hopefully, we'll see some nice little fireworks for us to show off. Our other match is still playing. Looks like they're also going to. Looks like they're resolving mulligans for a different game, whether it be for game 2 or game 3. As you can tell, as these players are doing, it's always important to keep your deck face down, facing away from you when you're shuffling. You don't want it facing up or looking. Have any kind of shot of you being able to look at the cards. Always want to be able to try to change the top card of your library too. You get to where there's true randomness and there's anything weird going on. Alright, let's see if Daniel gets another keep 7. Demir player mulligans before he even knows if Daniel's keeping or not. I'm guessing based off of posture, perhaps Daniel is keeping. Looks like that's a yes.
So Daniel's going to be on the play, so I assume, hopefully he has a good hand, he's just going to try to go.
A lot of the time, it's very beneficial for you to just try to pop off on turn 1, make it to where you're not weak to days, only to force a will and force negation. And he has 4 pact of negation to help fight against those spells.
That's fine.
Looks like we have a bold of 5 from Demir.
That's not where you want to be on the play, right?
You're on the draw in this
Sorry,
situation.
on the draw.
So you have even less possible chances, less cards to be able to pitch the forces. So if you wanted to have double force backup, you would have to have 2 forces, 2 blue cards, and then maybe a land.
I mean, Daniel might be like, dude, if he's got a decent hand.
If he has a seal
get
pact
it,
of negation, he
he's
can
gonna
kind of
go.
clean this up if he has the win.
Yeah, he's just going to go. I'd be a little tilted if I was 4-0. I'm in round 5. I'm on game 3, and I'm mulling to 5. My headspace would not be. I'd be a little.
Mulling to 5 against a deck that loves to be
Just
keeping
go,
7.
just explode, Yeah. Because you can't just dig yourself out of it, right?
All right, so it looks like we're going to have a shock from Daniel.
Okay.
Down to 17.
Is that the Bogart Bog, backside of Bogart Trotter?
It is.
Land? Okay.
It looks like that was a dark ritual, and then we have a force
here we
pitch
go.
force.
Got 3 black. I love that
Force
artwork.
pitch days.
Okay, yep, there we go. None of that shenanigans. So that means that Jake has 3 cards in hand now.
Yeah, he's down to 3 cards while Daniel still has 5. And then we have a Thoughtseize from Jake.
Thoughtseize is a good card, though.
And it resolves. He shows them Spy, Thoughtseize, 2 Guides, Poxwalker.
Poxwalker, if folks are not familiar in the chat, is a really neat card. It's kind of a dredge card from Warhammer 40K. It's super cool. Really cool artwork, so.
Looks like this is a Force Pass Go from Daniel. And he doesn't have any counter magic himself. He doesn't have any pact negation. So even if he finds himself something, based off the way that he's twisted, it looks like he drew a land, and it looks like we're going to have a pitch card to Poxwalker.
Poxwalker, okay. So that's a 3/1, I believe, and it does some shenanigans. We'll look it up real quick, chat.
So Poxwalker is a 3/1 with Death Touch. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So even if Jake kills it, he can just bring it back later.
He can keep bringing it back, right? Yeah, which is super cool, super relevant.
It itself is inherently a clock. It is a 6-turn clock because Jake is already at 17 from his own Thoughtseize and Fetch Land. Life totals are resources. Looks like we have resolved our Surveil Land, and then we pass it back to Daniel.
Notably, Jake, I'm sure, is running some Fatal Push, but he can only push the Poxwalker if he sacrificed something with the Revolt. Right. Okay. So because it's a 3-mana card. So.
Yeah.
We're petty thefting the Poxwalker back to hand.
Yeah. And then let's see. So we have a Lotus Petal in play.
Yeah. The Poxwalker just got petty theft back.
Yeah, he is playing 4 Fatal Push.
Poxwalkers comes back. Daniel's stuck another land. So Daniel's pretty good with mana, right? With 3.
Yeah, him having 3 mana sources, he's no longer away to Wasteland.
Yep. Oh, you're right.
That's a Bogger Trawler, I believe.
Okay, he's just playing that just to blow up the graveyard?
Yeah, it just exiles his graveyard and makes it harder for him to cast any Murktide Regents. Which he's not playing any, but it does turn his Nethergoyce off.
And that's another 3/1 beater, right?
Yeah, sure is.
I mean, that's
and that Brazen Bar cannot block.
Correct. Yep. It's like 3/1s. Because that's a 3/1 as well, right?
Looks like they are both on 2-turn clocks.
Yeah.
He's attacking for 3. He's attacking for 6.
This is going to be a short game.
It's going to come down to this. If Jake has removal spell, he could end this. Oh,
okay.
Daniel's just going for another spell. He's got a Goblin Belcher.
Oh, we're belching.
Let's see. What does Jake have in hand? He has 1 card in hand. Does he have a...
What has he got?
Signed and Memory replicated twice.
Oh, dude. Oh.
All right, 2 cards in hand now.
Whoa. Okay.
See what Jake is able to find here.
So he's going to put.
It can't block, so it's go tack him down to 3. Does he find removal spell? Finds an Orcish Bowmasters. That does block and can kill something. Daniel says it's good.
Okay.
Well, that puts Daniel in the hot seat. He has to find something this turn, and it can't involve drawing cards.
Okay. Otherwise, he'll take the damage off the Bowmaster.
Okay, right.
Yep. What's he going to do? Does Dimir Tempo just pull this out?
Sure does.
That's it!
Dimir Tempo for the win.
5-0 with Dimir Tempo. Mole to 5 on game 3.
And it does look like our other match looks like they are also wrapping up, so we can...
Yeah, we can hop. Chat, that was pretty cool. I'm not a Dimir player, but wow. Mulling to 5 in game 3, I'd be a little bit knocked off my rocker. I'd be a little tilted. But he was able to stabilize and really stop. Was that an initial? Was it a force? What was the early countering?
It was force of negation, pitch of days.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. And
stopping the dark ritual.
Stopping that dark ritual, that turn 1 dark rit. So that was
it was a very big play.
Yeah.
He didn't wait to try to stop a creature or stop a Goblin Char Belcher. He just stopped the dark ritual out the gate. Very smart play by the Dimir Tempo player. and showed why they're 5-0.
Yeah.
So good luck to him in the next round, and we'll see y'all in round 6.
See you soon.
We might be able to get one of these players in here if we got plenty of time.
Yeah, we have like 20 minutes, so let me see if...
So might be able to get one of these players in here.
Want to see if we can grab Jake?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Right, chat. We're here with Jake. Jake, congrats. You are 5-0.
Thank you.
With Demir Tempo. How was that game 3? A mold of 5?
4.
You molded 4. I missed. Okay, molded 4. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Okay. And you were able to stabilize and just talk us through your process of like how that went.
Well, basically, I just had to mulligan really aggressively because of the matchup.
Okay.
And the first few hands just didn't have any interaction. I didn't have any Force of Wills,
Okay.
any Fairy Macabres, and anything to interact with
Okay.
the Oops All Spells deck.
Okay.
And the 4-card hand, for being a mold of 4, was about as good as you could ask for. I think the 4-card keep was Underground Sea, Thoughtseize, Daze, Force of Negation.
Okay.
So I have interaction for turn 0, interaction for turn 1 with the Thoughtseize, and then hope it plays out good from
Yeah,
there.
and stabilize and buy you some time and space, and then ultimately secure the win. So how does Demir Tempo feel overall today? Feel pretty good?
It feels very good. It has
Okay.
game against pretty much everything.
Oh yeah, we can tell.
I don't have any like amazingly overwhelming favorite
That's fine.
matchups,
Yeah.
but I think that I have the ability to match up with pretty much anything and have a shot. So
Is there any card that is standing out for you today that you really like? You really want to see this in your opening hand that's really paying its dividends?
Nethergoyf's been very good.
Okay.
Nethergoyf's been awesome, and Wasteland has been huge. Wasteland's always good.
Wasteland's
always
I'm a
good,
huge
but it's been
Wasteland
good.
enjoyer myself, so that's awesome. Again, trying to keep the mana bases fair. We'll We don't want to take up too much of your time, but
If you
best
wouldn't
of
mind
luck.
telling us before,
Yeah,
before
go
you
for
go,
it.
where are you traveling?
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm in from Kansas City. Shout out to Spanky's Card Shop.
Yeah, okay. I used to live out near Fort Leavenworth. I was military, so not far from Kansas City.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so was that about a 5-hour drive down?
A little bit less, like 4 hours, 45 minutes or so.
Okay. Is there a legacy scene up there in Kansas City, or how's that?
Yeah, Spanky's, we usually get like 8 to 12 legacy
Good,
players
okay.
every week, and it's a blast. So.
Okay, cool. Well, congrats and good luck, and when you get home, enjoy some good barbecue. But thank
I know.
you.
It's especially great. We got my friend Jeff was the other feature match area.
Oh, okay,
and
that's cool.
We both drove down together, we're both 5-0, so love to see
Okay, well,
it.
yeah, just dig in and enjoy Oklahoma while you're here, and good luck at getting a shot at that ancestral. Okay.
All right, thank you
All right,
very much.
take care.
Have
Out
a good
here.
one.
We'll see you, chat. Give us a second. All right, we are going to round 6. Caden is going to update some of that player information and the respective deck types. Just give us a second, but we are on our way. Mystic Forge. All right, I'm really looking forward to seeing this. Okay, both of these players are 5-0. Nicholas versus Jeffrey. Nicholas being the Mystic Forge player, and Jeffrey's going to be a mono red Stompy. Okay, so this, Caden, is not like a painter list. This is just like Ancient Tomb, City of Traders, Blood Moon, Kiki Jiki, Fabled Mirror Breaker and stuff, right? Okay.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay, that's gonna be pretty sweet. So, I know that's been a deck that's existed for a long time. So, sweet. Okay, we're just adjusting the layout. Great. Okay. All right, players are drawing their first hand. Really cool. I imagine this might be the match where finally in round 6 we're gonna see some One Rings drop. Right.
We'll finally get to see some One Rings.
All right, I'm a huge enjoyer of the One Ring. I've got a play set of the whatever is it, the bundle foil one, where you can see Gollum's hand.
Right.
From Lord of the Rings. I really love that card. I win with it, but I've also lost by it a lot. So I think it's got a lot of really cool lore and design space with it, because it's not just an auto win. It can also bite you, which is a lot of fun. So.
I agree.
Yeah. So. Especially if I'm playing against someone that's playing like a burn deck or something that's really aggro, I can really get punished for getting hit with the ring a few times. So, okay. All right, and we're okay.
I'm just updating the other side.
Oh, is that for
yeah, for the backup.
We're also updating our the text for our backup match as well. So, okay. All right, it looks like Nicholas is drawing his hand, and I think we're all on. Are we keeping 7s?
So far, it looks like Mono Red is keeping 7.
Okay.
It looks like the Mystic Forge player is doing math.
Okay. It's scary when a big mana deck does math, right? So.
So Meth Captain, or me the Captain, asked what are the commentators' experience with the current format versus previous Legacy and favorite decks.
Hey Jordan, this is Gary. I know we've played a few times together. I try to play Legacy when I can, but I've been on and off with Legacy pretty actively since 2014, and I was playing in Europe.
So his experience is a lot deeper than mine. I have played a little recently over the past couple of years. Over the past year exactly, I myself haven't played very much Legacy, as I've been more of a tournament grinder for the standard and modern formats. Basically, whatever the current RC format is, that's where I play. I do watch a lot of streamers and a lot of different people, a lot of different folks, and I pay attention to top 8 deck lists and whatever is posted. And I'm able to follow the format that way, but whenever it comes to actually playing paper Magic or anything online, I myself haven't really played that much, but I do have enough experience with the format from playing the past few years. I'm at least able to recognize and commentate in a way where I know what the cards do.
Yeah.
I've played more Vintage than I have Legacy over the past few years, and that's kind of where my experience is. I've played a lot of Bizarre decks, whether it be with Cradlevine or if it be with Bizarre, with Dredge.
Sweet. Yeah, and for favorite Legacy deck types, I'm a huge fan of. I'm loving Eldrazi Post right now, and I'm a long-term fan of Goblins. Oh, that is a gentleman move from Nicholas, showing us his hand. Okay, I didn't quite catch it. Hopefully, Chat. You guys
I did see a Karn in there.
Okay, we see Grim Monolith, which is a very, very sick Magic card. This deck demands 4 of these, right? I think.
Yes.
Yeah. And it is a reserve list card, but it's a sick card. So.
Whenever it comes to like my favorite deck, my most played deck in Legacy is Burn. Which is what Curtis Thompson's deck is. That who commentated yesterday. He's kind of the one that turned me onto the deck. Now, if I was able to like just pick up any deck that I wanted to and play in the format, I could see some kind of Cloud Post deck because I really love big mana decks. But whenever it comes to Burn in general, I love the play style of it. I love the mentality of being able to know I'm going to win quick or lose quickly, and that helps with long tournament stretches.
Now, me, the captain, he is a big Storm fan, and I know that he is on the Epic Storm. So shout out to the Epic Storm and all those Storm players out there. I don't know that we have some Storm in the room, but huge shout out to the Brian Cook and all of your community.
So Nicholas, so he is on 4 Fleshraker, 4 K Command, 4 Karns, 2 Ugin, and the only actual creature he's playing in the deck is going to be Glaring Fleshraker. And has a ton of artifacts.
And just because Glaring Fleshraker, you start playing those artifacts and those colorless permanents, and boom, you just start knocking your opponent down.
Notably, Nicholas is our first place. He's currently in first place. We have 4 undefeateds right now, 4 5-0s, and then we have 3 4-0-1s. And Nicholas, he is 10-1 whenever it comes to game records. He's only dropped a single game all day.
Wow.
And his opponent match win percentage is pretty good. It's 66.6 repeating.
Okay.
So whenever it comes to like standings, he is on top, and he's on top for a good reason. He's playing really well. And then his opponent, Jeffrey, he is the bottom of the undefeateds. He has a really rough opponent match win percentage, and he himself has dropped 3 games.
Okay.
We're going to take a look at Jeffrey's list and see what he's got. He's got pretty standard mono red list: 4 Broadside Bombardiers, 4 Fury, 4 Magus of the Moon, 4 Pyrovoice, and 4 Simian Spirit Guides, and then 4 Chalices. And he has 4 One Rings, but with that card in play, those One Rings aren't going to matter. He also does have 2 Blood Moons, which we have a Blood Moon in play, but as we can see, this Blood Moon isn't really doing too much, especially with this card in play and his own One Ring.
Yeah. What's going to be really fun to see is when Nicholas starts activating Karn, is to see what's in Nicholas's wish board for the Karn. Do we have? Certainly have that.
Yeah, I can go ahead and start pulling that up. So Nicholas's options in his sideboard that are artifacts. He has Disruptor Flute, Ensnaring Bridge, Liquid Metal Coating. That's the target permanent becomes an artifact until end of turn, so you can target a land, and then plus with Karn, and target artifact becomes a creature, and its mana value is equal, and its power and toughness is equal to its mana value, which
to kill. I need to look into that. That's cool.
A land would become an artifact creature with power toughness 0/0.
Okay, that's cool.
Die to state-based actions.
Okay, that's sick.
He also has the Mycocenthalatus.
I love that. I have that. Yes.
So Mycocenthalatus with Karn would just absolutely turn off everything for his opponents. Then he has an extra copy of Mystic Forge, Perilous Snare, Tormod's Crypt, and a Walking Ballista to be able to combo with a Clearing Fleshraker.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I end up grabbing Tormod's Crypt a lot with my Karn just to blow up the graveyard, especially if I'm scared my opponent's about to drop a Murktide or something like that. So.
Looks like we do have a Broadside Bombardier attacking the Karn, and because it has already attacked, he's able to boast with it, so he could sacrifice that Blood Moon to deal 5 damage to something.
Now, the cool thing about Big Red, I'm just mono red, Stompy, playing with Broadside is they can tick up their One Ring a bit, and then they can fling it with Broadside, which is huge. So that way you won't die on the turn coming back, which is obviously I don't have that luxury in my current Eldrazi post list, but that's really neat. So.
Yeah, being able to turn a One Ring into dealing 2 or 3 damage to you into dealing 6 to your opponent, or 6 to another person.
Just drawing a whole bunch of cards. Really cool. So. Yeah, I mean, these guys are fighting with chainsaws right here. They both have some board presence and stuff, and it looks
there's still a lot of things happening with this Broadside Bombardier. on the field. Grim Monolith notably does not untap. He's going to take 2 to his 1 ring, so he's at 17.
Yeah.
And I believe that is an Urza Saga in play, and notably there has been a new rule change that has made it to where sagas don't immediately die if they have more chapters, or if they have more counters or chapters than they would have the abilities.
Okay.
So even though it has 0 chapters on it, and it's not.
Oh, because it's the Blood Moon. Gotcha.
Yeah, because of the Blood Moon in play, it's not going to die immediately.
So, yeah, okay. Yeah. So a few props to Nicholas. Gorgeous deck. I don't know. Is that a Chrome Mox right there from?
That is a Mox Opal.
Mox Opal, but that is an Expo Mox Opal. And he's got some Expedition Lotus Petals. Those are beautiful. Those are worth a ton, but they're gorgeous. That series of those premium
and that is a Mycosynth lattice he's grabbing out of the sideboard.
Here we
and
go.
That's going into play.
And he's dropping. Okay, so we got a lock. We got the Karn lock right here.
Right, so nothing can be activated on Jeffrey Kramer's side. He can only attack with his broadside bombardier from now on.
And he's got some Scion tokens to chump. Eldrazi Scions, right? Or Spawns, sorry.
He has 2 spawn tokens that he's able to block with.
Yeah.
So Jeffrey should be able to see the writing on the wall here.
Or is he trying to hit Karn?
He could sacrifice a Blood Moon and deal 5 to it, but it looks like he's not. He's opting to not do so.
Okay.
He's going to take some more damage to his 1 ring. Both of his spawns are gone now.
Okay.
He is playing it really patiently, recognizing that Nicholas can't actually cast any Kozilek's commands right now. Now he could spend 3 and untap a Grim Monolith and then use that to cast a K command for like 1.
So it
looks like he is untapping.
Exactly what he's doing, yeah.
Cast Glaring Freshraker because that requires colorless mana.
Yeah.
So now every time he plays a colorless spell, he's going to get a spawn, and it's going to shoot Jeffrey for 1.
Ping, yep. Basalt Monolith. Lots of resources to make colorless mana through that Blood Moon, which is huge. Okay, we're casting a new ring. Oh, that's it. Jeffrey's had enough. So boom, Nicholas. Mystic Forge does its thing. 1 ring is a good magic card.
So notably with Broadside Bombardier, Rainy Storm did bring up a good point. For the boast, it says sacrifice another creature or artifact, so you can't sacrifice.
Oh, you can't Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Otherwise, I'm sure he would have been sacrificed long ago.
Yeah. All right, so Mystic Forge and Mono Red are hitting the sideboard. Who do you think is favored in this matchup? Deck, just not the players, the deck-wise. What would you rather be on?
I would rather be on the play.
There we go. Hey-o, chat will be here all night. I'd rather be on the play. You got that here. Put that on a t-shirt. Yeah.
Honestly, it does. It honestly feels like a coin flip.
Yeah.
Like whoever can get their lock piece on the board the fastest, because that's what both of these decks are trying to do.
Yep.
If he could get a Blood Moon effect into play on turn 1. That would make it really difficult for Nicholas to be able to turn out his artifacts really fast.
Okay.
He does have Mox Opal still, and he probably has Lotus Petals. Yeah, we did see a Lotus Petal earlier.
And I see one of the Chalice. Certainly has Chalice. So I don't think Chalice does a ton against Mystic Forge. So.
Yeah. So let's see. So Chalice on 0.
Oh, Chalice on 0
would counter Mox Opal, Lotus Petal.
Okay.
And that would be it. I don't
know if that's even.
I don't think it's worth it.
No.
Really, it's for Chalice on 1 against the other decks.
Trinisphere on turn 1. Is that Rainy? Yeah, Trinispheres are.
Well, the Mono Red deck is not playing any Trinispheres.
No 3 balls. Okay.
So out of the sideboard, they could be bringing in Disruptor Flute to name Karn the Great Creator. They also have some Fiery Confluence to be able to deal a bunch of damage to I don't think I think it says like it's put to a player, so it's not like the old rules where you could just redirect it to the planeswalkers.
Okay.
He does have a pithy needle in the sideboard, so I can see him bringing that in to be able to just name Karn. So between Disruptive Fruit and Pithy Needle, I can see those cards coming out. He has some Fairy Macabre, some Leyline of the Voids, and Shadow Spear, but I don't see those being options for the mono red player. And then for the Mystic Forge player, it's pretty easy most of the time. Most of their sideboard's a wish board.
Yeah, it's a wish board, so they're not even
cards that are not artifacts that he wouldn't be bringing in. He's not going to be bringing in his Fairy Macabres. He does have some Warping Whales. I don't know if that's something that he would be interested in. Warping Well, it says exile target creature of power toughness 1 or less, counter target sorcery spell, or make a Scion. I really don't see that coming into play.
Yeah, I don't see what sorcery you
I
can counter.
imagine Warping Whale is probably for Tamio.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Nice clean way to get rid of Tamio. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jeffrey, he does not run Trinisphere. Turn 1 Trinisphere would be really good, but he's not running it. Let's see if Jeffrey finds a good 7 that he can keep. Looks like he is satisfied with his hand, so he's going to keep 7. And I imagine Nicholas, based off his posture, it looks like he's also interested in keeping his 7.
Okay, we're looking at his
He
hand.
is keeping.
Is that an ancient tomb?
It was a
bunch
bunch of.
of.
It looked like a ballista. It was a bunch of masterpieces.
Yeah, it's okay. Yep. Your hand, you got a lot of jewelry in your hand there, Nicholas. That's pretty awesome. So let's see these good-looking cards on the battlefield. So. What card is that? I know we have some glare, chat, but we have to fight.
It looks like
through
a
that,
0 drop of some kind.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a Lotus Petal, I think.
Okay.
Just thinking about what else he wants to do. Oh, it's a Chrome Mox.
Chrome Mox. Okay,
Putting
so
a lightning
pitching
bolt
the
underneath.
Simeon's. Okay.
Oh no, that's Simeon Fear Guy. You're right.
Okay, yep.
And
No,
Disruptor Flute.
What are we naming with flute?
I imagine it has to be Karn the Great Creator, right?
Yeah. Okay. Because you don't want to shut down all of your artifacts.
Yeah, so Karn the Great Creator would cost 6,
when
and
he
then
gets his-
anytime he would want to activate it, it's going to cost 2.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is 2. It costs 2 more. We're going to look at the card, double check.
Activated abilities
It's
cost
3. Spells with the
3,
chosen
yeah.
name cost 3 more to cast. And activated abilities with the chosen name can't be activated, so you can't even
Karn's
activate
basically
the
a
card.
7 mana.
7 mana, turn off your artifacts.
Now, one thing I don't have, a new card that folks are playing, I don't know if it's in Mystic Forge, is the new Ugin from Dragon Storm. I think people playing 1 of or 2 of them in some decks. It looks pretty cool, so I've not picked that up. That was fun. Is that,
So it looks like they wrote down the name, but we can't see the name.
Yeah.
I can double check.
I could not look at it from the screen. Give me a sec.
Oh, they named Grim Monolith. It wasn't even Karn the Great Creator. Interesting.
Yeah, Grim Monolith.
So if he's able to resolve a Grim Monolith, he can still activate the mana ability, just not the untap.
Ah, okay.
And we did get a Mystic Forge into play.
Yeah. Because it was what, Puddle Tomb, Mystic Forge, boom.
Yeah.
That was a lot of resources went to casting that Mystic Forge.
Looks like we got a destroy land.
Yep. That was one of those modal.
Yeah, modal double face.
Double face spells. Yeah. Okay. That's rough. Okay, but Mystic Forge is a hell of a card to have in play, right? So. Okay, another ancient tomb.
And just pass. Taking some more damage down to 13. Magus of the Moon.
Oh.
Just going to turn off the colorless sources for Nicholas because he can't cap. Grim Monolith would cost 5 mana to cast.
Mm-hmm.
Reveals a Kozilek's command
Okay.
off the top of his deck. He gets exiled, I believe.
I love that card. Kozilek's Command is just so fun. It's removal, it's ramp, it's card selection. It's just such a fun card.
So for those of you at home that don't know what Mystic Forge does, the namesake of the deck, it's 4 mana artifact that says you may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may cast artifact spells and colorless spells from the top of your library, and then you can pay 1 life, exile top card of your library. So that was a Manifold Key that got exiled. I'm guessing that Kozilek's Command was cast for 0. It looks like that's what happens.
Okay.
And usually whenever you're doing that, it's the scry 0 draw card.
Ah, okay.
And then you can target X cards or maybe 0 scions.
Is that a key you just?
That is a Manifold Key that's in play. It looks
Okay.
like that's a
Lotus Petal.
Lotus Petal.
So Nicholas has stabilized it a little bit.
1, 2,
Mystic
3,
Forge.
4. The one
We've got ring. There we go. That's the version I have. I like that one. It's
yeah, that's
it's
the
nice.
bundle.
The bundle.
promo.
Yeah. It's nice. So it's good looking. I really like that crazy. Looks like a 1970s poster or whatever, like rock concert poster, like the really far out there treatment. It's like I think one of the secret layers or something. It's
Yeah.
They're super pricey but good looking One Ring. So. Okay.
So it looks like we do have a resolved Karn.
Karn has entered the chat. Okay.
The One Ring no longer will be able to be activated while that Karn's in play.
Yeah. And Chrome Mox won't, right?
Yeah, the
Can't
Chrome
use
Mox can't be activated. He could plus on the Chrome Mox and turn the Chrome Mox into a 0/0 creature. And just go and get it off the field. But he might be interested in.
Oh,
So
yeah,
he's
okay.
probably thinking about whether he wants to turn that into a creature or if he wants to just go ahead and downtake.
And
grab
get like
something.
get a piece. Okay. But then it could be vulnerable to getting attacked by Max the Moon, right?
Right.
So,
Or die to a bolt.
yeah. To put it down to 3 loyalty, that's damage.
Which notably, the mono red player, he's not playing any bolts, but he is playing a full 4 Fury and 4 Pyrogloives.
Fury's a good card. That's a cool card.
So he did opt to go ahead and plus on the Chrome Mox, that Simian Sphere guide you see there, it's in exile.
Yeah.
He went
There's the
in,
Ugin.
exile Ugin, get that out of here,
Good
can't
looking.
cast
Ugin.
it.
Yeah, good looking.
Yeah, if that's foil, that's a $70 Ugin.
Yeah, that's nice.
Exiled Karn off the top of his deck, going down to 10, because every time he activates that Mystic Forge costs him alive. That's another copy of the One Ring.
Okay.
So we're plussing on the One Ring. It is a 4/4 creature that's indestructible.
Mm-hmm. So that's a good tool
It'll
to
be able
defend
to
Karn.
block.
Yeah.
Looks like that's a walking ballista for 1. Maybe. Oh, that's a Chalice of the Void on one. Both of these players having some interesting lock pieces here. We have a Walking Ballista for 2 from Nicholas. We got a Fabled Mirror Group.
Okay.
Valuable of the Mirror Breaker from Jeffrey.
Alright, let's go make that Goblin Shaman. Let's see what type. Do we have the Wizards prints? I think we do, yeah. Those are pretty expensive for tokens. They're like $7 or $8 and they're hard to find. And
Yeah, they were definitely like the mythic token of the set.
yeah. So note for folks at home, if you have a whole pile of tokens, you have any Goblin Shamans, they're worth a little bit. So I just, like, to your point, I picked up some Arcade Post ones for $1 or $2.
Yeah.
That look really, really good and custom and signed and everything because I wasn't going to pay $8 for a token. So. Certainly a slower game. Again, this is one ring deck, so we're just grinding. It feels good to draw a bunch of cards with that card, though, man. Like, just activate, and then yeah, we still have the the key, right? So he can use the key to untap it and go again. And
Yeah, if he wanted to, he can really start looping these draw effects.
yeah. Oh, he's dropping something big. What is this?
Looks like that is a 5-mana Grim Monolith.
Okay. Oh, because of the flute. Gotcha. Now wait a second. He's tapping the Grim Monolith for mana.
It can be tapped for mana because Disruptor Flute says activated abilities can't be activated
Unless they're mana. Okay,
abilities.
gotcha. Okay.
So he can't pay the 3 to untap it, but he can tap it for mana.
Okay. Gotcha. Good call. I mean, but Karn is certainly locking down Jeffrey's One Ring, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah, his One Ring's completely locked down.
Yeah.
He can't activate it. He won't be able to use the treasures that the Goblin Shaman makes.
Yeah.
And he's taking 1 every turn because his One Ring has a counter. Has a
Micah
burning counter on it.
Symphlatis.
Oh, that's...
Is this getting cast or just put it in hand right now?
Looks like he's casting it.
Okay. I thought he was kind of tapped out, but I could have missed that. Okay.
Well, it looks like the Magus of the Moon's gone, so he...
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, so he's got big mana. Okay.
Yeah, he shot it down with a Walking Ballista.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how Jeffrey comes back from this, right? Is this
Yeah,
just-
I don't know either.
Is Nicholas just about to shut this down?
He would have to have like 2 copies of Fury and be able to cast them both.
Okay.
So he's discarding both cards to draw a couple cards.
What about a
Can he
handshake?
draw an answer?
Think about, oh, let's put my card back.
Getting a counter after this
Saga.
Urza Saga.
Okay.
Can't be activated.
He's completely locked down with the Karn lock, right?
Yeah, none of his
Yeah, I mean,
none of his permanents can be activated.
Can't use his One Ring, can't tap his lands. I mean, this is. He's got a Goblin Shaman token, you know.
All right, he does go ahead and concede. All right, so we're going to see if we can go ahead and get over to our other. They're already done too.
Yep.
So
All right.
we'll
see if we can grab Nicholas.
Yeah, see if
Okay.
we can grab Nicholas. in
Okay, I'll
here.
grab him. Give me a second. All right, chat. We're here with Nicholas with Mystic Forge combo. So you're now 5-0 or 6-0? 6-0. Wow. Okay. How's the deck feel?
Deck feels strong. Definitely plan to play against a lot of Reanimator and
Okay.
Use All spells today.
Okay.
Definitely made a very interesting choice to cut defense grids last minute, even though there's a lot of blue decks, and just have more gas to just go faster, thinking if I just shove, they can only have so many Force of Wills, and there's a decent amount of non-blue decks.
Okay.
That if I just have more things to do, all the non-blue decks, the defense grids are basically just dead cardboard.
Okay.
So if I just play other cards to make the deck go faster or be more threatening, then I'll probably do all right. I've beaten Blue-Black Reanimator twice today, some
Okay.
sort of Grixis Reanimator once today.
Okay.
That was mono-red. Played against a pretty wide variety. I had a round 1 bye, always helpful.
Yeah. Okay. That's good.
So into Blue Painter, which I'm playing a Turbo Karn deck, so
Yeah.
that's kind of a less good matchup for them.
Okay.
So I've definitely had good draws, but I planned to be able to beat their Reanimator style decks. And
Okay. What has been your favorite card that you've been trying to grab the most out of the Wish board with Karn? Like your sideboard, like Mycosynth Lattice, or is it? Certainly, it depends. What have you been using Karn to go get?
That's always situational.
Situational, okay.
And everyone likes certain
Yeah.
cards in their toolbox, but Disruptor Flu's been pretty nice.
Okay.
Being able to just grab that and hold things hostage, like on your upkeep, I'll name Reanimate, so now it costs 4 to reanimate.
Which is that deck hard,
which is
hard to
huge.
afford that. Yeah, that's
It's
fine.
also a needle, so you can just shut off Tameo, so you don't out of nowhere lose to a Tameo
Okay.
Seasoned Scholar Ultimate.
Yep.
One that is controversial is the Perilous Snare. So I played it,
Okay.
against the show and tell decks. If you grab that, that's often people are playing Portable Hole, which only gets CMC 2 or lower, but
Yes.
Perilous Snare is an Oblivion Ring, gets any CMC permanent.
Oh,
so if you
okay.
hold that in hand and they show in an Omniscience, they have to have the Cunning Wish to win on the spot, or they just lose their Omniscience.
Okay.
Or Big Guy, so
Okay.
I like having the actual Oblivion Ring.
Okay.
And for the slower matchups, I usually either get Tormod's Crypt to hold the graveyard hostage,
Yep.
or Liquid Metal Coating and go on the Stone Rain plan, like
Okay.
as early as turn 2, just start killing their permanents.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. We were talking about that. Kate and I were like, I didn't even think, because I play an Eldrazi post list that I use Karn, but I haven't even thought about Liquid Metals Coating to use that to just kill
Yeah,
lands.
and it's
So
usually
that's
more
sick.
egregious than people think. People
Oh,
like,
that's cool. Yeah,
they're going to say, I'm going to lose 1 land a turn, and then I play it, and I go, coat your land, kill it, untap with a key, say
Oh,
go,
no,
then coat another. So
I'm
it goes,
sold. I'm a believer,
It
man. I
goes
want
twice
it.
as fast as you think, and you just
Yes.
all of a sudden cannot play Magic anymore.
Oh, I
So,
want it. That's really cool. Now, where are you coming in from?
Philadelphia.
Okay, did you drive down here? Or?
Fly to Dallas, drive up, mini road trip from
Yeah,
Dallas
okay.
to Oklahoma City with my guys from Jersey.
Okay, so you're here with some other players. So again, for all the folks out there, watching on Twitch, we have a lot of folks coming from all over the states to come to the Landrun. But I don't want to time jack you. I know the time's of the essence. So good
Thank you.
job, and hopefully we'll see you in top 8.
Thank you.
Take care. Yeah. All right, chat. We're going to go on a quick break, and Kate and I will be back for more Legacy action for round 7. I guess, right? So. Hey chat, Kate and I are back. We're getting ready for some more Legacy action. We're coming up on, or this is round 7. Time is about to start. And we are bringing back our Mystic Forge player who was just with us on the last game. Solid player, and he's the only player remaining that is undefeated. Again, that's Nicholas D. From out of town, who's on Mystic Forge. Really solid player, so we're hoping to see what else we come up with, but it's going to be very cutthroat this round 7, round 8 to get to the top 8. So. Okay, we have Tom H. We're looking up on Melee his win record, 5-0. Oh, okay, then a draw for 1. Okay, 5-0-1. 6, okay. We will see what Tom's on in a second. Surprise, Demir Reanimator, but we'll see. Again, remember with that last interview we had with Nicholas, he said he was gunning for a Reanimator. He was, or at least Demir, so he was really ready for Demir, and his Mystic Forge list is tuned for that opponent. So we'll see what happens. All right, players are shuffling up. It looks like we got a, yeah, okay, that is the,
That's a candelabra.
in a planar nexus, I believe, is that it?
Yeah.
Planar nexus, okay, yeah, really, that, the full art treatment threw me off a bit.
So for Tom, he's running the full 4 Tamios. He's running 2 Brazen Borrower. He is running 2 Dothy Voidwalkers in the main deck. We'll see how that plays out, if he's able to resolve one and then maybe get a Thoughtseize at some point. Looks like we do have a Reanimate on an Atraxa, so it looks like we have an Atraxa that's going to be coming into play. And we'll see if Nicholas is able to do something about that. Out of Tom's sideboard, for whenever we get to our sideboard games, looks like he does have a couple of consigned memories. He has a couple of force negations, maybe an engineered explosives, and a copy of Null Rod for whenever we get to that point. But we have this Atraxa. It looks like it's picking up 4 cards. We have a Force of Will, a Ponder, a Tameo, and an Underground Sea that's getting picked up.
I mean, it is not surprising to me looking back how Atraxa replaced Gristlebrand, because you get the selection. You're looking at 10 cards, you're getting one of each card type right, so you really get all that selection, as opposed to you don't know what you're drawing with Gristlebrand, even though drawing 7 cards is great. But there's such card diversity in these Demir Reanimator lists.
Yeah, they get to dig 3 cards deeper.
Yeah,
and they're not stuck with all the extra cards that they would be discarding.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, Rainey, yes, it is 8 rounds today, so that's why these players are having to play it out.
Yep.
Tom, he's not able to afford just drawing or and Nicholas, he would probably love to draw this round, but there is actually no other 6-0 players, so he's having to play it out. So you have a force pitch Tameo on that Karn.
Okay. Tom is like, no Karn for you, sir. Nope.
Looks like we have another force pitch, another blue card. Pitch a Ponder. on the One Ring. So back-to-back force, blue card with the Traxa in play. Have an attack from the Atraxa. It's a 3-turn clock. It's 1 of the 3 turns. Going to go ahead and play out a Tameo and play out a pawn. That looks like a brainstorm.
Brainstorm, yeah. Okay.
So it's going to flip.
Conspiracy brainstorm, I guess.
Yeah, it's the conspiracy one. It looks like it's going to transform that Tameo.
Okay. Yep. Drew over 3 cards.
Grid model. It does not untap.
Now with Tameo, I mean, obviously you got to immediately plus it up, right?
Right.
Yeah, because you can't make it.
Yeah. Do you probably want to maybe just go ahead and pick up a Force of Will out of the graveyard?
Yeah, that's a good. Reload some more defense in his hand. Okay.
Might be something he thinks about doing whenever it comes to his turn.
Yeah, I'm certainly not doubting Nicholas at all, but Tom, I mean, Atraxa, you got the flip Tameo.
It does look a little daunting.
Okay, yeah.
So it looks like we have 4.
Oh, chat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And just to top it off, it's a gorgeous card. That's what one of the like special treatment, really nice ones. Ugin, that's good looking. So what does Ugin have the ETB that it just smoked?
So it's a
Atraxa?
cast
Cast
exile one.
Oh my gosh.
Exile a permanent that's 1 or more colors.
Okay. Wow.
And then every
Love
time
that.
he casts a colorless spell, he gets to exile another one.
Okay, and then I assume he's gonna probably do that again soon and get rid of the Tameo.
Yeah, so it looks like K command was cast, and it got to exile the Tameo. He got the scry.
Wow. Okay. This
Scry
swan,
draw a card, and
Holy
make 2 signs.
crap. Okay.
So this is where he was talking about that Ugin definitely.
Yeah.
That's a game changer. Right
And it's
there.
a cast trigger, right? So even if it's countered, you're still getting something.
Exactly.
Right?
So he has to have exactly consigned in memory, and we know in game 1 he doesn't have that. In game 2, he could have the option of being able to have consigned memory with replicate. And be able to counter both the spell and the ability, but right now, I don't know how Tom gets out of this. He's going to dig 3 cards deep, see if he can find something. Looks like that's an Entomb, 2 lands. Probably throw the 2 lands back and see if he can dig deeper again. He's going to Entomb, shuffle those cards up, and he has another Brainstorm in hand, it looked like.
Grab it, throw the Archon in the yard?
Probably throw your 1 of Archon, and that does say sacrifice creature or planeswalker, so that would make him sacrifice the Ugin.
Okay. Oh, you're talking, yeah, with the Archon?
Yeah, with
that's
the
a-
Archon.
Okay, yeah.
So if he's
okay,
able
yeah.
to get it into play,
That could swing the pendulum back a bit. Okay. Well, hold on, but he's got Scions. He's got, Eldrazi spawn.
oh, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Eldrazi
you're right.
spawn in the
so,
back.
So you could just sacrifice the spawn token.
Yeah, easy.
So got a Brainstorm, draw 3 cards, Entomb days, none of those
That's
cards
scooping
serve
it. We're done.
reanimate.
We're done. Tom's had enough. Okay, we're going to game 2. That Ugin chat from Dragonstorm. That's the only card from Dragonstorm that caught my attention that I was even slightly interested in, and certainly want to give it a run one time. It's a really cool looking card. So. shuffling up.
Man, what a turnaround play. That Uganaya Storm's coming in. Was looking daunting. He needed 8 mana to be able to cast that sucker, but he was able to get it cast, get it on the board. Or is it 8? It's 8 mana, right? Yeah, it's 8.
I mean, I imagine Nicholas, assuming he continues to climb his way into the top 8, maybe even further, he's going to face a ton more Dimir, whether it's reanimate or tempo, and he's just probably just sharpening his sword and, really sharp on the play patterns and what to expect and stuff. So, because it's going to be real fresh on his mind, and he's ready for it. He's gunning for it. Deck is built for it. So.
And he's playing 2 copies of Uganaya's Storms, but it is a 7 mana spell.
Oh, it's 7 mana, not 8 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's cool. Okay, is he shuffling? Okay, so Tom is shuffling his opponent's deck. Legal to do. You see that certainly in some of the more competitive tables in Magic, where opponents will shuffle their opponent's deck. So.
I definitely see the appeal of shuffling. Oh man, that's got Sign of Memory and the Force of Will and 2 lands. I don't see where Tom ever ships his hand back. That's
that
kind
looks
of like
solid.
a perfect 7.
So it's Force of Will, Brazen Borrower.
Is
Said
that
can Sign of Memory.
Is that an Entomb as well?
I don't know. Yeah, I do see the 2 Underground Seas.
Yeah, 2 C's, a Sign of Memory, Force of Will, Brazen Borrower.
That's a good looking hand.
We got a Fetch Land on turn 1. We got a Lotus Petal, Planar Nexus.
Okay, yep, we looked at Nicholas just showed us his hand. There it is right there. A couple of rings. Nicholas has got a couple of rings. It's always nice to have some jewelry on hand in Magic. So that will work.
He's going to definitely need it to be able to fight through these 2 counter spells that Tom has.
So with Nicholas playing Planar Nexus, I assume he's running Urza's Tower, so he can immediately have Tron because of it's all non-basic land types.
Yeah, he's running Urza's Tower
Okay.
and Workshop.
Okay, Urza's Work. Okay, that was one of the cards I didn't recognize where it was like a full art treatment. Okay.
Which Urza's Workshop says add colorless each Urza's land you control, and activate only if you control 3 or more artifacts.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's a tower. He's running the full art Mark Tadine.
So he
Maybe I
does,
saw it earlier.
so
I
that
missed
means
it.
that he has access
He's got
to
4.
4
He's got 5 mana.
mana.
5 mana right now. So he could stick a ring and play through a daze. Okay, so
Can
can't
sign
play
memory.
can't play through a consigned memory though. But it's okay. He'll be back next turn with possibly another one. So.
There's a Ponder. See, he's Ponder, Brainstorm. It looked like 3 cantrips. I imagine this looks like he's interested in keeping it. I probably personally would have shuffled.
For
That's
sure.
just me.
Yeah, Jordan, that's for sure. Yeah, he did. I do remember him having a tower game 1. I just forgot. I didn't recognize the full art treatment on that one, but yeah. Okay. All right. So then we're sticking
We got a
Karn.
Karn.
Okay. You don't like my ring?
Another consignment.
Whoa, golly.
Which is interesting to see from Tom.
Yes.
If he had an extra blue card, I maybe would have saved that consigned memory for a Nukem. Because see that you can be able to counter the cast trigger.
Now we
see a 1 ring on the stack.
So plays a ring, countered. Plays a Karn, countered. Plays a second ring. What are we doing? Where are you at, Tom? Okay.
Because
well,
he only has 2 consigned
Force.
memories at a sideboard, so that's both of them gone.
Wow. Okay.
And he has no blue. He did draw
He
a
had
blue card.
answers for 3 of the big 4 mana hits in a row in the same. Wow, that's pretty cool. So.
Well, 3 big spells down, 3 counter spells later.
Okay, we're in.
There's an Entomb.
All right, are you grabbing a Traxa here? I assume, not Archon.
Probably a Traxa.
Okay.
Fill up your hand.
Yeah, just to reload, especially from all that counter magic he just dumped. He's thinking about it. Oh, okay. He's looking at his hand. Yeah, big mama.
Those send away tracks.
Yeah. Big,
It shows where you
here we go. What is Nicholas gonna? I mean, what can he do?
Well, he showed us last time.
Yeah.
Just stick it Ugin.
Yeah, that works. But let's see what the Atraxa reveal is.
Yeah, so he has one card left in hand before he does the Atraxa trigger. See what all cards he's able to pick up.
Okay, so
See Wasteland,
it's two wastelands.
Entomb.
Okay, he's
Null
separating by
Rod.
card type. Okay, the Null Rod is pretty spicy. Murktide, you got a creature there.
Force.
Okay, certainly some instants to pick through.
Archon, land, Entomb. So imagine this as one of the forces, pick up a wasteland, Null Rod, Murktide.
He's picking force. Okay.
Yep. So take
Not
a force
bad.
of will, not force of negation.
Okay, so not bad. Stick and Atraxa. Reload 7 cards in your hand that you just picked through. Pretty decent.
Imagine this got to be wasteland immediately. Get rid of your Nexus.
Yep. Okay, Planar Nexus is gone. That's going to nerf a lot of Nicholas's mana. So now those towers are just tapping for one colorless each. And his Grim Monolith is tapped. Okay, Glaring Fleshraker. Okay, that's cool. Okay, got it. We drew another Reanimate spell. I don't know what is in the graveyard right now from.
Actually, I don't think there's any illegal targets.
Yeah, I don't think so. Okay.
Attack for
Atraxa
7, gain 7.
goes in. Remember, she's got lifelink, so that's a pretty big swing. Not quite ready to cast Murktide yet. Oh, Null Rod. Whoa.
Another pedal.
Okay, that's
Saga on 2. You get a Scion for your troubles.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Get a Scion. Now, to be clear, you can't even pop the Lotus Petal through Null Rod, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you like even mana abilities.
Yeah,
you just
it
can't-
doesn't have the
claws,
fix
yeah.
that a lot of other spells have, where if it's activated,
Yeah.
activated abilities can't be activated. If it's mana abilities, no, Rod just shuts it all.
It
down.
just shuts it down. It's such a house. Okay. Brainstorming. I didn't see anything great. I saw some lands and a Force of Will.
Yeah, it looks like he has 2 forces and a blue card and
Okay.
a land. He goes to 6. He goes to 24.
Okay.
See if Nicholas is able to dig himself out of this one.
I don't know, man.
Now there's a Murktide Region too, just in case. That is a lethal Murktide Region.
Yeah,
So
this
even if he
is-
gets
I
rid of
think
the
Nicholas is-
Atraxa,
I think Nicholas is toast here. But I could be wrong, so we'll see.
so we have a Warping Whale.
Okay.
Cast to make a dude, perhaps.
Really fight for his life, and then just a Glaring Fleshraker, right? Trigger for the cast of Encouragement.
Alright, he does concede, so we're going to go to a game 3.
Game 3, okay. These games are moving lightning fast, guys. I mean, there was Tom was just putting pressure, and then had a response. Was that 3 counters in a row to Nicholas's ring, then a Karn, then a second ring, and then landing the Atraxa, and then Tom reloaded his hand off of that. Right, that was just
Right.
That's just too much. Where Nicholas drops 3 bombs, Tom answers them, and then gets a reload with Atraxa. Huge. So, Chat, who do you think is going to win Game 3 in this match?
Do we have
I don't
Nicholas
know,
on the
man.
play?
Yeah, Nicholas is on the play. I don't know, man. I mean, it's going to depend. I want to see how mulligans go. Who's keeping 7? Who's happy with their 7?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting call. I would love to see the Mystic Forge player continue to be able to push through, go to 7-0, but you never know. Demir Reanimator is certainly boogeyman for a reason.
We're about ready to get our hand and get moving.
Looks like Nicholas is having a mulligan, and Tom has kept 7.
Talking. Yep. I don't know what it is, but we're going to 6, right, Nicholas?
Looks like we have turned one Urza Saga into
That's a good looking art. I
something.
like that. I'm not sure what that is.
Is that a pithy needle?
Is that a needle? Like some type of expo. And Thoughtseize. Well, if it's a needle, they would have named something, right? Like, what's it? Chat is it? Oh, okay. Chat's telling us it's Pithy Needle Expedition. Thank you.
Maybe it's naming like Polluted Delta or something like that, or
Or maybe the backside of Tamio. Just go ahead and
Yeah,
randomly getting that out of the way.
Planeswalker name is for Tamio. Yeah. Inquisitive Student. Ancient Tomb. Wow, lots of bling. Lots of full art treatment. It's nice. Okay. And we're doing another. Is that another Thoughtseize right there?
It is another Thoughtseize.
2 Thoughtseize back
take
to.
away, take away Flash Breaker, take
Okay.
away Karn.
Yeah. Okay. And then we're sticking. Okay. I see. Is that a reanimate? The top. card?
Reanimate on your Flash Breaker.
Okay. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, what is that?
It's a construct token.
Construct. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Oh man. Okay. So those constructs are how big? Are they 3/3s?
Right now they're 3/3s, and now
4/4s?
they'll become 4/4s.
Oh man. construct is Urza Saga is a really cool card. I've got some Arcade Post.
Looks like that's a
Construct
Lantern and
tokens.
Insight, or the Lantern. Not Lantern and Insight. It's the one that exiles a card from a graveyard, and then you can exile their graveyard.
Yes, we saw it earlier. It was something Spear. What is it?
I'm looking it up now. Soul Guide Lantern.
Soul Guide Lantern. Yeah. Okay. So those constructs are 4/4s. They're getting in.
Which they can become 5/5s because of the Urza Saga token. Urza Saga they
Alright,
have.
so petty thefting one away, so that's just gone. And that petty are raise bars on an adventure. Saga is a fair and balanced Magic card. There's a lot of fair and balance in Legacy, right, chat?
You get 4 copies of Urza Saga, he gets 4 copies of Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Everything's okay. Then you go to the real format of Vintage, and then you get 1 copy of each.
Yeah. I don't know how this is going. I'm trying to figure out who's the beatdown, who's ahead.
Well, as of right now, it's certainly Nicholas's
Nicholas,
ball.
He actually has board state,
Yeah, and he can make 2 more construct tokens.
I mean, because now
And
Tom's
at
digging.
he's at 8 life.
He's just digging.
Looks like that's a Murktide Regent. Yeah, it's going to be a big one.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 6/6 Murktide Regent.
Thick boy. Okay, is that not a? Okay, 6/6.
So we're making a construct token.
Okay.
Looks like we're probably going to make another one with this Urza Saga on
That's
the stack.
1, 2, 3, 4.
They're currently 5/5s, about to become 6/6s with this
Yeah.
next artifact coming into play.
Okay.
That is a
That's
key.
another token. Okay, another card. Okay. Construct token. Yeah, it should be.
And that is a manifold key coming into play, and it's going to make that make one of those contracts unblockable.
Oh, then we're GGs then, right? Because he can make one unblocked. Oh, the other one can be blocked. Okay.
Yeah, so he's got to. If he can put 2 more artifacts into play.
Yeah, I don't know what he can eat out of his hand. Okay, we got
Grim
another Grim
Monolith.
Monolith. Okay, so there. Does that mean how many artifacts? There's 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's 3, 4, 5,
7?
6, 7 in play.
Okay, so he's for sure getting in. Okay.
Okay, he's going to force negation that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
But he's for sure getting in for
Still-
6 right now, right?
Yeah, he's still dead on. Maybe not dead on board yet. That's another Grim Monolith.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
Shit, dude. Oh
He's
man.
one artifact away from being able to just kill
Yeah,
it.
lethal. Okay.
Looks like he's just going to attack, let the Murktide Regent die. He's going to go to 1.
Okay, what do we got, Tom? What do you got, man? A handshake?
Can't be
Handshake?
reanimate. Brainstorm.
Brainstormer. Yeah, that's.
He has an
Archon.
animate dead in hand,
Okay.
but he has to find a way to be able to put it in the graveyard.
That's it. Handshake.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
it, chat. Nicholas takes it down. 7-0. Wow. Fighting the good fight. I'm certainly, I'm an enjoyer of the One Ring. I'm not a Grim Monolith player myself, but it's really cool to see, in the knife fight that is this tournament with all of the Dimir, Mystic Forge just wrecking.
And taking a quick peek over at the other table, it looks like they are also finished up.
Yeah.
So, going back over to our Mystic Forge player, nice clean 7-0 for them.
Yeah.
There is a chance, that's a pretty nice clean victory for Nicholas. And we'll see who we're able to get in here for round 8. We do have
How much time
about
do we have?
18 minutes left in the round.
Yeah.
So there's
going to be a little bit to go. We've already interviewed Nicholas. I'm not so sure he'd be interested in taking another interview with us. So we'll be back whenever round 8 comes around. We'll probably try to get an X1 or an X01 on the tape on the feature match, and maybe another X1 or X2 matchup on our backup matchup. Thank y'all for tuning in. We'll see y'all here at round 8.
Thanks. All right, chat. Caden is going to make sure we go grab the players to get everything set up. Thank you for being with us today. We're coming up on round 8. This is the last round of Swiss for 8 rounds of Comp REL Legacy action out here at the Oklahoma Landrun, hosted by Game HQ. They've been incredible hosts. As you can see, a lot of the play space back here. There's been a table space for a lot of players. I believe we started today with 144. We're certainly not 144 right now, but we still have a lot of players in contention. And it's going to be very tough for that top 8 and that top 16. And we are doing prize support, top 16 and above. So for those players that are able to make at least top 16, places 9 through 16, in this last round, they're going to be doing okay, which is awesome. That way they're going to be leaving with something. Again, there's obviously Power 9 is the prize. You have an Ancestral Recall. We have some other stuff up for grabs. To include a Candelabra of Tawnos, Mox Diamond, lots of dual lands, lots of really awesome reserve list stuff for folks to jam in Eternal Magic or Commander. So, folks are out here right now finding their play space, finding their tables, and getting ready. What you can't see, we're not doing this coverage, but there's an vintage event firing right now. There's a side event, a vintage. Tracking tonight, they're also firing a middle school event, which is akin to like pre-modern. So they're doing a middle school event, and then tomorrow they're also doing a CEDH tournament and then old school, which I might try to swing by and hit up that old school event. So props to all those 93, 94 players out there. It's a lot of fun if you haven't given that a shot. It's again super proxy friendly. You know, jam what folks that are in their mid 40s maybe played in middle school, and it's a really good time. So. If anyone wants to drop in chat, like what decks do you think are favored to win? Do you think that we're going to see Nicholas with his Mystic Forge deck take it down, or do you think that the Dimir Onslaught is going to push through? I mean, Dimir's been doing pretty solid all day. That Mystic Forge deck is certainly difficult for him, but there's a lot of Dimir I can imagine in the top 8. So Mono Red Stompy, okay. Yeah, Mono Red Stomping, we've seen that on camera a few times. That's done pretty good, you know. Soul Lands are good. You know, Blood Moon's good. You know, dropping a 1 ring is also pretty sweet. So 1 vote for Mono Red Stompy. That's pretty awesome. First time in the chat there, Look Ski Poo. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was hoping for like some type of like rogue deck, or maybe like a tier like C or D deck, you know. Someone rocking goblins or something like that, you know. That's kind of my jam. I don't think I've really seen anything or heard anything about control. You know, let's see. Hoping for the Forge deck to win is standing up for everyone. Exactly. Forge is the hero we need right now, right? I mean, that's again, I'm a 1 ring fan enjoyer, so in the face of all those Dimir decks, that'd be pretty slick. So it looks like we have some of the players for the feature match. I don't know which deck these folks are on. I know we've seen that gentleman in the orange shirt. He was on with us earlier today, and he was doing well. So, yeah. Any other votes? I'm seeing some votes from KC, Hope, and Jake, and Jeff K. I met one of your members from KC. Props. I used to live in the Kansas City area, up on the near the Leavenworth, Kansas side, and I used to drop into Kansas City. Really nice area out there. But yes, we have folks here from Kansas City. Good time. So props to all those LGSs up there in the Kansas, Missouri area. So. Okay, go into Leavenworth. Yeah, Leavenworth is a really nice town. They have Gators Gaming Comics. There's a small LGS up there that I used to go to for years. It was a nice little game store. Play some Legacy, play some Commander and stuff. So I know that Kansas City has some game stores too. So. Okay. All right. I see the judges are getting stuff set up. I have to kind of peer over my shoulder to see the match timer start. It hasn't started yet. So we usually give a few extra minutes because we grab the players that are supposed to be at one of the tables out on the floor, and we tap those members and we bring them back to the feature match area, so we give them a few extra minutes. to fire their round. So, but yeah. So just to keep the interaction going with the chat, is anyone looking at going to any other big Magic events sometime soon? I know that there is MagicCon Atlanta that's happening late September. I'm looking to go to that. I've got to pick up tickets. I've been dragging my feet, but I'm planning on going to that with some friends. That's going to be a big event. So I did SCGCon in Atlanta in January. I'm doing the Landrun right now, which is local to me, which is a really nice event here at Game HQ, and then I'm going to try to hit up the actual MagicCon. So. All right, so Caden is back, and we've got the names. Just give us a minute. We're going to update everything. 1 second. All right, chat. Looks like we have Mono Red with Jake, and then we have Tyler on Reanimator. Now, Caden, was it Jake? Did we have him on earlier?
We sure did.
Okay, yep, that looks familiar, so, okay.
Yeah, let's see, Jake, let's see.
Watching from Australia. Hey, how's it going down in Australia?
Yeah, we had him in round 5. This is
Okay.
the first time that we've had Tyler. And then on our backup matchup, we have Jeffrey Kramer again. That'll be his third time inside the
In the booth?
in
Yeah,
the
some of
booth.
his fans were just up in chat. If you stream up, is he from Kansas City, I believe? Is it Kramer?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That was some of his buddies from Kansas City rooting.
And then we have and he's going against Jacob Bilchman.
Okay.
But yeah, right now we got a pretty good mono. Looks like I have these.
Oh, is it swapped? Okay.
Unless Jake's list is registered wrong.
That'd be interesting if it was this late in the tournament, right? We'll double check that in chat.
Jacob. Unless I just grabbed the wrong Jacob.
Oh.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's on Demir Tempo.
Okay. Oh, we're fixing that. So is it a Demir mirror? Or Tempo versus Reanimator? Okay. We're fixing that chat. Sorry, Jay.
Yeah, he may not be. He has 502.
So 2 draws, 5-0 and 2. Wow. Okay.
Which that means that he has 17 points and Tyler has 16 points.
Okay.
If Jake wins this, that would put him at 20 points, and that would put him above any of the X ones that decided to draw this round, who would have 19 points. So he would automatically be higher than them. He would actually be tied for first with Tom Hertfelder, who I know that he did draw.
Okay.
And so Tom Hertfelder is currently in first place with 20 points, and it does look like, and he drew with Lee Webb, who we did have in the booth earlier, but we didn't get to see his match because it finished so fast.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we can't adjust the camera while they're mid-match. We cannot interfere in any kind of way.
Yeah.
The only time that we could possibly maybe have something done is if there's a judge call for something that we witness. But other than that, there's nothing that we can do.
Okay, all right.
Fortunately, with certain kind of sleeves, there is going to be a little bit of glare on that right side. But it was either deal with a little bit of glare or deal with being really hard to see any cards on the other side. So it looks like we have a Thoughtseize taking out a Fatal Push, and we see Brainstorm and 2 blue cards.
How many points for the top 8? Usually
Minimum of 19 probably is what you're looking at. So right now the top 8 and higher all have 18 or more points, but there's 2 17-pointers and 3 16-pointers. And one of those 16-pointers got down paired to a 15. So that 16-pointer, if they get with the down pair, if they get the win, then they would also have 19 points. So there's going to be a bunch of people with 19 points or higher, and I imagine there'll even be a bubble or 2 at 19 or more. I don't think anybody above 19 points will bubble, but the cutoff seems to be 19 points, which would be a record of 6-1-1. Which right now Jake currently has 15, 16, 17. So if he was to win, he would have 20 points. He can't afford to draw at all. And then Tyler, he currently has 16 points. He can't afford to draw either. So if he wins, he would also be at 19. And his breakers are good enough that he would certainly beat out some of the other 18-pointers. From what I could tell, only 2 tables ended up drawing. And one of those tables, I even heard them say, well, even if I get beat out, I'll still be in top 16, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah. That's fair. Do we know how many? You're in Melee right now, Caden. How many folks are still in the tournament? I know we're in round 8, but
yeah, I can go and look and see how many active players we have. So there's 71 active players. There's currently 32 matches still playing out. So it looks like there was about 3 players already drawn. So about half the players have already dropped out. We started off with 144 today, and only 71 are still playing.
Yeah.
And prizes are paying out the top 16. I did see that Gary showed y'all what the prize support looked like.
And it's pretty stacked, Chad. I mean, that prize support is full of power for obviously first place, and then all types of really awesome reserve list.
Yeah, there's a candelabra for second place.
Yeah, candle. Everyone loves a candle. You know, that's pretty sick. Okay, we've got Christopher Rush, Brainstorm on the stack.
And I do see the other match that's going on. That match is already going to game 2, so that match may be finished faster before we get to the other. Before we get to them, Lee Webb is one of the players that's playing at that table, and we've had him in the booth 3 times, but he's kind of been in the alternate seat every time. It's just how the dice have fallen, and his matches have finished so fast that we haven't even been able to get him on camera, even though he's been in the booth 3 times.
Yeah, certainly. We were talking about this at the beginning of the day, chat, but the mental fatigue that's probably playing in. Whoa.
Oh, the life pad.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Get that for game 2.
Yeah.
Sorry about not having the life pad out there. It appears that the players seem to have pushed it off to the side. We'll have to make sure that they have the life pad out there for game 2.
Okay.
Looks like we do have a Murtai Regent that's coming in, and we have a Force of Will pitching at Kaido. Just one card left in hand for Jake. We have a couple of clue tokens here for Tyler.
Okay.
Looks like we find another Brainstorm.
It almost like it was Christopher Rush signed. That's pretty special. That's cool. That's a keeper. Ponder, a lot of brainstorm, a lot of cantripping and sculpting.
Looks like that's a Thoughtseize. And we're going to flash an Orcish Bowmasters in response to that.
Okay.
So it's gonna take 2 for that Thoughtseize and not be able to grab anything.
Good play.
Yeah, it looks like that's a Reanimate on the stack.
Okay. You know, I really regret when Lord of the Rings dropped, I did not pick up a couple of Orcish Bowmasters. It's such a powerhouse.
Yeah, and it looks like, based off the amount of cards that you just now revealed, looks like there was an Atraxa put into play.
Okay.
And Tyler got to refill his hand.
There we go. Hey, chat, you're going to see a little bit of a disturbance in the force, so to speak. We are working with one of our judges to put the life total pad right there with the standard Magic life counter, and letting the players accommodate around that. So just bear with us for a second. We noticed that was missing. So appreciate it, Judge. Okay. So Tyler's got an Atraxa, right? And he's at 6 life, but Atraxa has lifelink. Okay. Oh, wow, we're swinging. There we go. To that point.
So we're going to game 2.
Okay. Yeah, the Atraxa, yeah.
We got game 1 going to Tyler.
We'll update that next to Tyler's name. guess one of the big gotchas with, I know that we have Demir Tempo for Jake and Reanimator for Tyler is someone binning a big fatty in the graveyard and then your opponent reanimating off of that, or animate deading off of that, which is always
Always something you have to worry about.
Yeah. Obviously, you'd have to have some counter magic or some type of out to that. So.
Unfortunately, like once an Atrax is in your hand, the Demir deck is not really playing a way to be able to discard it.
Okay.
So the only way that you can get rid of it is by having a brainstorm and putting it back in your deck and then shuffling it away.
Okay.
Or,
There's no way to because you're not thought seizing yourself to.
No, probably not. Most of the time, Thoughtseize is usually really good at pointing at your opponent, unless your opponent is hell bent. Maybe if you're in a late game, then you get to Thoughtseize yourself and reanimate a track.
Yeah.
So that would cost you 9 life to do so, but you
Yeah.
certainly do it. Not including if you had to fetch for that Underground Sea or Black Source.
Yeah. So Jake is certainly going to be on the draw here. Let's see if the players get keepable hands. Players are just cutting decks. Let's go.
So Jake's going to be on the play here. I guess to decide how he keeps the hand first. And that's why Tyler's not even bothering to pick up his cards. He doesn't really want to give his opponent any tells or any information. Looks like Jake did find a keepable 7. See if Tyler's able to keep 7. Looks like that's a yes. We got to keep 7s from both players.
Thoughtseize.
We're going to see what he's got.
Okay.
Got Undercity Sewers, a Thoughtseize. Looks like
I see a Brainstorm.
I see a Brainstorm. I see a land.
Yeah. Reanimate.
I do see a Reanimate, and I see a Fatal Push. I see 2 Reanimates.
Whoa.
2 Reanimates, a Fatal Push, a Thoughtseize, a Brainstorm. We got the tap land in hand.
What do you
and
take
Flooding
here?
Dram.
Like, do you want to take your
It depends
opponent's
on
Thoughtseize?
if you probably
Yeah.
take Thoughtseize if you want to protect your own hand.
Yeah.
I could see a world where you take the Brainstorm as well and just fight off the Reanimates.
Okay.
Probably between Thoughtseize and Brainstorm.
The same thing. Thoughtseize, right?
To answer your question, yes, Vintage will be tomorrow. Does indeed take the Thoughtseize.
Yep.
Tyler playing his tap land, opting to take a slower play, bends a Force of Will. Most likely because the only blue card in his hand is Brainstorm. He wants to
Another
keep it.
Thoughtseize. Wow.
Thoughtseize number 2, the third one we've seen. And he drew a Ponder.
So getting rid of Brainstorm this time, okay?
Yeah, Brainstorm with that fetch land in hand is just a bit too powerful.
So we're going to go ahead and actively see a fetch land. Grabs a C. And it does look like our backup match is already finished, so this will just be the match that we get to see this round.
Yeah,
this round.
This is it.
Lee has done a pretty good job of having really quick matches. That is Lee Webb, for everybody listening. Jake with a Nihil Spell Bomb, pretty good against a Reanimator player. Lee is also playing Reanimator. And he played against Mono Red.
I
could probably look and see what the result of that is if they already submitted. Oh, my apologies. I got that mistaken. It was not Lee Webb. Lee Webb is on Reanimator, but he drew at table 1. That was Jeffrey Kramer and Jacob Milchman.
Kramer from Kansas City.
Yeah, Monored versus. It was Monored versus Reanimator. Wasn't wrong about that. It was just a different Monored versus Reanimator. Lee did draw into the top 8, and he's going to have 19 points, but he has really good breakers.
Is that full art Tameo, I think? Yeah.
Yes, that's a full art showcase Tameo.
So also, to be clear, chat, as I understand it, we're not expecting any legacy bans anytime soon, and the meta we have right now is pretty much going to be the meta for the 3 Eternal Weekends. I think that there's a ban window before one of the last Eternal Weekends. I can't remember. I think it might be Europe, because you have Eternal Weekend, North America, Asia, and Europe. But I would imagine Eternal Weekend meta is going to look very similar to this. So. That's funny. Custom sleeves of his face. And people wanted to ban Oops, exactly. Yeah, Oops is it's really on a tear right now. There, Jordan. You know, Oops is the boogeyman. Watch out for it. Okay, BNR is before Europe and Asia, but after North America. Okay, yeah. I know there's been a lot of discussion in the, Legacy Eternal Magic social media space. The expectation to ban something in the middle of the Eternal Weekend window is perhaps even less likely, especially if you have folks that are traveling, from out of country, or they're locking in decks and they've got hotel rooms and travel and stuff. It'd be a pretty feels bad to nerf a deck right before that big event. So, but we'll see. Bowmasters.
Reveals Force of Will and a Kaido.
Okay.
Takes the threat. Yeah, because if Jake was able to draw a land, he'd be able to ninjutsu that Kaido in. And once a Kaido resolves in this format, it is really tough to deal with. There's not very. I don't even know if Tyler would be able to deal with a resolved Kaido, to be honest, outside of putting an Archon into play.
Yeah. Good looking blackboard underground sea. What is that? What is it just cast?
It looks like a Dottie Voidwalker.
Okay.
We are cracking a Nihil Spellbomb. Notably, that Nihil Spellbomb should be exiled.
It shouldn't be in the graveyard. Okay.
It should not be in the graveyard. It is a replacement effect. I think. Well, go ahead and let the judges know
I'll let
about
the judge
that.
know. Give me a second.
Same thing about that wasteland.
Okay. The wasteland shouldn't be in the graveyard either.
Correct.
Okay.
Looks like that Orcish Bowmaster. Okay, so it looks like Tyler did catch those cards. Need to be
Oh, he did?
exiled.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so
All right. Too slow. I was about to message or judge on my phone. So. Any deck list for this? Yeah, for sure. We can see the deck list because we have full access in Melee. I don't think that there's a way for us to show you guys their deck list with this active event.
yeah, we just don't have the experience to be able to just overlay deck list in that manner. It requires skill that is certainly beyond my reckoning. Next year we might be able to
we'll put
do
a
something
request.
like that.
However,
we're
with-
improving every year, so
last year was really bad. We had I don't know, just not to dunk on last year. We did our best. We had it was very loud with the air conditioner, and hopefully this microphone is looking a little bit better to get out some of that white noise. But we'll take that for
our audio was rough last year.
But thankfully we've
improved.
We've improved a lot. There's definitely room for more improvement.
But certainly for the question about the deck list, correct me if I'm wrong, Keith, these are pretty stock lists. Like if you're playing Dimir tempo, like I don't recall seeing anything too.
If you were to look up either of these two deck lists, it would be pretty stock for both options.
Yeah.
There did not appear to be anything a surprise out of either of these lists. For a few obvious reasons, we can't just like post these deck lists out loud, or like for it to be able to be copied, so to speak, because this isn't an open deck list format. We have like talked about what's in people's sideboards and what's in their main decks, and talked about their outs actively, but since this isn't being recorded, it makes it a little bit easier to be able to discuss those things. But if you put a piece of paper out there, it's a little more difficult for the players.
Now, correct if I'm wrong, players in the top 8, don't they have awareness of the other players' deck list, top 8, or is that?
So I'm unaware
Okay.
if they're open. So they were open for the top 8 for the trios event.
Okay.
It looks like we do have a finished match.
Okay, is that Tyler going 2-0?
Looks like that's a 2-0 for Tyler.
Okay, yeah.
Deck list should be open on Melee if you want to check it out on there.
Yeah.
They will be after the event is concluded.
Yeah. Hey, chat, we are going to try to grab Tyler as he cleans up and try to do a quick interview. He should be 6-1-1, and hopefully he's secured enough points to get into the top 8. So we're going to try to catch him in a second. All right, chat. Thanks for hanging out with us. That was round 8 for us. Again, we can't put on a backup match because that wrapped up even before the feature match finished. So we only have a camera configuration for a primary and a secondary match. Let me see how much more time we have left in the round. It's really hard for me to see. Shouldn't be too much longer, but we'll have enough time to hopefully get that interview with Tyler in a second. So hopefully all those that are checking us out, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Again, dig into Red Dirt Gaming. And with that, we should have Tyler come in here in a second. So, again, thanks again to the judge staff here doing a world-class line of effort and work here at Game Headquarters, Game HQ, as we call it in Oklahoma City, which is one of our premier LGSs for those folks around the Oklahoma City metro. Killer store, ton of play spaces you can see in the back. Easily hosted 144 players with comfortable play space, lots of bathrooms, nice amenities. Right here. Hey, how's it going? Pretty good. We have Tyler on camera. Tyler, we saw that you just took it down 2-0. Talk to us about your Dimir deck. How's it playing for you today?
It's really broken. It should not be legal in this one.
Okay. What is there a specific card? Is it Tameo? Is it Entomb or?
It's everything. You have
okay.
the plan A of Entomb Reanimate.
Okay.
You saw that last game. It's just I just get to tempo out
Okay.
the tempo decks,
Yeah.
especially post board. Like if they're able to shut down one plan,
You could pivot.
yeah, you can just go do
pivot,
something
yeah.
else.
Now, to be fair, we did coverage last year, and last year grief was legal, and grief was just a house. Everyone was just griefing each other. It was grief fest, grief, reanimate grief. So, I mean, as we keep picking away Wizards, picking away cards from Demir, like they picked away Troll, didn't slow it down, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah. So, chat, you can tell us what you think. But again, this is one of our premier players. Should be making the top 8. He's saying the deck is busted. I mean, you're driving it, so I'll take you for what it's worth, man.
I have not played the deck before today.
Wow. Okay, that is okay. Are you coming
Well,
from
outside of one trial like 2 days ago.
Okay, are you mostly a legacy player, or are you just like you fell into this deck because you knew it was the hottest deck and you wanted to just see how far you could go with it?
I'm predominantly a vintage player.
Okay.
I had the deck together for the trial.
Sure.
And I was gonna put together a Beans deck last night.
Beans, okay.
But I got home at back to Salim's at 11.
Yeah.
I had to get a couple decks together that other people were
Yeah,
ordering from
okay.
me for today.
Yeah.
Find some last minute cards for other people, and then it was 2 in the morning. I think my deck
That's
dredge
wild.
was done at 2, and I'm like, that one's in sleeves. We're
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
that.
yeah, we're just going that one. We're just going to play what works. Okay. Now, where are you coming in from?
Wyoming.
Wyoming.
Yeah,
Okay.
we do
awesome.
exist.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, did you come with some other players, or is it yourself? Or
I flew down a couple days early, but
Okay.
3 other of my local players came down today.
Nice. Okay, and for everyone in chat, I know we've interviewed folks from now Wyoming, member from Kansas City for sure. I think we have someone from Pennsylvania, Philly,
Yeah,
Pennsylvania. So we have again folks from all over the U.S. that are descending upon Oklahoma City for this land run. So okay, well I don't want to take any more of your time. Congrats and
Thank you.
good luck in the top 8 and everything. And thank you for coming out here.
Appreciate it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, chat. That was a really good interview. Hey, this is from the pilot. He's saying it's broken. You know, I'm not voting on it. You know, he's saying it's broken. First time picking it up, and he's absolutely slaying it with it. So, what's your take on that, Kane? What do you think? I mean, this is the pilot who said, "Hey, I just picked the deck up. I went to bed at 2. I show up. I do the thing, and I'm making top 8." I couldn't have ever hoped to have done that. What do you think?
It definitely sounds like that. Sounds like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I've known Tyler for a while. He's a very solid player. Going from pretty tired to just being able
I'm just
to
gonna top 8 it?
I'm just going to top 8
Yeah.
with the deck. I've
Yeah.
only played one other time, and it was for a vintage or for a legacy trial. Definitely sounds like the deck maybe needs some addressing, but
Yeah.
we've seen it lose today. We've seen it win today.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe something needs to be done in Legacy.
Yeah,
but
we'll see. Right? Yeah, we'll see. Really cool though. Now, to be fair, he traveled for Vintage, so if he's playing Vintage, that tells me he knows Magic. He's a diehard Magic fan, but was able to comport that talent and just pick up the best deck and just run, which is pretty awesome. So okay, well, sweet.
Well, we'll be back here with top 8.
Top 8.
We will have 2 random matches of those of those 4 matches. We'll pick 2 at random, try to figure out which 2 we're going to get in here.
Okay.
And we hope to see y'all here soon. Stick with us.
Stay with us. Appreciate it, chat.